argued that it's actually the flag is representative of the state of Israel. And so the ruling was what the judge said was that essentially the flag is protected, and therefore what that could mean, and this is what I wanted to ask you, what does that mean? Does that mean that if somebody was to burn the flag, defecate the flag, you see it on Twitter quite a lot where people are changing.
What's up, guys? What's up? I'm live right now, as you guys can see. Starting up early. I'm in here in a space with Greenwald and Sulaiman. So we're starting to stream early, ninjas. So let's open up the Twitter space and get this thing cooking, chat. Starting up early, baby. Starting up early.
Say that you cannot constitutionally criminalize the burning of the American flag. So I would love to say, obviously, that would mean that you can't criminalize the burning of the Israeli flag too. But given all the things I've just already reviewed about how you're allowed to say things about the United States or any other country, you just can't say them about Israel. I actually wouldn't feel that confident predicting such an outcome. But I will say this is the other crucial irony that you also raised with this case. And this is the foundational premise. It is of the Trump administration, but it's also the Biden administration. Worship of Israel, servitude to Israel is a completely bipartisan religion in D.C. It has been for decades. The another conservative grievance, for as long as I can remember, is that, and again, it's a grievance that I think is valid and supported when it was coming from conservatives, is that what liberals do, what people on the left do in lieu of having debates, is the minute you disagree with them, the minute you say something that they think is wrong or bad, they come and they call you a racist and use that to justify censorship. Oh, these aren't political ideas. This is racism. This puts minority groups in danger. You can't allow these views. They incite violence against minority groups. I don't think there's any group of people who screams racist so casually and frequently as Israel supporters in the United States. I mean, anybody in this room who's ever uttered a peep of criticism about Israel doesn't need me to tell you that. And it's just so amazing to watch, again, all these conservatives who mocked every accusation of racism, every cry of racism from every other group.
Yeah, so guys, we're live right now. Glenn Greenwald is in here with Sulaiman. I figured I'd start the stream early so you guys can hear this conversation. We're having a conversation on censorship, okay? So Glenn Greenwald is in the house. So let's go back to it. Starting to stream early, baby.
Obviously, they can't say it's illegal to criticize Israel. But what they do is they conflate Israel and the Jews. So if you say, I'm in favor of cutting off money to Israel, they'll say, oh, of course you want to punish the Jews, as though Israel and the Jews are the same. And then once you make that conflation, then you can say, oh, anyone protesting Israel, anybody condemning Israel, anybody, demonizing the Israeli flag is engaged in anti-Semitism, and we're allowed on campuses and elsewhere to outlaw anti-Semitism because that violates education law, that violates the rules of campus. This is the fraud that isn't just deployed as a sort of scummy way of arguing, but also increasingly the foundation of this censorship regime that is being implemented for Israel. You just equate criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and that just makes it so that now you're yelling racism as a way to legally justify these restrictions on free speech.
Yeah, totally agree with you. And I got another question for you. Now, there's, as you know, Francesca Albanese has been someone who's been vocal against the ongoing genocide that's happening in Gaza. She was sanctioned by the US government. A group of Israeli lawyers basically began litigation against her and pressured Elon Musk to remove her blue check mark away from her. Now, I'm someone whose blue check mark has also been removed, and the reason again was the level of penetration that we had in terms of our profile on X and our spaces. Now, what that represents is, in terms of the blue check mark, is it represents a form of censorship because you don't get the same level of reach that you had before, and it's a way of ensuring a form of censorship without completely banning you. And some people, when they get their blue check mark removed, I mean, they're non-existent. If you remember Matt Taibbi, once he had his blue check mark removed, his account almost died. And so what does that, and the same thing happened to me for a while until the Israel-Iran situation happened, and then obviously that revived my account. But blue check mark being removed is a massive form of censorship that's happening on X, even though X is one of the only free speech platforms left. And so I guess my question to you is, what does that say about where we're going? Because if this has now happened to Francesca Albanese, and one of the reasons they gave in terms of why it was happening was they said she's promoting biased and malicious activities characterized as unabashed anti-Semitism. This is the important bit: expansion of support of terrorism. And that bit, the expansion of support of terrorism, is their claim that she supports Hamas. And the claim that she supports Hamas is the fact that she disagrees with some of the claims that are made about what happened on October the 7th, including the claims of mass rape. Obviously, I'm one of the people who's exposed a lot of the lies and propaganda about October the 7th. And so therefore, this affects me in the sense of I'm worried about, like, how this could escalate. You got the blue check mark removed. It could be banning later. So I guess my question to you is, telling you that entire thing, is when you're seeing this happening to someone as big as Francesca Albanese, a UN rapporteur, what does that tell us about where we're going in terms of even social media censorship, government involvement, and the links? Remember, this was something people complained about in the past.
Well, I think what's really happening is that you're seeing a precipitous decline in support for Israel among almost every demographic group in America. The only group in America that continues overwhelmingly to have favorable views of Israel are old Republicans, like Republicans over 55 or 60 or whatever. People have had on Fox News for decades who listened to Sean Hannity, who believed that whole worldview going back to the Cold War, told that Israel is the bulwark against communism, the only democracy in the Middle East, et cetera. But every other group, including younger Republicans — by younger, I don't mean 18 to 24, I mean like all Republicans under the age of 50, now by a majority, have an unfavorable view of Israel. And the percentage that supports what Israel is doing in Gaza is even lower. And so one of the things that I think, and it's a little complicated, but I'm just trying to simplify it, is one of the things that I think happened is Israel saw a long time ago that there are only a couple places in the United States that really permit thriving criticism of Israel, and they set out to destroy those institutions. One of the very few places was on American college campuses, because what was happening on American college campuses is they decided to replicate the model that was used in the 1980s, where students on campuses were urging a boycott of South Africa in order to bring down apartheid. And they said, oh, we think this is a good nonviolent means of protesting Israel, of trying to force Israel to end the occupation of the West Bank and the blockade of Gaza. So we believe in boycotting Israel. The EU, at Israel's urging, criminalized the expression of support for a boycott of Israel. It's considered anti-Semitism. You will go to jail if you advocate for a boycott of Israel. And then there are all kinds of laws now in American states. 37 states have a law that says if you, as an American citizen, want to get a contract with the state, like you're like a speech pathologist and you offer, services to school districts to work with kids with a speech deficiency. This is a real case. You have to sign a loyalty oath saying you will not boycott Israel. And if you don't, you're barred from getting a contract. Again, you can boycott any other state, any other country that you want. You can even boycott other American states. There were liberal boycotts of North Carolina and Georgia because of their Voting Rights Act, North Carolina and Indiana because of their trans bathroom bills. You're totally fine to boycott your own fellow Americans or any other country in the world. You just can't boycott this one country, or else you can't get contracts. And so this has been something that Israel has been obsessed with, and their supporters in the US are college campuses. And a lot of this anti-woke stuff, like pundits like Barry Weiss led this anti-woke movement. She, built the free press on it. A lot of other people. Some of that was genuine opposition to the grave excesses of the woke movement, which I shared. But a lot of it was really more about they wanted to destroy the credibility of colleges, because colleges was the ground zero for this boycott Israel movement, and it was a place where a lot of anti-Israel protests could thrive. And that was why they became so obsessed with colleges. And after October 7th, it became, kind of this priority of the US government to impose censorship and force people to to get fired if they weren't sufficiently pro-Israel. You could spend the rest of the call like detailing all the things that have been done to colleges, including, forcing Brown to implement a DEI program for Jews, which we can get into if you want. So that was one of the things. They're panicking and they say, okay, colleges are one place where Israel criticism is permitted, so we have to really go hard after them. And then the other thing is that I don't think a lot of people realize is that this TikTok ban, when Donald Trump first advocated the TikTok ban along with Republicans in 2020, the idea was, oh, it's a danger because it's controlled by the Chinese. It never got anywhere near the votes to enact.
Hey, he's cooking, bro. I've been telling y'all about this for a minute.
Washington, there were nowhere near enough votes. It was only after October 7th and even the Republican sponsors of the TikTok ban will tell you this. The only reason why it ended up getting passed and the Biden administration supported it is because Democrats became convinced that one of the main reasons that so many young Americans were turning against Israel was because TikTok allowed too much Israel criticism on the platform. It wasn't because of China. It was to protect Israel that TikTok was banned. And now they're, desperate to stay in the US. So one of the things they just did, the ADL demanded, the ADL, was advocating they be closed, obviously, for the reason I just said. And then the ADL met with TikTok and said, look, one of the things you can do is hire somebody we approve of to be the chief censor, i.e., the content moderator, in order to moderate anti-Semitism and moderate criticism of Israel. And and TikTok just went and hired this American Jewish woman who had gone to Israel and joined the IDF and talked in many videos about how, her highest priority is defending the state of Israel. She realizes Zionism is central to her identity. She's now the person in charge of censorship at TikTok for content about Israel or for content about Jews. So TikTok was another major place where Israel criticism was circulating. And this is what they're panicking. This is why they're panicking, because they see these polling numbers, you know, dropping precipitously, and they view U.S. bipartisan support for Israel as existential, not to Israel's survival. Israel could survive fine if the U.S. abandoned them. What it's crucial to is Israel's ability to bully and dominate that region. That's what they need the United States for, to fund their military, their massive military, to deploy our own military assets whenever they're in trouble. And they're panicking over these troll numbers. It's what's leading to these kind of very extreme reactionary measures. Like AIPAC has come mask off now about who they are and what they do. This censorship stuff at college campuses and TikTok. And I don't know if they think it'll work. The problem is that in this world where we have so much independent media, for now a free internet, we're allowed to talk about this. It's everywhere on most of the major independent media shows. It seems to me a lost cause. And I genuinely, as a person who is Jewish, I am concerned that this is going to trigger a lot of anti-Semitism, because at some point people are going to ask, wait a minute, why are we being told we have to send our tax money to this foreign country? Who's telling us that we have to do that? Who's responsible for that? Why is it that we're now being told that we'll be punished if we say certain things, that social media apps have to close? And obviously, the retrieval of the blue check mark from Francesca Albanese, something that all conservatives hated in the pre-Musk Twitter, when that would routinely happen. I remember Julian Assange got his Twitter verified mark pulled when he released the documents about Hillary Clinton. It was like a punishment for people saying the wrong things. That was the pre-Musk Twitter censorship regime that all conservatives condemned, and now pro-Israel activists are doing that again. And it just shows you how extreme this is becoming.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And it was Erica Mendel who you're talking about, which is the head of TikTok content moderation. And we know what the moderation is. And we're speaking to a number of large TikTok creators who are basically confirming what you said, that now using Palestine or Free Palestine in TikTok videos is just not possible.
And
one thing I
Sulaiman,
want to
can I add
mention,
real quick? One last,
yeah, go for
just to add to what Glenn was saying. Glenn, I admire your work, man. Great journalism. So definitely want to give your flowers. But I wanted to add to that, when you talked about TikTok, another thing that prompted TikTok to have a meltdown was the Osama bin Laden letter going viral. That was huge. And it happened only a month after October 7th. And people, young people that had no idea what 9/11 was or weren't alive when it happened, like, they read this letter and they're like, oh, look at all these reasons why bin Laden has grievances with the United States. And the predominant reason why he was pissed off was because of our interventionist type foreign policy.
I'm so glad you raised that. It's like every time I go on any show that where I have a long time, like Tucker's show or some long form podcast, I always raise this because it's the most shocking thing. It's the most amazing thing. This letter from Osama bin Laden to Americans, where he said, "Look, I know you're hearing that Al Qaeda, that you were attacked because we hate your freedoms and because like you let women go on the beach with bikinis, as if they would give a shit, like in Saudi Arabia or anywhere else. If American women are allowed to go on the beach with bikinis, there's huge numbers of countries where that's allowed. Al Qaeda, no one from the Middle East goes and attacks them. The letter was designed to explain why." America was attacked. And they said, you weren't just an innocent country minding your own business and got attacked on 9/11. You've been bombing our countries and interfering in our countries and overthrowing our leaders and imposing pro-American dictators who suppress our people. You constantly are bombing us and killing women and children and innocent men. And also, you're supporting Israel. And you're the reason why Palestinians have no autonomy. They're being killed in large numbers. And this was a letter that was, all over the place at the time. It was on the Guardian website because obviously you don't have to agree with Osama bin Laden, what he did or what he's claimed to have done, or even his rationale. It's still, of course, a document that should be read. I mean, he's a major figure, Osama bin Laden, in the history of our country. You should, of course, hear from him what he has to say. And it's exactly what you said. There are all these young people who didn't live through 9/11 or who are way too young when it happened to remember much of it. And they hear the propaganda, oh, it happened because they hate us for our freedoms. And they read this letter and they're like, oh my God, wow, it seems like the reason we got attacked isn't because of our freedoms, but because of our aggression in the world and our support for Israel. And this freaked Israel and its supporters out that huge numbers of young people were passing around this bin Laden letter. And within 24 hours, the government demanded it. The Guardian removed it from their website. This is a major newspaper in one of the world's oldest democracies, one of the oldest newspapers in the West. They censored it, they removed it. So none of the links that were on TikTok to that Osama bin Laden letter would work anymore. So no one can go and read it. And then TikTok was forced, especially all the threats that they're going to be banned and kicked out of the United States. They obey whatever the government says in terms of censorship now. They started banning all the hashtags about the Osama bin Laden letter and all the discussion of it. And not only does it show how panicked and desperate Zionists are and Israel supporters are, but it also shows you how willing people in the United States are to attack and the free speech rights and the freedom of information rights of American citizens to protect this foreign country on the other side of the world. It is, I still can't believe that happened.
And it's crazy too, Glenn, because it's like they didn't get hit with the propaganda because they weren't alive when it happened. So they had a fresh set of eyes to read this letter, and they're like, "Oh, this is why they don't like us." And I'll never forget this, and I'll turn it to Sulaiman because I know he has a good question following up. The ADL, when Jonathan Greenblatt went over to the Knesset, right, and he was talking about this TikTok problem. I'll give him credit. He was smart enough to understand that the TikTok problem isn't necessarily an app problem, rather it's an age problem. They were concerned that that the young people that are growing up that are going to eventually become the legislators, the politicians, the business owners, etc., were starting to dislike Israel. So he's like, we need to nip this in the bud now because it's going to come back and hurt us later on. We don't get support.
And it is happening. I mean, polls show that exactly that is happening. Among younger generations, both on the right and the left, the contempt for Israel is visceral. The polling data reflects it. And just the reality is Israel hasn't really been on the front burner of our politics. You maybe go back to 2018, where it kind of was when they shot at people in Gaza who were having nonviolent protests at the gate, and they just sniped them and killed them. And people were like, "What the fuck? These people are engaging in nonviolent protests. And you're just sniping them in the head." And you probably have to go back to 2014, the last really full scale attack of Israel on Gaza. So it's been like a decade where Israel really wasn't discussed. This is the first look that millions of young people are getting, not just at the true face of Israel, but the true nature of the very subservient posture of the United States when it comes to Israel. And it doesn't make sense to them because, as you said, they hadn't been subjected to these decades long propaganda claims that, so many older Americans have their views formed by.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Just a few more questions on free speech, and then I will start speaking about aid to Israel and AIPAC and these various other things. But another contentious issue that occurred recently, but what was quite interesting about it was that it split the MAGA base, and I'd say largely a large part of the MAGA base came out in condemnation, which was about the disaster relief, which was that if you boycotted Israel, you basically weren't going to be helped if it came to disaster aid. As you know, America all suffers regularly from disasters, whether it's hurricanes or the fires in Hawaii or various other things. And they received a high level of condemnation to the point where they restated what their position, and they made people think like they'd removed it, but in reality they hadn't. They basically said, look, if you do BDS, it's anti-Semitism. If you do anti-Semitism, you're not going to get disaster relief. But the issue is this got a large number of people within the MAGA movement upset as well. So how did what you're seeing is, or I'm seeing, is some form of corrosion in that regard in terms of MAGA, or the things that MAGA stood for, and how Trump or his administration is kind of going against that. What's your thoughts? Glenn. Guys, can you hear me?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear
Oh,
you.
it's fine. Okay, cool. Glenn might have dropped out, but Glenn, if you have dropped out, just don't worry. Just come back in and you can request and get back into the space. So Glenn might be having a mic issue. So Glenn, what I'll do is I'll drop you down and then you can come back in the same way you came back in. It just is a glitch that happens on X. So we'll just wait for Glenn to get back in. While he's getting while Glenn's getting back in, guys, I've got a few more questions, and then I'm going to turn into some of the panelists who've got questions. If you're in the audience and you've got questions for Glenn Greenwald, then do send it through via super chat, which is in the nest, and then we'll read that super chat out for you. But let me just send the link back to Glenn so you can use it. I'm not sure if you can use the old one or not. But Glenn, if you're hearing this, what you need to do is just, oh yeah, brilliant. I can see him.
He's requested to come up.
Yeah, I've just brought him up.
Yeah, Twitter gets really buggy, man.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
We
Brilliant.
got you.
Oh, good. All right, so I just want to say, like, I was saying, like, if you go back a few years, this Hurricane Harvey happened in Texas, and it devastated huge parts of Texas. People lost their homes. There were deaths, and a couple of cities in Texas enacted a rule. You know, people needed disaster relief. They didn't have any home left. They didn't have any car. They didn't have their possessions, and the city was handing out disaster relief that came from the state. And several of them passed a motion in the city council saying, if you boycott Israel, you can't get disaster relief. In other words, if you want disaster relief, a condition is you have to sign the same form that you sign if you want a contract with the state, which is like a loyalty pledge to Israel, vowing that you will never boycott Israeli companies, you will not boycott the state of Israel, that you don't support a boycott. So this was, our country saying to American citizens who had just been devastated by a hurricane, we're going to let you suffer unless you vow that you have a loyalty to Israel and will never boycott them and don't support a boycott of Israel. That is insanity of the highest order. I can't honestly think of any other country where that's possible, where you would deny citizens, your own citizens who are victims of a natural disaster, relief unless they're willing to pledge loyalty to a foreign country. And as I said, these anti-BDS laws in all these states. I mean, Andrew Cuomo, when he was governor of New York, he boycotted North Carolina and Indiana. He barred any state employees from going to North Carolina or Indiana to protest their bathroom bill. The very next year, he wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post announcing, if you boycott Israel, we'll boycott you. So if you support a boycott of Israel, you will never get any contracts from our state. You're ineligible for benefits in our state. So he supports boycotting American states and punishing American businesses and American citizens who live in those states. And Georgia and North Carolina, Indiana lost a huge amount of money as a result of this boycott. But it's okay to boycott fellow Americans, but it's not okay to boycott the state of Israel. So this has been kind of evolving now for quite a while. But the genius of AIPAC and the Israel lobby has that they've always kept things kind of subtle. They operate in the sewers of DC and kind of the bowels of the Congress. They don't really have to ever come out in the open, but they now have to. And now they're being so extreme that they obviously got the Trump administration to say a condition for disaster preparedness funds to prevent your residents from being killed by a hurricane or a tornado or any other kind of natural disaster is that you have to promise that you don't boycott Israel. And if you have decided you're going to boycott Israel, you're ineligible for these funds. That is the most warped prioritization I've ever seen. And as you said, there was a lot of backlash because it's just too extreme. It's too out in the open. It's too explicit. Like people are like, that is obviously prioritizing this foreign government over the welfare and safety and security of our own people. And so, yeah, the Trump administration pretended to walk it back by removing that language. But as you said, the announcement about the removal at the same time made clear that it's actually the same policy, saying, look, while we took this language out, we want you to know that any kind of anti-Semitism, which includes boycotting Israel, will result in your exclusion from eligibility for any benefits or funds from our government. So the policy is still in place. They just reworded it to make it less explicit. And that is, I think, the problem for the Israel lobby, and the benefit for those of us who hate the Israel lobby is that because of their the pressure that's for the first time being placed on this because of the growing awareness that millions of Americans have for the first time about the way in which their country is so subservient to this foreign country, they're having to get more aggressive. They're having to take the mask off. They're having to do these things in public. And I guess they feel like they have no other choice, but I think they're just going to be fueling the backlash that they're trying to stop.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Glenn, one of the major issues that you covered, we also covered on the space, but obviously we appreciate the fact that you covered it with a large platform that you have, is the issue in terms of Mahmoud Khalil, Rumaisa Oztag, and basically people in the United States of America being arrested, not for being anti-American, but for being basically being against Israel. And for Rumaisa Oztag, it wasn't even that. It was more about internal university, in terms of internal university politics, in terms of how things within the university should have been dealt with. And then people were being arrested. Now, one of the argument, a lot of people found this problematic, especially when there was awareness raised. That being said, one of the arguments that people have made against this is that, look, they're not, but this is what MAGA now are basically saying, largely speaking, not everyone, but largely speaking, is, well, they're not US citizens, and therefore the rules don't apply to them. Now, I know the Supreme Court ruling says differently, but I just do want you to expand on it and just give people an idea.
Well, this is how a lot of Trump supporters are willing to swallow shit and be like very cheap dates for, things that are obviously betrayals of the things they were promised. If it were the case that the Trump administration decided that we just don't want any more foreign students in the United States, they're all getting deported, we're not taking any more foreign students, I wouldn't support that policy, but I would understand that a lot of people who are in MAGA would. It would be very consistent with the things they believe, with their values, and I could understand them supporting it. That's not remotely what's happening. If you are a foreign student in the United States, or if you're just a foreigner in the United States, like say a Jordan Peterson, um, just take him as an example, or Douglas Murray, who's constantly in the United States, and you're agitating, you're attacking the government, you're attending protests like Jordan Peterson does, you're not going to get deported as long as you're pro-Israel. If you're a foreign student, you can go to all the protests you want, you can write all the op-eds you want, as long as you're defending Israel. You're not getting deported. No one's getting deported who are foreign students, except for one group of people who have criticized Israel. And in the case of the PhD student at Tufts that you mentioned, Razmagaz took, and I really encourage people to go read this. The only thing she did, the government admits, the only thing she did that caused them to send masked ICE agents to snatch her up from the street and put her in a ICE facility, detention facility, she co-authored with 3 other students at Tufts an op-ed saying the Senate voted to implement a boycott of Israel, and so we think that the administration should honor the request of the decision of the faculty senate. As you said, it was like more about like internal processes. She's a Tufts PhD student on the verge of getting her PhD, never broke a law, never got arrested, no one has anything but extremely good things to say about her. And her only crime was that she wrote an op-ed. Now, it is true that people who are in the United States, especially legally, have the same protections of the Constitution as Americans, especially under the First Amendment, because the Bill of Rights is not gifts given to a certain group of people called Americans. It's restrictions on what the U.S. government can do on its own soil. And so it would be like if Joe Biden in 2022 had said, anybody who criticizes me or supports Donald Trump, if you're a foreign student and you write something in support of Trump or critical of me, Joe Biden, my administration, you're getting deported. No one would have any difficulty understanding why that would be a violation of the First Amendment. You can't have deportation programs and decisions about who gets deported based exclusively on what political opinions they have. So that is what, whenever I denounce these policies, I have so many Trump supporters like on my show, just like in social media everywhere saying, yeah, we want these people out. And it's like, these people are not going out. You're not getting mass deportations of illegal immigrants, nor are you getting mass deportations of foreign students legally in the US. You're just getting deportations of people who criticize Israel. That's it. And I don't, even if I, disliked a certain view, I wouldn't want the government deporting people based on what political views they have or don't have, especially again when it's about a foreign country. You don't get deported if you criticize the United States. You can criticize the United States government. You just can't criticize the Israeli government. And again, I find that to be a pretty extreme measure for a political movement that called itself America First and pro free speech.
Sulaiman, if I could add something real quick. So, because I got in, as you guys know, Sulaiman knows, I don't know if you know, Glenn, people would put me more on the right wing. So I'm constantly getting in arguments with people on the MAGA side because I call them MAGA tards. Because a lot of them don't have critical thinking skills. And I'll kind of explain. This Mahmoud Khalil case, I'm one of the few people on the right that actually sees this as a big problem. And the reason why I see this as a big problem is I basically said, look, I used to work in immigration. I know how it works. If you're going to go ahead and take the rights of a visa holder, it's not long until you take the rights of a green card holder. Once you take the rights of a green card holder, it's going to eventually work its way to a U.S. citizen. And there's actually case law on this. It's called Bridges versus Wixon, which is literally identical to this case of Mahmoud Khalil. The guy was basically a communist back in 1945, during the Cold War. So you can make the argument that communism back then is what the war on terror is today. And he was a green card holder, and basically they put him in deportation proceedings for making political speech. But what ended up happening was they couldn't deport him because they found that it violated his First Amendment, despite the fact that he was a green card holder. And I can't tell you how many arguments, guys, I got into with people from the right that are too stupid to understand that if they take a green card's rights away, it's going to be an American citizen next. And they're like, oh, get him out of here, get him out of here. And it's like, no, bro, you guys are literally stepping over dollar bills to pick up pennies with this situation. And there's case law on this that proves that it's illegal to deport green card holders for politically protected speech.
Yeah, and Mahmoud Khalil is a green card holder on his path to citizenship because his wife is an American citizen, and so is his newborn infant. And and the one thing I just want to add, because you're so right, Myron, about this Supreme Court precedent, is that this is not a doctrine invented by left-wing Supreme Court justices. This goes back 150 years. There are cases in the 19th century where they would have Chinese immigrants in California, and they would be accused of committing a certain crime, and they would just kind of convict them in this roughshod proceeding, no due process. And the Supreme Court said that the due process guarantee applies to everybody inside the United States on U.S. soil because it's a restriction on what the U.S. government can do. And so in the name of Israel, we're going to take 150 years of precedent about restrictions on our own government to preserve liberty, and we're going to now just sacrifice our own free First Amendment rights, our own ideas about what the government can and can't do in servitude to this foreign country. And a lot of it is also based on this idea that that there's only one type of bigotry that needs to be stopped, and that's anti-Semitism. That the only victimhood group is American Jews, and so we need to even dismantle our 150-year-old constitutional protections and precedents in order to protect American Jews because they have unique levels of marginalization and repression, which is actually laughable to assert. But that is the foundation for so much of what's taking place.
And I think I added the case law guys up in the nest for you guys. It's called Bridges versus Wixon. So if anyone ever tries to tell you, oh, they got to get Mahmoud Khalil out of here, that's BS. This case literally has almost identical facts. Green card holder, freedom of speech issue. The only difference is they try to label Khalil as a terrorist versus this guy was a communist, which I would argue is a functional equivalent back in the 40s. So yeah, it's amazing to me how so many conservatives don't have the wherewithal to understand that we literally just got out of a pro-censorship presidency. And they're just so quick to be like, okay, let's just go ahead and take other people's speech. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I agree with you, Myron. One last question on free speech, and then I want to speak about Israel, aid to Israel, and the financial aspects of Israel, and a few other topics related to Israel. That being said, I saw one of your tweets earlier on today, Glenn, and you were talking about free speech in the United Kingdom. And obviously, I vehemently agree with you in terms of each group believing that they are being censored. Obviously, me being pro-Palestinian, I mean, I don't think I'm being biased, but when you look at the level of censorship that's happening in the United Kingdom, it is large.
And chat, I'll leave the case law up here so you guys can look at it for a little bit. Where to go? Here's the case law that I was talking about. So if anybody tries to be an idiot, this is the Supreme Court ruling, chat.
Certain areas, certain military bases, they were designated as that. And then a lot of people were arrested by linking them to Palestine action. You look at pro-Palestinian journalists like Asa Winstanley and various others who've been arrested. Many of us are also having problems. And so when you look at all of those things, largely speaking, if you look at the UK, it is a censorship is mainly happening for the pro-Palestinian movement. Now, I know people make the argument about Lucy Connolly, but if you look at what she said, it is something which is a bit more in the grey area where she was inciting people to basically burn down hotels of migrants. But okay, we can have a conversation on whether she was arrested or not. But what's your thoughts on that in terms of the censorship that's happening in the UK? Do you think that's happening to everybody? Do you think it's mainly happening to the more pro-Palestinian position, or what's your thoughts?
there's no doubt that there's pervasive censorship in the EU generally and in the UK and in places like Canada against people who hold right wing views. There, I can show you a lot of cases, not just the Lucy Connolly one, including in the UK. I've spent a lot of years denouncing that, warning about the dangers of the Online Safety Act and the Digital Services Act, which is the one in the EU, and C11 in Canada. And I don't really see it so much as a left right issue. I think that anybody who expresses views or engages in activism threatening to establishment dogma and establishment centers of power are going to be subject to this kind of censorship because of how it's defined. And it's just going to get defined as extremist and dangerous speech. I mean, as you know, as Myron said, like it was done to communists. That was a lot of the free speech precedent that we now use during the Cold War, and now it's the same thing being done to people who support pro-Palestinian ideas. And so there definitely is a major right-wing component of it, and that has gotten a lot of attention, and I think it is dangerous as well. But since October 7th, the overwhelming measures of censorship, of arresting people for views, of banning protests, of sending the police to like violently beat people just for peacefully gathering, for shutting down events, shutting down groups, culminating with this unbelievably dangerous decision by by the UK to label Palestine Action a terrorist group, even though they've never used violence against anybody. They've never threatened bombs or any of the things we typically associate with terrorism. They like vandalized a few planes with like spray paint. They protested in front of businesses, military and weapons manufacturers that supply the IDF with arms. But to call them a terrorist group, which means that not only can they not exist, but you will get arrested if you go to any protest, and hundreds, if not thousands, of people have been arrested. I mean, like old women who are, were born in the UK. If you hold a sign saying Palestine Action was unjustly silenced, you will be arrested for having expressed support for what is now a designated terrorist group. After October 7th, both France and Germany banned all pro-Palestinian protests while allowing pro-Israel protests. So it wasn't that certain flags were banned. It wasn't that certain statements were banned. Any pro-Palestinian protest in France were banned, and Germany was banned. They have allowed them in the UK, but they arrest people constantly. And this has been going on in the US too. Sometimes I will hear people on the right say, yeah, it's about time that the left also suffers from some of the censorship that they've been advocating. And I do think there is something karmic. I do think if you're a political group that advocates censorship, on some level, you should have to live under and suffer from the system that you're advocating. The best thing is to eliminate it for everybody, but short of that, that's one way to do it. But the reality is, on American campuses, one of the groups that have been most censored for decades are critics of Israel. There was Alan Dershowitz went on a jihad against Norman Finkelstein, who got approved for censorship, and then had his censorship offer withdrawn because Alan Dershowitz convinced them that he was an anti-Semite. Norm Finkelstein, whose parents were in actual concentration camps, there was a Palestinian professor who got hired by the University of Illinois and offered tenure, and then people found his tweets from when Gaza was bombing the crap out of when Israel was bombing the crap out of Gaza in 2014, where he had a lot of very passionate, excitable statements against Israel in favor of Gaza. And Jewish donors went to the administration and said, "You cannot hire this person." Jewish student groups said, "We don't feel safe with somebody who has these views on campus. We don't feel like they're, the same exact left wing arguments that have been made on censorship campuses for a year. And the University of Illinois denied him censure, rejected him, and fired him. He sued, and they ended up having to pay $1 million because it was so blatantly unconstitutional. There's a public school. You can't withdraw censorship tenure offers because of someone's opinion. So this has been going on for a long time. Ron DeSantis closed all pro-Palestinian groups on all Florida campuses, accusing them of material support for terrorism simply by virtue of the views they were expressing. So, yes, there is a lot of censorship against primarily right-wing populist, anti-establishment conservatives. Not the Mitch McConnell or Paul Ryan or Mitt Romney types or Liz Cheney types, but the people who are Trump supporters and people who are support Nigel Farage in the UK or Marine Le Pen in France or AFD in Germany. But there's also an immense amount of censorship in defense of Israel, punishing and even arresting and criminalizing people who support the Palestinian cause, who are critical of Israel. And what's so unfortunate is there are some people who object in both cases, but vanishingly few. And that's what the censorship regime needs most, are people who only object when their own side is the target and create justifications for when people of other views are the targets.
Yeah, it's important to be consistent. That's the only way you can stop this mass censorship. I want to just change direction of the conversation now, and that's in terms of something that has really got the American conscious to be aware of what's going on. And it's not just specifically in terms of the genocide that's happening. I think a large people have woken up because of that, just seeing the horrors of men, women, and children being killed in real time. But also, when you look at the funding of Israel, the Trump administration since January 20 since his inauguration, I believe, has sent 18.5 billion to Israel. So this is separate to the normal 3.54 billion that is sent to Israel. When you look at the level of how Americans are suffering right now, you go to America, people have got 2, 3 jobs, homelessness is at a sky high. Sending 8.5 billion to Israel, just explain the problems with that first of all, and the second thing is, we see Americans, that being almost a breaking point for Americans to now start speaking out against Israel. And do you think that's going to expand even more so based on as things in America become worse?
Yes, and I think you've understated these numbers. Your numbers are correct, but it radically understates how much the United States spends on behalf of Israel. In the year after October 7th, under Joe Biden, we send an additional $17.5 billion that was approved by Congress to Israel. So that's 2 consecutive years. There's a 10-year agreement that Obama negotiated with Netanyahu on his way out in 2016, a memorandum of understanding where the minimum that the United States sends to Israel is $4 billion every year automatically, no matter what else happens. Some of that they're required to use to buy weapons from American arms manufacturers. So it's kind of like a gift certificate given by the American taxpayer to Israel to let them go shopping at Raytheon and Lockheed and General Dynamics and the like and Palantir. But not all of it is required to be sent with American companies. A lot of it is just gifts. But on top of that, every time Israel has a new war, decides they want to go to war or bomb some other country, we always send them billions and billions of more, like we did in 2024, like we've done in 2025, in order to support those wars. But then also, whenever Israel is in a war, we deploy our own military. We put our service members in harm's way in that region to protect Israel, to use anti-missile defense systems to protect Israel from missile shot at them. We have constant employments in that region that also cost billions and billions of dollars. There have been American servicemen members killed in the Middle East because we have them at these tiny unprotected bases. And Israel will go bomb Iran or they'll bomb Syria, and some militia in Iraq will then go and attack an American military base with short range missiles or even grenades that are fired. And there have been several deaths of American citizens who are deployed in that region for no other reason than to protect Israel. So the amount of money that we spend is way beyond just the cash that we give them. And then, of course, there's also a huge price we pay in terms of our soft power and our standing in the world. David Petraeus and other generals have said the reason why we can't get things done in the Middle East, the reason why there's so much anti-American hatred in the Middle East, is because of the role we play in enabling Israel to continue to repress the Palestinians, the refusal of the United States to demand a two-state solution. And so we pay in so many other ways too for tying ourselves at the hip to this country. And on top of that, we're now paying with our civil liberties and with all sorts of other freedoms at home. And, again, I do think when the federal government does something like, say, you can't get disaster relief funds if you boycott Israel, or just a day before, the Trump administration defunded the most important pure and applied mathematical program led by the world's greatest mathematician, all because they were associated with UCLA, which allowed too many anti-Israel protests. Applied mathematics is the most important thing to stay competitive with China. It drives AI, it drives encryption, it drives Bitcoin. Mathematics is crucial to detecting securities fraud. I mean, so the idea of defunding the leading mathematician who's working on contracts, research contracts for the United States, to hand the United States technology and knowledge that will enable the United States to stay competitive or even ahead of China in all these crucial future technologies, all because they're associated with an institution that allowed protest against Israel. I mean, the list never ends of the badness that the United States is willing to sacrifice in order to serve the interests of this foreign country. And the money alone, I think a lot of people are starting to ask about that. There's this video where Zoran Mandani went on the street. This was before he was known, when he first started campaigning, and he purposely went to the neighborhoods in New York that had the biggest swing towards Trump, which were predominantly Black and Latino and other immigrant neighborhoods. And he interviewed them. He said, like, why did you vote for Trump? Or who did you vote for? Why did you vote for Trump? And I mean, many of them said, I'm really sick and tired of watching our communities fall apart while our government sends billions to Ukraine, billions to Israel. You know, like they're interested in the interest of everybody except us. And they had immigration complaints too, because those are typically the groups that pay the biggest price for untrammeled immigration. So yes, you can only do this for so long. Basically, you can do this if it's not really widely understood that it's happening. But because they've had to come out of the closet with it, because they've had to be so explicit about it in panic and desperation, more and more people are hearing it. And of course, more and more people don't get their news from ABC or the New York Times, where none of this has ever been permitted. They're getting it from places like this, and, you know, places like Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and all these kind of places that people trust more than anything else, where, or Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens or whomever, where this kind of discourse they're hearing for the first time and they're finding it very persuasive.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Glenn. Another question I've got for you is, the AIPAC, right? That's something again that Americans have become aware of. Now, one of the arguments people make, we've broke this down and demonstrated the stupidity of it. But that being said, I do want to hear your perspective. Is that when people argue about foreign influence, and they'll say, "Oh, there's foreign influence from Qatar, there's foreign influence from Saudi Arabia, there's foreign influence from various UAE countries," and then when you or Iran, and therefore try to diminish the kind of influence that Israel has through AIPAC and then non-foreign registered lobbies as well. If you can explain your thoughts on that, and also break down like how, you know, the aspects of the foreign lobby and then the non-foreign lobby of it as well.
I mean, this argument is too much of a joke to even take seriously. Barry Weiss's uh, arm of the Israeli government, the Free Press, tried to publish a story about, no, don't think about Israeli influence. It's very minor. Think about Qatari influence. That's the real threat to our sovereignty. And I will take that seriously. And I said this the other day, like, when members of Congress make constant pilgrimages to Qatar and tweet out, I stand with Qatar, and they're constantly in Doha, or when the leader of Qatar comes to the US Congress, as Netanyahu does every other year, and is treated like a victorious emperor, where everybody is just constantly on their feet cheering, doesn't want to be, no one wants to be in either party, the last person to stop clapping. Or when we send, you know, $20 billion a year to fund Qatar, or when, you know, we expel students or deport people for criticizing Qatar, then I'll be interested in hearing about the influence that Qatar has as a foreign country inside the United States. But none of that is happening. That's only happening for one country, and that country is Israel. And this attempt to try and convince people, oh no, Israel really doesn't have much influence. Qatar has way more. I mean, it's just a joke. You know, it's something you can't even take seriously as an argument.
Okay, one other question I've got, and then I'm going to bring in the questions from the speakers, and then we've got a large number of questions from the audience as well. Is about the Epstein files. Obviously, this has been major news. Now, I do think the Democrats have kind of jumped on this and were largely quiet during Biden's administration. Ilhan Omar is a prime example of that, someone who remained quiet up until this year when she said you need to release the Epstein files and, you know, call people pedophiles and various other things. That being said, what's your thoughts on A, the non-release of the Epstein files, B, the Trump's kind of connection to it, and how this could be some form of blackmail against Trump? I saw you retweeted something that, I mean, sorry, you tweeted something that I also tweeted, as did many others, was a blog on the Times of Israel where someone mentioned how they were blackmailing Trump. What's your thoughts on this whole issue?
Yeah, just quickly in terms of timing, I'm loving this conversation. I wish I could stay up for another 2 hours, but my own show starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, like the show we do on Rumble. So I have to go maybe in like 15 minutes or so, but I'll try and do as much as possible. Um, the main question I was always interested in with Epstein, aside obviously from whether there are people who to whom he sex trafficked underage girls who are in high positions of prominence and power, was whether Epstein had ties or worked with or for a foreign intelligence agency, specifically the Mossad. Because if you look at Epstein's entire life, it's nothing but being propped up by and financed by and funded by people with, you know, either extreme connections to the Israeli government or, his best friend with whom he spent the most time was the former defense minister of Israel, the former prime minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. That was his best friend. He was with him constantly. Um, to say nothing of the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a Jewish billionaire who was openly an agent of the Mossad when he died, even though he lived in the UK his whole life. His casket was taken to Israel. That a state funeral for him where every major Israeli leader attended. Lex Wexner, who is responsible for a huge amount of Jeffrey Epstein's mysterious wealth, does no philanthropy other than supporting Zionist and pro-Israel groups. Same with Leon Black, the venture capitalist who also funneled a lot of money to Israel. To say nothing of all the visits that Jeffrey Epstein made to Israel, the doors that swung open, the way he was treated, the red carpet that he was, and the thing that I think is infuriating is even when Pam Bondi announced that released that weird statement to Politico saying, or to Axios saying, we checked and nothing to see here. There's no client list. There's no blackmail of any kind. He definitely killed himself and we're closing the investigation. They didn't even purport to answer the question of whether he had ties with or to foreign intelligence agents. That time in the White House when Trump, for the first time, said, "Why is anyone asking me about this? This is so trivial. We have more important things to talk." The question that he was asked that prompted that was, do you know if Jeffrey Epstein had ties to domestic or foreign intelligence agencies? And then Pam Bondi, when Trump said, if you want to answer, Pam, you can do that. And she said, I don't know. It's something that I heard of. We'll try and get back to you. As though like that question never occurred to her before. Like they never even bothered to look into it. And to this very day, there's no definitive statement one way or the other. And, given all the people at the highest levels of the Trump administration, including JD Vance and Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi and so many others who made this their number one issue for 4 years, Donald Trump Jr. as well. Why aren't we getting these files? Who's covering up for these predators? Who's covering up for these pedophiles? This is disgusting. In any free country, we should get these files. Now turn around on a dime and say, yeah, you're not getting them because there's nothing to see here. That doesn't happen unless there's very sensitive material that they want protected. Some very powerful people whose interests might be jeopardized if it is released. And that's why Donald Trump started to say, actually, these files are forged. They're all a hoax. So even if you did see them, the information in there would be totally false because Obama and Hillary fabricated the information in these files, even though they were in the custody of Trump for 4 years, which is when Jeffrey Epstein was actually re-prosecuted in 2018. None of it makes sense except as a obviously desperate attempt to protect some people or some group of people who exert a lot of power in this world to the point where they can even make Trump, kind of engage in these very embarrassing and obviously absurd behaviors to justify its concealment.
Would you
Yeah.
support amnesty for the people in the files if we could loosen the grip that they have with that blackmail material?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think, it depends, right? If there's something very disturbing about giving amnesty to someone who is a serial rapist of underage girls.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that is, sometimes there is a higher good that as hard of a pill that is to swallow, to find out the truth is, something that is absolutely critical. I mean, maybe there's less there than we think, but the fact that they won't show us makes it very difficult to believe that. And I think seeing it is of such importance that even things like that ought to be considered.
Well, keep in mind they moved her
Let's
to a lower security prison in Texas, and Trump's defense attorney Todd Blanche had like a 9-hour long conversation, and DOJ right now is trying to figure out if they're going to release the footage. But sorry, go ahead, Sulaiman.
Yes, no, I appreciate you, Myron. Let me try and get to as many people as possible. We've only got Glenn for 15 minutes. So, guys, any questions you have, you can keep it as short as possible because I feel bad now because I went on too long. I should have reduced my questions because I just want to get through as many people on the speaker panel and the people who've emailed the questions in. So, Simon, jump in with your question.
Yeah, Glenn, thanks for joining us. I'll make it a quick question. What do you think the consequences are for America if this genocide is actually fulfilled or the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians is actually,
Chat, I'm going to read super chats after this. When Glenn leaves, I'll read super chats, guys.
do you think, what are the consequences and push, that America will have to face?
When the ICC issued arrest warrants for Putin for alleged war crimes in Ukraine, and the American government cheered the ICC. Uh, about 6 months after that, South Africa was hosting the annual BRICS meeting, the alternative coalition founded by Brazil, Russia, India, South Africa, and China. And the South Africans are allies with Russia, and yet South Africa told Putin, "You can't come here physically because we're going to be forced to arrest you." And the president of South Africa gave an interview, and he said, "We're not a big country that can just ignore international conventions and international law. We're actually vulnerable to being punished." If we violate international conventions, such as the ICC convention that we signed, that says anyone with an arrest warrant can't come on our soil unless, and we have the obligation to apprehend them. That's the unfortunate reality of international law. Is if you're a powerful enough and a strong enough country, you're pretty much exempt from the consequences. So I don't ever imagine an American president being, forcibly taken to The Hague. Who's going to do that? And in 2002, Bush and Cheney were really worried about war crimes prosecutions as part of the war on terror. So we actually enacted a law that authorized the president to send the U.S. military into The Hague to rescue any American officials or any American soldiers who are on trial there for war crimes. So I don't think there's going to be anything like that. But I do think already, it is important, especially when you have a multipolar world, which the U.S. is not the only major power anymore. China, at the very least, is pretty much getting to on equal terms with the United States. How you're perceived in the world, like your relationships in the world, your soft power, those things really matter. They don't matter much if you're the sole superpower. Only brute force matters, and that I think is what's being already severely eroded and will continue to erode further because the Israelis are going to do so much worse to the people of Gaza.
Dr. Michael, jump in with your question.
Yeah, Glenn, it's great to have you on here, and I'm a great admirer of your work, and so is my son, who's a journalist. We know that both parties are Zionists or under Zionist control, but why do you think the mask has come off with respect to Zionist control of the U.S. government under Trump and so-called MAGA? And what's the reason for this domination? Norman Finkelstein believes it's the result of the power of what he calls now the Jewish supremacist billionaire class. He's pointing to Jewish power per se. He said that he no longer refers to this class as exclusively Zionist. Obviously, AIPAC and other lobby groups contribute to this power and maybe the Epstein files, but I think there must be more to it. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, the only caveat I would give to that is that there is a major part of the government composed of Christian Zionists who have been sold on the idea, which never really existed before, that their religious duty, their highest religious duty, is to protect Israel, and they're a big part of the Republican Party. But I think it's a minor factor when compared to, yes, what is here's the thing. I grew up Jewish. Both my parents are Jewish. All four of my grandparents were Jewish. I grew up in a neighborhood where there was a lot of Jewish people. I went to school with a lot of Jewish people. I went to day camp, summer camp, Jewish summer camp, and you are absolutely told constantly from the time that you are born, if you're Jewish, that your primary obligation as a Jewish person in the world is to love and protect and defend and be loyal to Israel. That is absolutely what you are taught, that the safety of the Jewish people depends upon the strength and security of Israel. And so that's your responsibility. And you have Zionists saying this all the time. I can show you clips of like Harvard professors who are hardcore neocons, Jewish professors at Harvard, who say like your duty is to enroll and not necessarily in the IDF, but nonetheless the Israeli army and not the fight on the battlefield, but the battle for words. This is absolutely pervading, the cultural indoctrination of pretty much every Jewish person, and I don't think that's controversial to say. Anyone honest will admit that. And so, yes, when you have these people get to adulthood and they never really critically evaluate what they were inculcated with, and end up having exactly the same views that their parents and their teachers and their community and their friends and their neighbors told them what to think, and they still have those views. Obviously, they're going to use their wealth if you have a Jewish billionaire. To fulfill what you were told is your highest obligation, your highest loyalty. And the biggest donor to Donald Trump after Elon Musk was Mary Mandelson. And people like Bill Ackman. A lot of these hardcore Israel supporters didn't actually trust Trump, and they really all aligned behind Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is so hardcore in his devotion to Israel that twice he went to Israel to sign hate speech laws governing the people of Florida, and he went to Israel to sign those laws. Again, it's like sometimes this stuff has become so normalized, but if you actually think about it, it's crazy. Um, But obviously, in our political system, billionaire wealth is, political power. And there are a lot of billionaires who might have different interests, but a lot of Jewish billionaires are focused like a laser on Israel. And I'll just tell you one last thing. There's video of this. I posted it several times where Donald Trump spoke before this Israeli American group where Miriam Edelson was. And they were all waving not American flags, but Israel flags while Trump spoke to them. He was in the United States, but speaking to uh, pro-Israel group, and he said that other than the people who worked in the White House in his first term, the people who went to the White House by far the most were Sheldon and Miriam Edelson because they were massive funders of his first campaign too. And every time they went to the White House, they didn't come for any reason. They didn't come to talk about the United States or Americans or American cities. They came to demand things for Israel, he said, and he would always give it to them. And he even gave it more. He's like, I gave them the Golan Heights, as if that was Trump's to give. He said he told David Friedman, you know what the Golan Heights was? He said, I told David Friedman, his hardcore pro-Israel ambassador, give me a 5-minute lesson on the Golan Heights. He did, and he said at the end, okay, this belongs to Israel. And he boasted of how much he gave to the Adelsons, who always were there to demand things for Israel. Sometimes he would get annoyed and they would come back always for more. And he would say, give me a couple weeks, will you? And then I'll do more for Israel. So this is right out of Trump's mouth. This is Trump explaining not only what he is influenced by, but the people who are influencing him. And it's just kind of evident. I mean, it's a fact that maybe makes people uncomfortable, but it's nonetheless a fact.
Appreciate that, Glenn. I've got another question from a super chatter. Obviously, taking into consideration that the people who've been killed, the journalists who've been killed in Gaza. But the question is this: Glenn, would you be willing to go into Gaza as a journalist and document the atrocities? Can you please get permission from Netanyahu to do so? How can we get you into Gaza? We feel so helpless and outraged.
All right, absolutely go to Gaza. Obviously, you would need security guarantees and that sort of thing. I would love to go to Gaza, but this is for anyone who has doubts about what Israel is doing in Gaza. Just consider the fact that it's Israel that blocked any foreign media from going to Gaza. With a couple times when they take someone in on an IDF tour for 2 hours, show them what they want, but it's always like Douglas Murray types. Like real journalists have been blocked by Israel from entering Gaza from the start, and the reason that is, and there's plenty of journalists in Gaza, but a lot of people have been convinced that if you're a Gazan journalist, you're not a real journalist, you're just spreading propaganda, and that's what Israel knew would happen. So why, if you're a country behaving morally, behaving properly, speaking truthfully about what you're doing, would you want to ban international journalists from entering Gaza and seeing the true extent of the carnage? I mean, the death counts, everyone tries to claim it's from Hamas and therefore unreliable. It is unreliable. It's radically undercounted because Hamas only counts the people who go into the morgues. And there's tens of thousands of people under that rubble. There's huge numbers of people who were killed because of secondary effects of what Israel is doing, like the denial of medicine causes people to die from treatable infections, obviously malnourishment. None of these things get counted as the death toll from the IDF. And there's a reason why Israel won't allow the international media in, because they don't want anyone to see the truth. That's the only reason why you would do that.
Myron, you got a question? If not, we'll go.
Yeah, you go to the next person.
Yeah, cool. Let's go to David. We'll go David, Ian, and then if anybody else.
No, Glenn, don't go to Gaza. I think being on the run from the intelligence state with Edward Snowden, I think that was enough. I was afraid for you then. I don't want you to go to Gaza. This comes back to what's happening in America, on college campuses. They're never banning the Flat Earth Society. They're not banning people for saying things that aren't true, that are provably false. They're banning, and they don't care that the guy speaks freely. They care that you hear freely. This is Frederick Douglass when he became emancipated as a slave. He said, look, it's a double wrong to censor because it's a double wrong because it's an offense against the person's right to hear. And Glenn, as the world's greatest journalist, in my opinion, because you have no ideology, and someone who's anti-war and always advocating for free speech, you remind me a little bit of Christopher Hitchens in that way, because the right wing will not like you this year, and I would love to hear your commentary on this. And then 2 years from now, all of a sudden it'll be the left wing again, but you're always advocating for the same thing. I have to say, I really appreciate your courage. Don't go to Gaza, but I'd love to hear, are we winning on that free speech battle? I feel like that the worst and the dumbest people are fighting on the other side. Their arguments, they're almost flailing at this point. I agree with you about Ron DeSantis especially. It really is almost embarrassing to see a candidate that people really liked, that is all of a sudden saying, no, 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 this is a dangerous thing to say. We can't allow this. And here you are advocating for, hey, it's really dangerous to let the people with all the money and the media and the weapons control your speech. What say you, my friend?
Yeah, first of all, for anyone, thank you for the nice words. It's very appreciated. You know, as somebody, have been defending free speech for 30 years. First as a lawyer, I took a lot of pro bono cases defending typically people on the far right, but sometimes people on the far left from uh, government acts of censorship, and then obviously doing it as a journalist as well. I mean, the hardest thing to do is to get people to accept free speech as a principle, and the reason it's so hard is because if you believe in something strongly, then the views that are diametrically opposed to your beliefs, you can get people to see those not as speech, but as some kind of danger, some kind of violence, some kind of incitement, some kind of terrorism, some kind of insurrection. It's very easy to just constantly demonize it, and then people think, yeah, we need to ban that, not because I'm censoring views, but we're banning something more dangerous. You know, in Brazil, for example, I did reporting in 2020 that actually ended up freeing Lula da Silva from prison, even though that wasn't my intention, but that was the result. And Jair Bolsonaro was the president at the time, and threatened to imprison me. And then I actually was indicted for the journalism that I was doing, even though it got thrown out. So I'm no friends of the Bolsonaro movement, but now there's this extreme left-wing censorship regime in Brazil, led by the Supreme Court, that is entirely about silencing the entire Bolsonaro movement. Many of them are in prison. Many of them are banned from the internet. Many of them are in exile. And it's not hard for me to stand up and object to the attacks on the Bolsonaro movement because they're so anti-democratic and dangerous. But I understand the difficulty in that because I've seen it so often where people just, there's a huge number of people in the Brazilian left who look at Bolsonaro and say, that's an insurrectionary movement. That is a anti-democratic movement. It's a fascist movement. So silencing them is noble. It's not about political censorship. Same in the United States. Same with Israel supporters who look at people who criticize Israel. No, these aren't people expressing opinions. These are Hamas supporters, terrorist supporters. They're defending Hamas, and that's it. And then people are willing to support their censorship because they don't see it as censorship. But I do have optimism about where this issue is going. I mean, I just as somebody who's been, you go look back at when John Mearsheimer and Steve Walt wrote the Israel Lobby in 2006, 2007. Almost nobody in media defended them. I mean, they were branded anti-Semites. There was, calls from donors of the University of Chicago and Harvard to get them fired. They had very few defenders. I mean, I was defending them, but I was a columnist at Salon. I was just starting in this like independent internet space, but there was no room for them. If that happened now, more people than not would defend Mearsheimer and Walt, and you have to take the progress where you get it.
Absolutely, my friend. Well, listen, please make sure before you leave to reiterate your show tonight. I will tell everybody I listen assiduously to Glenn Greenwald's shows, and it really is all around anti war. I will just only add this or reiterate what you just said, Glenn, is that once the censorious people get a foothold, notice that they change the language. Notice that all of a sudden I'm an anti Semite because I don't want to kill Semites in Gaza. So, really, once they get that censorious foothold, and they tend to change the meaning of words and put everybody on the defensive in the process.
Absolutely.
Appreciate that. And let's get Ian in, and then I think, Glenn, I know you need to go. If it was up to me, we'd keep you in forever, and I guess we can get you back.
Let's just do it again. I'll come back now that I'm a Twitter space veteran.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do it again. Look, this has been a great honor and a privilege, and I think everyone, you hear it in everybody's voices. Everyone's super excited. Simon was at the beginning. I've never heard you so excited before, Sulaiman. Because I've interviewed Imran Khan. I've interviewed various people, but I'm not exaggerating when I say you literally are a veteran who's always spoke out for free speech, and I think that just gives us an opportunity to relay our ideas and positions. And I say because we're the biggest people under threat at the moment, although I know that changes, but I'm more conservative anyway, so we've always been under threat. So we really appreciate your advocacy and your work. Let's get this one last question in, and then we will appreciate you coming on. Ian, jump in with your question.
Well, thank you so much, Sulaiman. And Glenn, it is a pleasure. And as a kind of ardent critic of, I guess, what we would loosely call the JQ, I just want to thank you, as I do Simon and so many others that are of kind of Jewish heritage, but are willing to honestly critique these things, which I think is, frankly, the most pressing matter of the entirety of the West in the modern world. And of course, we're talking the political piece here, but I just want to share just a real quick little statement, and then use this to
Ian,
refer to a
sorry,
question.
I don't want to be rude. Just if you make it quick as possible, because I know he needs to go. Like, so if you can
Yeah,
just
no,
do a
no,
quick question. Yeah.
absolutely. Which is just to say, I know we're talking about the political side.
Casper, thank you so much for the gift of subs, bro. Thank you. 10 gifted.
In the United States, one of the most influential in the world, was acquired by Skydance. And I bring this up because Paramount's ownership was Jewish. The CEO, Brian Robbins, was Jewish. The new CEO coming in under Skydance, David Ellison, of course, Jewish, and is the son of Larry Ellison, the CEO of Oracle, who also is Jewish. And I mentioned it because it's an $8 billion acquisition that many are saying is one of the most significant in the media and tech space, because it might redefine what we know of as entertainment in the future space. And so I mention that just to suggest that this is something that seems to be all encompassing on the political front, as well as big technology, the media. And so knowing that it is this grand, perhaps in scale, if we can suggest for a moment that perhaps it is, and that that's not conspiratorial, I would just be kind of curious for your thoughts on the best way to actively try and reverse engineer what seems to be this supremacist system that has a foothold on everything, knowing that any ounce of opposition to it is just going to be slurred, and prospectively even have the politicians, cracking down with some kind of legal ramifications for doing so. Because all I want to do is genuinely solve this problem without any violence, any animus, anything. But it is pretty massive in scale. So I'd just be curious for your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I did. I've done a couple segments on the Ellison family's acquisition of Paramount and therefore CBS News, because one of the things that his son, is it David Ellison? I think it's David Ellison, who's spearheading the project, that he wants to do is buy Barry Weiss's Free Press for something like $250 million, even though it's not anywhere near remotely worth that. If you look at their presence on YouTube and other places, it barely has a footprint. And then elevate Barry Weiss to this sort of like editorial ombudsman to make sure that CBS News is doing what he calls objective reporting, but which of course he means ensuring that there's no criticism of Israel. There were a lot of controversial 60-minute segments that were deemed too anti-Israel, too pro-Gaza, anti-Semitic. And so all of this, of course, is an effort to seize control of some of the most prestigious and longstanding American media outlets, not just CBS News, but CBS and Paramount and all of its properties. Now, the reason why I don't find it as threatening as I might have even, say, 10 years ago is because there is this gigantic explosion of independent media. And, I was on Substack and I purposely went to Rumble because of how devoted Rumble was to, rejecting any government's request to censor, to preserve this place of free speech on the internet. I mean, Nick Fuentes is banned from every platform, basically, although he's got reinstated X, but he does a show every night on Rumble. And, they're determined to maintain this space, this kind of refuge of free speech. And that's why I think preserving a free internet and independent media is the most important thing, because yes, CBS News, 60 Minutes, all those shows still have a lot of influence. They don't have anywhere near the stranglehold on the discourse that they had even, 10 years ago. And the reason is that now people have lost faith and trust in those media brands for a very good reason. They know they've been lied to continuously by them and that they don't have their interests in heart. And so much countervailing narrative now comes from independent media. Everything is so fractured and diffuse in terms of where people are getting their information that power centers can't really control the narrative any longer. That's why Donald Trump won twice. And I think that is something, again, that is the solution. I mean, I think Israel critics, and by Israel critics I mean people opposed to U.S. subservience to Israel as well, are winning the war of public opinion. And there's so many things that we're seeing that I never dreamed that we would see, let alone the polling data that proves it as well. And I just think it's like a dam. First it starts leaking, and then once the dam breaks, there's no putting that water back. It's just going to explode everywhere. It's a tipping point, and I think we're really reaching it.
Glenn, I just want to thank you for taking your time out and answering the questions that we gave you. I appreciate you choosing this space to be the first space that you ever go to, and we'll definitely do it again. Without a shadow of a doubt, you've heard everyone on the space. They really value your journalist. They really appreciate your fight for free speech and your anti-war position. And look, many of us do consider you the #1 journalist in the world. So we appreciate you giving us your time, and we'll definitely hope to see you again.
Thank you, everybody, for everybody who asked questions, who came. I really enjoyed it, and we'll definitely do it again.
Appreciate you, Glenn.
All right, bye.
Thank you so much. That was Glenn Greenwald. What an honor and privilege having someone like Glenn Greenwald come onto the space, give us his ideas and thoughts. A veteran, a guy who risked it all to give everyone the truth about what's happening. You saw, for example, him helping Edward Snowden release the information in terms of, the mass surveillance that is happening against Americans without you knowing about it. You only know about it because of Edward Snowden risking his life, having to hide in Russia, but also Glenn Greenwald using his platform, risking his freedom to give us that information. And so that's just one example of the many examples that what Glenn Greenwald's done. So a great, great journalist. And I was going to mention this to him, and I didn't get a chance to actually, which was that I actually was concerned, when he was so supportive of. No, he wasn't so supportive. He seemed like he was supportive of MAGA, but really he was supportive of free speech. And I thought, is he going to continue that on if things were to be reversed? And he clearly did. He was consistent in his position, and therefore we really appreciate him. We know it doesn't matter who applies the draconian measures, he will speak out against it. He spoke about how there's censorship against the far right and there's censorship against the pro-Palestinian movement. And so therefore sometimes people are in echo chambers and don't realize and maybe try and minimize what's happening to the other. So yeah, I really appreciate Glenn. Myron, thanks for joining in as well. I hope your audience enjoyed the interview with Glenn as well.
Yeah, no, I obviously, someone like that, who's a longtime journalist, OG in the game, you got to be able to get that type of content if you can. So yeah, no, I actually came on earlier than I was going to expect because I saw that you were having the space. So I said, you know what, let me just come in and listen in. And it was a good discussion, man. I had little tidbits here and there, but whenever there's a guest on, I try not to talk as much and let them do the talking.
Same. I think it's like an important part of interviewing. Sometimes when people interview, they think like, like something me and we don't do, right? Is like they think, oh, you know what, we're gonna just dominate the interview, and try and make it about them. But it's like an opportunity. You got to try and hear as much as possible from a person's viewpoint and see their ideas and thoughts,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, like I'm a big proponent of letting the guests talk. You know what I mean? So I just came in, add a little bit of stuff to the stuff you were saying, but no, man, it's all. I was just nodding along the whole time, pretty much, and. For those that are not familiar, like, I would consider Glenn Greenwald maybe more on the left or maybe a libertarian. But, we're all coming together on this topic and we all agree. So that should tell you something, that this is probably a big issue if so many different people from all across the world, from different walks of life with different political ideologies, are all agreeing on something, right? And as someone that's like on the right wing, like myself, this is a big problem. And it's crazy. It's good to see people from all different political spectrums and countries and walks of life realizing that it's a problem.
Glenn is a pillar, guys. I want to make something clear. I've been reading and listening to this guy since I was 11 years old.
He's been around forever.
Over a decade. And the funny thing is I found him through TYT when I was a kid, right? And he was actually good friends with Jank, and then they split because Jank and TYT went woke left for a little while, but Glenn stood where he was. He stood on his principles, he stood on business, he was on the free speech side, even when everyone was calling him a Nazi for, tacitly sort of supporting Trump by being pro free speech back in the day. He didn't care. And the world kind of came around and came back to him. So you just know when you stand on principles and you stand on correctness and truth, you have a different level of journalism that you can actually put out. You have a different level of opinion and status to your name.
Yeah, the guy's been around forever. We're talking since like 05, 06, 07. We're talking about 20 years. So definitely good stuff, you know what I mean? And then, he's spot on when it comes to Israel, and obviously with what's going on with the conflict now. And, Israel basically, I don't know if you guys saw, it's pretty much official now. They are, I think Netanyahu just admitted on news earlier today that they are in fact going to take over Gaza. I think they had a cabinet meeting, if I'm not mistaken, a couple hours ago. And it is official. They are, we all knew this here on this side. Let's be honest. All of us knew this was going to happen. But now we can officially say it's going down, right? It's not, it's no longer, that's a conspiracy theory or you're just biased. Now it's official. Netanyahu basically admitted, I think it was on Fox News or one of these news sites, he basically admitted in an interview, yeah, we're taking Gaza.
The latest line in the Hezbollah handbook is that, I thought we occupied Gaza already. So if we're occupying Gaza now, Why were you saying that we were occupying them before? So you just get watch these lines, you get these paid influencers. What we just witnessed with Glenn there was real independent journalism that is committed to truth, that is committed to a common thread of protecting freedom of speech, and calling, out bullshit where it is. And there is nothing more bullshit than what you hear by those that are either ideologically aligned with Israel and are therefore willing to compromise all of their ethics, values, and what makes humans humans in order to be a useful idiot for this Israeli and Zionist agenda. And so you can really see it when people are actually committed to truth, and the people that really are not compromised, not paid, or not ideologically aligned with the unjustifiable, they all stand on the side of Palestine. And even being America first, it's 100% clear right now that if you've been fed a bullshit line that being America first means that you're Israel first, then you really need to understand what is it that's been drilled into your head that allows you to subscribe to something so ideological and self-destructive as America's support for Israel is blowing it up on the stage in front of the world, and all the bullshit that's being fed to people in order to continue that narrative, because it's unjustifiable, and it's not possible to be on the side of Israel at this stage if you've got an ounce of critical thinking and can use your brain and see through any agenda.
Well, Glenn hit the nail on the head, and I didn't, again, I'm real big on respecting the guest. So he made a lot of points where I wanted to interject, but I was like, but I wanted to add to what he was saying because he was so right. For those of you that don't live in America, Glenn said that the only people right now at this point that support Israel are like old boomers. Bro, he's 1,000% right. Like, it's getting to a point now where the young people, if you're under 30, you're anti-Israel. Pretty much that's a given now at this point politically, whether you're on the left or if you're on the right, because the right is heavily influenced by Nick Fuentes. He's anti-Israel. And if you're on the left, well, they just go against Israel regardless. Like 92% of Democrats / left-wing progressives are anti-Israel. And then there's a sizable amount of people that are, becoming anti-Israel on the right, especially young men that look up to guys like Nick or whatever. Now, on top of that, you got people like Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk just put out a video, I think yesterday, right? Where him and Megyn Kelly got attacked for collabing with Dave Smith. So, again, we don't really know what's exactly is going to happen, but I wouldn't be surprised if Charlie didn't take like a 180 turn and stop and start to slowly distance himself from Israel. Now, obviously, he's in a different position because for those of you that don't know, he runs Turning Point USA. And I got to give the guy credit. I've been to a couple of these events. It's big production. We're talking, A-level type production, huge venues, thousands of people showing up, huge events. But here's the problem. A lot of his donors that fund these events are pro-Israel. So he's in a rock and a hard place now because for a very long time, him, Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire, traditional conservative media in general, they're cucked by Israel. It is what it is. This is one thing actually I dislike about right-wing media, that the left-wing media does a lot better than us, is you guys are far more, far braver. What was I going to say? You guys are far braver when it comes to calling out Israel. The conservatives are just finally starting to catch up now. So we'll see what happens, because I know when it comes to this situation, I do see that there's a line in the sand now that they went after Charlie Kirk for bringing Dave Smith on and Megyn Kelly. Like, they called them anti-Semites. I'm like, oh, shit. So he might use this to pivot. Who knows? Because he knows his base is failing. Not failing, but his base is no longer pro-Israel.
And Myron, you
I doubt
recently,
it.
you
I
recently
doubt it too,
joined,
Philly.
you recently joined a podcast where there's clearly an attempt for Netanyahu to actually try and penetrate the young, and he was obviously paying or made some incentive to this group of podcasters. And I think you got the chance to maybe say a few things or see the comments. This attempt to try and penetrate the young, I think it's actually an impossible mission at this stage.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're too red pilled, bro. Like, they're too red pilled, like at this point, right? And the other thing too, also that's very important. The reason why the letter to Osama was so potent is because those young people that shared it on TikTok, they weren't alive or they were babies when the propaganda was spreading wild after 9/11. A lot of us are old enough to remember the Patriot Act. A lot of us are old enough to remember when Bush was there at the tower saying, "Oh, you know, I hear you, and everybody else is going to hear you too." Right? Like we all remember that, and we all lived it. So, our perspective is kind of warped by the propaganda that we got with the war on terror. So you get these young people, right, that are like 20 years old, they weren't even alive or a baby, and they read this letter, they're able to read it objectively without the taint of propaganda from the mainstream media for all these years. And they're like, what the fuck? No wonder these guys are mad at us. We bombed their people. We occupy their land. You know, we've done XYZ. And that's why it went viral, because it's like they stumbled upon a bomb. And the other thing also that's important is this letter to America was heavily suppressed back in the early 2000s. Most media, and the reason why, the excuse they used was they were scared to put the letter out because they were worried that there were codes in it that would activate sleeper cells. So that's what the mainstream media used to justify not putting the letter out. So when it resurfaces 20 years later, you know, interestingly enough, November of 2023, a month after the October 7th attacks, it went viral, dude, because not many people had seen it. Hell, even myself, I'll be honest with you guys, I had never seen that letter until it went viral on TikTok. I was like, oh shit. Even I was shocked reading it, because it's a very, you know, look, you guys know how I go, right? Like, obviously, the guy's a terrorist. He killed innocent people. Unacceptable. But I do think it's important, if anyone is like a little bit older, hasn't read this letter, I do think it's worth reading so you guys can see what his grievances were. And the majority of his grievances literally stemmed from our foreign policy. It didn't have shit to do with what Bush was saying about, oh, they hate us for our freedoms and, you know, the acts of evil. Dude, it had nothing to do with any of that bullshit, bro. It was, I would say, like 70% our interventionist type foreign policy is why they attacked us.
Yeah, Myron, why I don't agree about the Charlie Kirk thing, I can see your logic behind it, because your logic is the vast majority of the world is turning against Israel.
Yeah.
He'll sort of become irrelevant, and therefore he'll try and shift. But I think what he's going to try and do is become like the dissident and support. And because of a lot of his finances and his support and everything's from Israel, it almost becomes almost impossible for him to like detach himself. So I would see him as being one of the last people to do it. But
yeah, he's not going to do it immediately. I think it's going to be it's going to be a slow Band-Aid move, right? So what he's going to do, he obviously can't denounce it right away. So what I predict he's going to do is he's going to slowly kind of avoid the topic altogether. He's going to do what Ben Shapiro tried to do, with like a shift to something like culture stuff. So Ben Shapiro, when he was getting a lot of heat, what he did was he stopped talking about Israel and he started pushing pardoning Derek Chauvin, right? Because talking about Chauvin or talking about race stuff is one of the, it's a rage bait. It's honestly, I'll be honest with you guys, it's like a tool that the conservative media uses to stimulate conversation. And he pivoted real quick. And I predict, you know, this is why Charlie Kirk has this whole, right now he's pushing anti-Islam shit, right? He's saying like, oh, Islam is blah, 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 XYZ. And I think he's doing that to kind of take the radar off of himself with what it comes with Israel. So I do predict that he's going to slowly start to wean himself off and try to avoid this discussion as much as he can.
Well, the Islam thing is something that the Israeli lobby and the Zionists have been pushing. So he's just using his same tactics and his same lines. But we've got some breaking news. There's a statement that's come out from Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's from the right. I mean, you look at her statements, and I said they're the most respectable, on the point statements from anyone on the right or the left. She's been going in harder than anyone else. And what she said,
Let me read it.
Yeah, I'm just about to, yeah. So the headline is AIPAC threatened Marjorie Taylor Greene. Said she said this, quote, AIPAC is sending fundraising emails attacking me for saying, quote, the most truthful and easiest thing to say, that October the 7th in Israel was horrific and all hostages must be returned. But so is the genocide, humanitarian crisis and starvation happening in Gaza. She wrote, well, this is the sign on the front door of my office. And I think the truth is AIPAC doesn't like it because I unapologetically represent America. I'm one of the only members of Congress that doesn't take money from AIPAC, who donates who donates more money to Republicans than Democrats. The truth is AIPAC needs to register as a foreign lobbyist by US law because they are representing the secular government of nuclear armed Israel 100%. While Congress is on recess, and supposed to be working in our districts, they just took a bunch of our members of Congress to Israel to make sure they don't step out of line.
Yep.
While AIPAC is lying to their donors about me claiming I'm, quote, betraying my American values, the reality is AIPAC 1,000,000% serves and lobbies for a foreign country, Israel. I'm as American as they come. I can't be bought, and I'm not backing down. I'm fighting for my children's generation. I'm for America only. Bring it on.
Yeah, you know,
Myron, thoughts?
MTG has been saying some really good stuff lately. Obviously she's been getting a lot of heat from from people in the MAGA base or whatever. But I'm glad that she's doing it, and the fact that she used genocide as a government official is a big deal, guys. Like, pretty much, I don't know if you guys have caught on, but like American politicians, and I think even British politicians like Keir Starmer, President Trump, other politicians, they refuse to use the word genocide. So the fact that MTG used the word genocide, that's a big fucking deal when it comes to American politics. But I'm not surprised. As soon as she did that, the Zionist lobby is coming after her now, and they're going to do what they always do. They're going to fund her opponents. They're going to try to get her out. They did it to Thomas Massey. They did it to Cori Bush. She's going to be next. So we'll see what happens. But I do like her takes recently, and she's calling it out. I saw an interview with her earlier today. I forget who she was talking with. But she said, like, dude, they're not aligning with the campaign, right? No new wars. We bomb Iran. No new wars. We bomb the Houthis. Epstein files, we're going to be transparent. Epstein files aren't coming out. So a lot of the promises that were made aren't being kept. Now, you guys know I'm critical of Trump, but I also give him flowers when I think it's deserved. He is meeting with Putin soon, which I think is a big fucking W, because no U.S. president has met with Putin since 2021. Biden was the last person to meet with him. And I don't even think they spoke like that because, and then a year later, he ended up going to war. So who knows what could have happened if we had someone a bit more competent in there. So I do think that Trump meeting with Putin in person is the right move. I think hopefully they can negotiate something where we can actually get some kind of peace deal because on the phone, Putin's basically been lying to Trump. So hopefully they can exercise some real diplomacy when they meet in person.
Yeah, and I agree with you. The Keir Starmer is a complete Zionist. Obviously, his he's a Jewish Zionist. His children his wife's a Jewish Zionist. His children obviously Jewish. So, and if you look at it, he was
and his
someone who was
recognition of Palestine is complete fucking bullshit. I did like a whole breakdown on it. Like, he's over here saying like, oh yeah, we're gonna recognize Palestine unless Israel changes up its war strategy. Like, oh, so you're making the recognition contingent upon Israel's behavior? All that proved to me is that the UK is literally powerless against Israel. That's all it proved to me. Because they're saying, okay, you guys have to behave or else we're going to recognize Palestine. And that's the only power they have left because they know that that's like Netanyahu's kind of kryptonite is recognizing a Palestinian state. But it's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, we're giving them money. We're supporting them. I mean, you guys scrambled jets to help protect them when fucking Iran was attacking them. And these guys still don't listen to you. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
It just shows when you see she drops the whole there is no left and right. Focuses on what's the truth and what's observable and what we see in broad daylight in 4K right in front of our very eyes. We see it's a genocide. We see they're starving children. We see that they control America. Then you really see that there is no left versus right. It's all nonsense. It's all just a weapon, a mace that they use to bludgeon you with into submission and not saying the things that you want to say because they can shame you like feminist language basically to tell you, hey, no, you're on the right. You're not supposed to say that. Hey, you're on the left. You're not supposed to say that.
Yeah. Like the Mahmoud Khalil case, for example, was a big talking point on the right. And I was like one of the few people in the right wing saying that this is a fucking problem. Like, I don't care. Like, they're like, oh, he's a terrorist. He's a progressive. Fucking get deported. I'm like, no, dude, you fucking retard. Like, just because you don't agree with him politically and as ideology doesn't mean you should be advocating for him to get deported when he's literally engaging in protected, like literally engaging in political speech, which is the fucking reason the First Amendment was made in the first place. It was literally designed for that specific purpose to protect that specific type of speech, especially. So, and the guy's a green card holder. Like, green card holders, even if you're an illegal alien, let's say you're an illegal alien in America, right? And you get arrested for a crime, you still get due process. Like, even if you don't have any status here, you cross across the border and you fucking commit a crime, you are still going to get a jury trial. You are still going to go ahead and get a public defendant. Like, these are rights afforded to you based on, like, what Glenn was saying is true. It's given to you based on where you are, the soil, not your citizenship.
Yeah, and by the way, does anybody know about Marjorie Taylor Greene's constituency? Is there like Is there a race that there is a possibility she could lose if AIPAC did spend a
I
lot of
don't
money
think
with
so.
her as a
No,
guaranteed seat?
no. As far as Republican Democrat is pretty much guaranteed Republican, but I think her name recognition is so high that
Yeah.
they'll absolutely struggle to get to remove her from her seat, no matter how much money they throw
Well,
at
they're
that
going to
I don't
seat.
know,
primary.
bro. The right wing
They'll
is cucked, dude.
primary her.
Like the right wing in America is super cucked, man. And keep in mind, like the right wing is filled with all the boomer retards. They're all Republicans. So like that's the only thing I have is like, is still a lot of old money, and we'll see what happens. I mean, but I
But
do
she
think that
plays well with that group. She
dude,
plays
once
well with that demographic.
of course, but once you start going after Israel, bro, they turn on you, man. That's when they start
Yeah,
pulling
that's what's going to
donations.
happen. She's going to be primaried, but
Yeah,
you'll see what they're
yeah,
doing
but
to
look,
Matthew.
if we look on the Democratic side, we see
One second, let
Jamal
Dr. Michael go
Bowman
because
was.
it's not Ivy. It's not about the Democrat side. We know that she'll win that. They're gonna primary her with another
No,
Republican.
I know, but I'm saying we can look at the Democrat side. We can see Jamal Bowman was successfully removed, but
Oh
they
yeah.
tried it with Rashida Tlaib. They tried it with Ilhan Omar, with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Their names were just too big, right? The
That's
lower
not true.
squad
Dr. Michael,
members like
jump in. What's
Cory
your thoughts?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I mean
Booker.
also
that's
keep in mind that the
that,
Democrats are far more sensitive to humanitarian issues than the right is, bro.
yeah, that's why. I mean, you got she's competing for the right wing, and they can primary her easily. You'll see Trump probably coming out against her fairly soon. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts to stab her in the back because he's going to believe that she's stabbing him in the back because he's a psycho, and they're going to primary her like they're doing with Massey. They might throw millions and hundreds of millions of dollars against her because they can't have somebody breaking rank like this.
Yeah, with
No,
her
I
notoriety
agree.
too.
I agree. They're going to primary her, but the thing is, I really do think you guys overestimate how informed people are and how much they care about issues. I mean, it is really just a popularity contest a lot of the times. And name recognition's a huge, huge thing
If
in
she was a
politics.
Democrat, bro, if she was a Democrat, I'd say yeah, she's fine. But she's a Republican, bro. I'm telling you, dude. Like, I don't think you guys understand that most right wingers and Republicans are fucking cucks for Israel, bro. Unless they're young, and those young guys aren't gonna go out and vote in a primary anyway. So it's like or get involved. So I don't know. I just if she was a Democrat, I'd say yeah, she's fine, she's safe. But as a Republican, bro, man, the Zio lobby still owns them, dude. To this day, every time, because I follow a bunch of Republicans on Twitter, dude, these guys are still sitting here saying I stand with Israel 2 years later. Like, these dudes are over here starving kids, and these dumbass monkey simps are sitting there saying every fucking day, bro, I stand with Israel. Anti-Semitism is on the rise. We're going to stop it, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, I look, and it's always a fucking Republican, dude. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like, it's getting to a point now where it's a joke. Like, I look at my feed, right? The only people
The glasses with the truck, right?
dude, the only people that are still like pro-Israel now at this point are either A, Zionists, B, Zionist Jews, or C, politicians. Everybody else is like, fuck Israel, bro. It's fucking nuts.
They all have the same. They have the Oakley glasses sitting in the truck.
Bro. Yeah, dude. That's one thing I don't like about the right wing, dude, is like they're fucking so cucked by the Israel lobby. It's embarrassing, man. It's really bad.
Yeah, they don't have any principles. They don't operate from principles. That's the problem. They don't have the principle of free speech. It's just your speech, my speech that counts. And how dare you try to shut it down, as Glenn was pointing out. They don't stand on principle.
And then they deflect. They use like transgenderism, race issues, or like Islam. Like, those are the three things that the Conservative Party beats on the most whenever they're like starting to get like, oh shit, we need clicks. Oh, they're insulting us on Israel again. And then bam, they go into those culture war topics that, enrage people.
Jump in, David.
Myron, I think you have your finger on the pulse better than I do, but I still think Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to win because the rhetorical aspect of it. I think the money can definitely disfavor her, but I think the rhetorical aspect of she seems like more of the red meat right winger, and if you don't betray that and you're popular, I think you have a good chance of winning re-election. That doesn't really obviate any of your points. And
I'll tell you this. If she can galvanize social media properly, she'll have a way better chance. Honestly, that's the only way I think she'll be able to circumvent the power, the influence, and the money of the Zio lobbyist. She's going to need to really get a lot of backing, on social media.
Yeah, I mean, I even felt like when Donald Trump went after Thomas Massey, that he became his campaign manager. I said, well, gosh, now Thomas Massey looks like what he is, which is to the right of Donald Trump. And how do you lose your primary when you run to the right? But still, I don't really know. I will say I loved your point about Charlie Kirk. Remember when the war with Iran sort of started and he tweeted out so fecklessly, basically taking his hands off the steering wheel and driving with his knees by saying, "Hey, what do you think we should do?
Oh
What do
yeah.
you?" Yeah, it was
I'm
so
glad you caught
hilarious.
that. I'm glad you
Yeah,
caught that. Okay, so let me
yeah.
let me add to that real quick because what you just said right now is profound. I want everybody to hear it. So, guys, leading up to the Iran war, okay, Charlie did a series of tweets asking, "Do you stand with Israel? What are your thoughts on the war? Should we bomb Iran? Blah blah blah." And over fucking whelmingly, right? He didn't give his position. He just did polls. We're talking 90%. Better than 80% every single time. We're don't bomb Iran. We don't stand with Israel. Don't get involved. Blah blah blah. Right? And what I noticed is he would collect this data and then he wouldn't tweet, right? And I think the only reason he was collecting his data was to kind of see where his base stands so that he could decide how he's going to kind of navigate. And also keep in mind, this was weeks before the Turning Point USA event. So I think he was also collecting data for that. And I think the reason why he brought Dave Smith on to debate this hammer dude was because of the overwhelming disdain for Israel. So, he's a very, I'll be honest with you guys. I think if I was Charlie Kirk right now, he's in a very pivotal position right now because on one end, his donors and backers and the people that help him run Turning Point USA, the machine that it is, are pro-Israel. But on the other hand, his base, the people that watch him and support him and like his content, they don't like Israel. And he's trying to appeal to the youth as well. And the youth is overwhelmingly anti-Israel. So he's in a very difficult position right now, I would say. Very
But
Yeah,
difficult.
Myron, I think he's in a difficult position as far as his credibility as an individual. But I think you come from a very honest perspective where you're actually a very good faith guy and you're honest about what you believe. But this guy genuinely just cares about money. And so if you think about the environment he's in, I mean, his backers are perfectly happy to have a ghost ship running where there's actually no support and they're just pumping out pro-Israel propaganda and they're supporting it financially. I mean, if you look at Barry Weiss with the Free Press, I mean, yeah, the Huffington Post was acquired for 300 million, has 10 times the revenue of Barry Weiss's Free Press, and Barry Weiss wants the same amount of money. It's because the people on that side, on the pro-Israel side are happy to give money and support these people just for the mere fact that they're on the Israel side. So Charlie Kirk, as long as the checks keep rolling in, I mean, yeah, he does some damage control. He'll do the best he can. But the reality is, I mean, he has a whole team running this thing. It's basically become his lottery ticket
Yeah,
now.
because I see your position. You're saying like, hey, the gravy train's gonna flow no matter what, as long as he maintains the same things. But he can
Yeah.
only do that for so long before he loses credibility and people don't show up to the events, and then at some point they're gonna realize his diminishing returns. So, I mean, we'll see. It's a very interesting dynamic. I think Ben Shapiro, pretty much is cooked now at this point. I've seen his, him getting rid of Candace Owens was probably one of the biggest mistakes ever. They should have let Candace Owens just stay at the Daily Wire and do what she was doing. Because
Fumbled it so bad.
because here's the other thing too that Ben Shapiro doesn't realize, like collateral damage he caused. So when he fired Candace Owens, not only did he fire because he said, "Oh, I didn't fire her. I'm not a boss, bro. You're like one of the main decision makers. Like, come on, dude. We're not stupid." That's number one. Number two, by him doing that to Candace Owens, it made her more popular, and it was extremely hypocritical because as conservatives, we've been complaining about being censored for the past fucking 4 years, and then you're literally firing one of your employees and censoring her in that manner. And what this has done is it's created a chilling effect where it's hurt the credibility of Michael Knowles. It's also hurt the credibility of Matt Walsh. Michael Knowles and Matt Walsh will not comment on Israel. And if they do, they'll do it from a very limited perspective. Like, for example, Michael Knowles did a video saying, "Oh, they bombed the Christian church. I can't stand behind that." All right, cool, right? That's like, whatever. Matt Walsh, I just think we shouldn't give foreign aid anywhere. Well, he just won't go. He won't go deeper. So what it's done is that it's not just hurt Ben Shapiro, but he's inadvertently also hurt people on his network because now they can't be honest and talk about this topic. And that's why the Daily Wire went down. And then when they fired Brett Cooper, that was the nail in the fucking coffin, bro. Getting rid of Brett Cooper, right? Because okay, so we'll go through this. So they get rid of Candace Owens first, right? For her being, critical of Israel. They lost a lot of credibility there. Then Candace Owens basically opened up the door where if someone else leaves, it's going to make the Daily Wire not only look even worse, but whoever leaves next is going to get a huge push. Because I'm going to be honest with you guys, man. I watched Brett Cooper's content. It fucking sucks. It sucks. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be honest. It's not really good political analysis. It's a lot of bullshit, gossip, culture war bullshit. And women are dumb. So her content isn't interesting. So, but what she was able to do was, since the Daily Wire got rid of her and people already had a bad taste in their mouth from Daily Wire, censoring people, whatever, she was able to go ahead and get on her own platform and fucking blow up, right? Because they also did some fuck shit where they took her TikTok from her. They did a lot of petty shit. They took her TikTok from her. She ended up leaving and she couldn't say why she left because there was an NDA. I don't know if the reason came out, but I think it was something to do with money or creative control or some shit like that, right? And here's the X factor that no one ever talks about. When she left Daily Wire, since she signed an NDA, nobody knew why she left. Obviously, the speculation was, oh, she's criticizing Israel. She's criticizing Israel, right? So she got a huge boost, just like Candace did, because we know why Candace got removed. So people just naturally, automatically assumed, oh, she's leaving because she's being critical of Israel too. But then once she got over there and started doing her own shit, it's not that she was being critical of Israel. It's just, I'm going to assume it was probably either a money thing or a creative control thing. But it wasn't Israel. But she was still able to capitalize and use that momentum that Candace had created, that she had already, diminished the Daily Wire's credibility, and use it to her advantage. She gained like 1 million subscribers like a month or two before she even put up a fucking video. But that's the power of hype, and that's the power of using momentum.
I agree 100% that Ben Shapiro basically Ben Shapiro turned into Israel's worst nightmare and Israel's worst ally. Once he literally couldn't, he became feminine and couldn't control himself and his emotions, and went out and criticized.
He's always been like that.
Became feminine, bro. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say.
Yeah, he went out and
Hey, don't talk about
criticized
JFK.
Candace. He stood on the table and criticized Candace at that party, and it really shows how bad he effed up, because I was watching the PBD podcast with Adam Sosnick, who's been boxing you out, I think, Myron, from coming back on.
You think so?
And
yeah, they haven't invited me back on in a minute. I always was wondering why.
Yeah, he's definitely boxing you out.
Yeah, he used to follow me. He unfollowed me after October 7th.
Yeah, he's just totally went mask off.
Do they even? I know he's pro-Israel and shit like that, but they brought people on that aren't pro-Israel, bro. You think he's boxing me out? You really do think so? He said something?
Yeah, 100%, 100%.
Did he say it on the show?
Who have they brought on, Myron? Who's pro?
You're too controversial, Myron. That's why, probably.
Relax, bro.
Yeah, maybe. No, they brought Bassem Youssef on. They brought fuck. Who else did they bring?
Oh, did they have Bassem Youssef on?
They did have Bassem Youssef on.
And Adam was literally it was disgusting, like just total lies and Islamophobia.
Oh, but it didn't have him on though. If I remember, it was more like a debate, wasn't it? Because him and that Sosniak were debating. They didn't actually give him a platform to have like an interview, like they do with the Israeli. Like when they had the pro-Israel people on, generally speaking, they'll give him a very big platform to relay their propaganda.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, and DVD gets very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've been over there, man. So, I mean, yeah, I don't know. And I'm not far from them. I'm like, dude, I'm literally in Miami. They're in Fort Lauderdale. So, it is what it is. But, I like BBD. I like them.
I think they should have definitely have had you on several more times since then. I think it really showed. I think he probably was like, I don't like these guys that much. But he still did the live show with you guys. When you and Fresh literally said to his face, "Them boys were the biggest problem."
Yeah.
And they were literally like, "What?"
Yeah, dude.
Funniest thing ever.
The thing is, dude, another thing also, and Glenn kind of alluded to this as well. I kind of want to add to it. But, he said that this whole lobby and, all these guys, they used to kind of be in the shadows, right? Just chilling. Because to speak about this topic was like so unfathomable and not common. So like now that everyone is being critical of Israel, you got people coming out the fucking woodwork, right? You got people like Adam Sosnick being super pro-Israel now. You got people like Dave Portnoy. You got Bill Ackman coming out, being super pro-Israel. So all these guys that like were frat bro, white dude types that like were more concerned with eating fucking pizza and drinking beer, right? Or having this American culture. Now they're coming out saying, no, I support Israel because they're getting attacked on all ends. So people are kind of revealing themselves now. Like Dave Portnoy has had like a meltdown the past couple of weeks. Ben Shapiro, he's been having a meltdown since this war started. So it's actually been working against Israel in many different ways with a lot of these Israeli influencers. You got idiots like Emily Austin going on fucking Piers Morgan, getting completely fucking embarrassed by people like Scott Horton. Like, I don't know how the fuck an idiot like Emily fucking Austin, who's a dumb bitch that fucks black dudes that are in the NBA, I don't know why the fuck she's on Piers Morgan talking about complex geopolitical affairs.
Well,
Like, what?
I mean, that's Trump's fault, though, isn't it? Wasn't she the one? Well, she is the one that Trump gave a special interview to. She's the one that gave the Epstein files to.
Oh, yeah.
So surely, for the sole reason that she's a Jewish Zionist, is the reason she's getting those opportunities.
Yeah, that's like that's like a perfect example of someone that's like talentless that isn't in, like, she's a fucking sports commentator, bro, for the NBA. Like, she has no business discussing politics. You know, and she went to like a shitty ass school, shitty broadcast school. Like, I looked at her early life, and I'm like, how the fuck is this girl in like getting these interviews and shit? But yeah, that's why. She's a female. She's a bimbo. Yep, Zionist, Jewish. Like, it's boom, checks all the boxes. You know. So
that's why she was also on PVD's podcast more recently than you, this bimbo. And
I didn't know that. Really?
Same exactly. Yes, yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're boxing you out. They're boxing you out. And I wanted to tie it back when why I mentioned it in the first place.
Dude, I always suspected that,
Sosnick
but now you're confirmed, because I always was wondering, like, what the fuck. But you know, I've went viral several times. But now I guess what you're saying probably is true.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
He had a mental breakdown. Look, that's what I was saying. Also, I mean, like they're happy to fund losing battles and losing money over Israel. These rich Jewish people like Ben Shapiro, Dave Portnoy, they're not dropping, even though they're losing tons of money. But what I was saying about Adam Sosnick is he had a meltdown, a mental breakdown. He finally realized like how bad Ben Shapiro effed it up everyone. He was Sosnick was saying on the PVD podcast, he effed it up. He's not a leader. I can't imagine anyone saying that. Oh yeah, Ben's leading this meeting. He's a solo act. He needs to stay a solo act. You should have handled running the company better. You should have handled criticizing Candace behind the scenes. This could have all been avoided. Like, it's very clear that he's talking to people in Mossad, or he's talking to people in these high powered positions.
Oh yeah, he's
Dave
personal
Rubin
friends with
all the people
Netanyahu,
he's
bro.
titled.
He legitimately he is. People need to understand. Ben Shapiro is like friends with Benjamin Netanyahu.
No, I'm saying Sosnick.
No, I know.
They're criticizing. They're criticizing Shapiro like you're disgraced
for crashing out.
Because he created the Candace Owens problem. They were like, you could have put the bottle in the baby's mouth and quieted her down.
Yeah.
Instead, you caused this whole thing.
Yeah.
She's on Tucker and all that.
You guys want to know something funny? You guys want to know what got her? What actually was the so she came on my podcast right last year, and we were talking about this topic, and as you guys know, I hit the fucking sound effect right whenever we talk about that topic on YouTube, and I guess Ben Shapiro saw the episode and he knew that that's what the sound effect we hit when we talk about them boys, and he was furious, and he pushed to get her fired from being on our show. That's literally what was. TMZ memo, reported this, huh?
Yeah, they had a memo circulating from the Daily Wire, the email. They're like, oh yeah, she had an appearance on Fresh and Fit, the cha-ching,
and they got mad. They said we made anti-Semitic jokes for fucking hitting the cash register.
Myron, don't you think that Ben Shapiro recruited Dave Rubin? I know Dave Rubin, for everyone else, lives down there near Myron. He lives in Pinecrest, and I think he runs his show out of there. And Dave Rubin, so Glenn Greenwald and I had a back and forth about Dave Rubin because he used to be this big libertarian free speech guy, and then all of a sudden
he's always been a fraud.
And he goes. I think you're right about that. He goes to Miami. He really starts swapping spit in the shower with Ben Shapiro, and all of a sudden he's really an advocate for censorship. And Glenn Greenwald and I were going back and forth about it, and all of a sudden I get blocked by Dave Rubin, because we were following up on Dave Rubin, and he's doing this to everyone. He's just he's having this block party where he's blocking like small accounts like mine. It's just really telling who's selling out.
Lex Friedman is like that too. He's a pussy as well. He be blocking you if you may. Because I made a tweet one time saying like, man, if I'm ever tired, I just turn on the Lex Friedman podcast and I'm able to go to sleep. That shit lit. And he blocked me for saying that shit on Twitter. He's super sensitive. But like, yeah, I mean, Dave Rubin, I've had an interview with him before, but October 7th, man, has really drawn some very serious lines, especially in the political space. But yeah, as far as like, Ben Shapiro goes, yeah, I agree that like him having that meltdown on Candace probably wasn't the smartest move. and looked really bad. And you know, at the end of the day, you know, Israel's indefensible. I'm just gonna have to. I got to give credit to Dave and Ben Shapiro and all these guys that are pro-Zionist, because, dude, like, they're trying, they're trying. But dude, it's an unwinnable position. If you are still sitting here advocating for Israel at this point, you're fucking retarded, bro. You're fucking retarded. Like, it's an indefensible position, bro. We're talking about 60,000 confirmed fucking dead, right? Harvard's estimating somewhere between 300,000. Other estimates are putting it at 400,000, right? You know, that's just the bodies that they got in the morgue for Hamas. And then well, that number's not real. Okay, dude, what the fuck do you think it is? I had a debate literally last week. Because I set up a table and I debate these fucking Zionists, because I like sit right next to I set up the table right next to a temple, right? So it's fucking Friday, and these guys like come out the fucking temple and they, you know, oh yeah, I'm Israel, yeah, hi. And then they fucking debate me and shit. And dude, it's insane. One guy was an IDF soldier, and he's like, oh, 40,000 are dead. I'm like, all right, well, what percentage of them do you think were Hamas? Let's say 21,000. I'm like, all right, so that means that 19,000 were civilians. Yeah, that's unacceptable. What do you mean that's unacceptable? That's just a casualty of war. And I'm like, no. He's like, we were running a 1-to-1 ratio. I'm like, okay, but if we're going to go ahead and use your logic, then technically Hamas did a great ratio too, and they killed 1,200 of you guys. Are you going to sit there and accept it? Of course not. You guys bombed the fuck out of Gaza, because we know for a fact 1,200 died that day. 400 were IDF, which means they're enemy combatants. So we got what? That leaves us with about 800. Then we know 200 bare minimum were killed by the Hannibal directive. We still to this day don't know exactly how many people were killed by IDF versus how many were killed by Hamas. But we do know IDF killed at least 200. So that brings us down to 600. Okay? So let's assume Hamas killed all 600 of those people. That's a better ratio than what Israel's doing right now, but they would never accept that, would they? Like, I love it when they use this whole bullshit about, oh, we got the best ratio ever in modern warfare. Modern fucking warfare. Hey, retard, you guys aren't using modern warfare. You guys are just bombing the fuck out of them. If we're going to talk about modern warfare where you guys are going building to building and clearing the place, that's one thing. But you guys are literally airstriking these guys relentlessly, day by day, knocking down all the infrastructure. So this ain't no fucking urban warfare.
Also, they're lying about the ratio, because if you remember at the beginning of the genocide, they themselves were admitting the ratio was like 100 to 1, so 100 civilians for one Hamas person.
Yeah, that
only when
it just goes to show like how preposterous they are, because like they're sitting there saying, oh, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. We know that's a lie. Lavender, you know, at best is maybe 1 to 5, if not higher. And then if it's like a high-ranking Hamas guy, it's like goes up to like 1 to 25.
It's not even 1 to 5. It's like, if you look at like 400,000 people being killed, how many Hamas members have they actually killed? Even according to the State Department, there's more Hamas members now than there was before October the 7th.
Oh yeah.
So the ratio is probably very similar. They've just lied, because initially when they said 100 to 1, we all were exposing them, and they were getting exposed even on Piers Morgan, and therefore they had to lie about the ratio.
They adjusted
and yeah, exactly. And the other point I want to make about Dave Rubin is, Dave Rubin has been a fraud from the beginning. He is somebody who's always been Zionist. He's always been part of the Zionist propaganda. He's been part of all of these NGOs. If you look at his background, Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, the Weinstein brothers, Sam Harris, and the Arsene Hersey and a few others were all part of this intellectual dark web. They were an extremely not very smart organization. What they did is try and play on one thing, which was to demonize Islam. Now that worked in the past, and that was their whole show, but it no longer works again. So someone like Dave Rubin, who is basically someone who claims he's right wing but is a gay guy who's basically a human trafficked a child, claiming that he's basically for all of the things he says is just a lie. In reality, all he is a Zionist, and he's just perpetuating the Zionist positions, and he's always done that.
Yeah, I mean, this is what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, with the kill ratio. So I'm debating this guy, right? And he's like, oh, it's a 1-to-1, even though we know that it's not a 1-to-1. But I'm like, dude, even let's assume it is a 1-to-1. Bro, you killed 20,000 innocent people. Like, what do you? That's a L, bro. Like, you guys are freaking out over 600 being killed by Hamas, because if we do the math, that's probably more than likely what it was, if not less. At the absolute max, it was 600 that Hamas killed. And you guys killed 20,000. You guys want to go ahead and say you got the best ratio. So it proves my point that when it's Palestinian life, they don't care. But when it's one of them, it's a big fucking deal, and they'll knock down all the buildings and everything else like that, because they have a racist, supremacist ideology, political ideology that simply looks at Palestinians as non-human. That's what it basically is. Now, they don't want to admit this and say it overtly, but if you listen to them when they speak in Hebrew together, when you watch videos where someone's secretly recording it or whatever, they're literally sitting there, yeah, flatten Gaza, kill the kids, we don't care, like it's very fucking evil, man. So there's no compassion whatsoever with a lot of these guys.
I want to remind you guys that on October 10th, Hamas, they wanted to give all the hostages back, but Israel refused because they wanted to just invade Gaza. And most Zionists don't even know this. They don't even know their history.
Yeah, I told the guy that, and he had no idea. And then someone else was telling me, like, oh, all the hostages will come back if Hamas just lays down their arms and gives the hostages back. And I'm like, look, bro, Hamas been trying to fucking give the hostages back for months now. The problem is that Israel does not want a permanent ceasefire. So that's literally, it's Israel that's holding this up. They want a permanent fucking ceasefire, and Israel doesn't want to give it because if they were to give all the hostages back, and Piers Morgan actually said this yesterday, if they were to give all the hostages back, then they can call Israel's bluff and see that they're going to annex Gaza anyway. But at this point, now that it's official that they are going to annex Gaza, they have no incentive to get the hostages over because now there's going to be no permanent ceasefire. So fucking dumbass Netanyahu is endangered the hostages even more so now. But he never cared in the first place. Anyone, if you actually think that Netanyahu cared about the hostages, you're fucking nuts. He never did.
And it's not just Netanyahu, it's the Israeli society, because he's just an example of all of them. All of them have the same opinion. The last couple of days, we had a Jewish Zionist on the space, and he said the same thing. He said, look, the hostages are not worth considering. Then they're basically already frail. You shouldn't be risking IDF soldiers for them. We need to let them. We need to basically sacrifice them for the occupation of Gaza. That's their real position. That's the reality of what they believe in. They want Gaza. Sacrificing, what is it, 20, 30 hostages is worth it for them.
Yeah. I mean, and it's amazing to me how they said, oh, look, Hamas is starving this guy. It's like, bro, are they really? You guys aren't letting food in. Like, it's just crazy to me how people just don't have the wherewithal to understand that the defense of Israel at this point is an indefensible position. I mean, look, I get it. Ben loves Israel. He's an Israeli. He's going to fight. But at this point, man, it's an L. If you're still pro
Yeah,
Israel,
and the people who just created communism, it should be no surprise to the rest of us that they would operate by that extreme collectivist principle of sacrificing a finger to save the hand, or to advance the cause, or to take over Gaza.
oh yeah, I mean, these are people that legislated a military directive where they're allowed to shoot and kill IDF soldiers and citizens, right, to avoid the diplomatic nightmare of a hostage exchange. Because the Israelis kind of caught on quickly that for every Israeli that gets kidnapped, they're going to probably have to give 100 Palestinians over. So, the last big one they did, I think it was with a guy named Gilad Shalit. He got traded for 1,000 fucking Palestinians, and one of those Palestinians, who was it? Yahya Sinwar. And he ended up becoming a thorn on their fucking side for years. So Israel's going to do everything in their power to avoid these.
We'll discuss that with other people in the finance space tomorrow. So just wanted to announce that, and then everybody back to you, Myron.
9 o'clock tomorrow,
good.
guys.
No, I'm good.
That
I
finance
get
space
my
is
thought.
9 a.m. tomorrow Eastern.
Hey,
Sorry,
before we get back into it, can we just acknowledge what just happened, though, Sulaiman? This is one of the best. Today marks the 1 year anniversary of me getting on Twitter because it was censored before and I couldn't do it. When I was on another side, the first people I followed were all the commies and Marxists because I wanted to make sure that I was on sort of a site where they could speak freely, the people I disagreed with whom I disagreed. And I just can't believe what you just did. When I came on this space and saw, I mean, my jaw dropped. I called my wife in. Look, Glenn Greenwald, the greatest journalist alive. I really think, Myron, you're talking about we're winning. You're being optimistic. I think Glenn Greenwald was sort of echoing that. It feels a little bit like the Berlin Wall is coming down. Well, I started following Suleiman because of people attacking people like him and you because of what you're saying. And so I run to the fire of free speech, not away from it. I go defend the people that are being attacked because they're saying controversial and often deeply truthful things. And the fact that Glenn Greenwald was on this space, Suleiman, wow, this was so amazing. I just hats off. I doff my hat to you, sir. I love that I was able to make the space. I hope everybody will go and listen to the recording. Maybe we should push that out to people afterwards. But I'm so impressed and grateful for that fact.
Yeah, no, I you know, Glenn Greenwald is an example of a guy, you know, on the left that I respect, right? Sulaiman is one, Glenn Greenwald, you know, because look, I think so I think some parties just have things better, right? So like when it comes to like war, for example, and foreign policy, I tend to agree with libertarians where we need to adopt a non-interventionist strategy, especially from a military standpoint. If it's from a humanitarian aid, that's different. But when it comes to like getting involved in wars, I've always been super against it, right? You know, and I think the war on terror really proved to all of us and red pilled all of us that war simply doesn't work, and trying to do a regime change is even more retarded. So, you know, you got to give credit where it's due. And the guy's been doing it for a minute. And anyone that's like a proponent of free speech, I'm always going to have an enormous amount of respect for. And the guy's Jewish too. And you know, he's taken quite a bit of, because you guys think it's bad when they come after you as like a goy, bro. When you're Jewish and you're critical of Israel, oh man, they really come after you. You know, they look at you as like a traitor. Like they really try to cancel you. They use the full brunt of their power to come after you. So, you know, I give a lot of credit to guys that speak out against this shit. Norman Finkelstein, Glenn Greenwald, Max Blumenthal, right, made a fantastic documentary, Atrocity, which, you know, to this day I still document, right? I still refer to alongside our October 7th thing. Oh, by the way, Sulaiman, this is what I was going to tell you. If you can, bro, if you come to Miami, we need to do a 2-year anniversary show on October 7th.
Definitely, I was already planning it because hopefully I should release my book on that same day as well.
Okay, yeah.
On October 7th.
Oh, perfect. Then yeah, dude. Yeah, perfect. Fucking come through and we'll do a 2-year recap. We'll debunk all the lies. We'll debunk the first lies from October 7th, which to this day I still refer people to that episode. I think it's the most informative and well-documented podcast when it comes to October 7th. Obviously, we couldn't even keep it up on YouTube, but it is in Rumble, guys. And we go through every single fucking allegation, the mass grapes, the burned babies, the beheaded babies, the Hannibal directive. We go over all of it in fucking detail with Israeli sources. Every single source we use was Israeli source. So it's really like one of those podcasts I really refer people to if they want to know the truth about what happened on October 7th. And I do think when we do our reunion show this year, we should absolutely not just debunk what went down and give them a recap of what happened last time, but also go over the lies that are coming out now, right? Like they're coming after this guy, Anthony Aguilar, right now. I don't know if you guys have seen this Green Beret that, was a whistleblower. And I'll turn to you, Sulaiman, if you know more about this. But from what I understand, apparently the people that he used to work with from GHF are coming out saying that he's just a disgruntled employee. He didn't do his job. He's, coming out and doing this media run because he has an axe to grind. He just did an interview with Tucker, I think yesterday or today, and he also did one with Piers Morgan, where one of these Israeli government officials were calling him a liar. And then another guy named Matt Tardio, he's over here on fucking X. He was trying to take credit away from him too. But it seems like nobody believes these dudes, and they trust what Aguilar is saying. And just the detail of his story, I don't think you could sit there and formulate a story with that level of detail. As well as have like video evidence, like showing you can hear soldiers yelling and saying, yeah, as they shoot at people, like you can hear this shit. So it's like, is this guy really lying, or are these dudes just pissed off and trying to save face?
So actually, to give credit to Mel, she debunked she actually went to, the specific office in New York to check his criminal record, because one of the lies they claimed about him was that he had a criminal record, that he was dishonorably discharged and various other things. And she actually exposed their lies. So I mean, I don't want to take credit for her work. Like, we'll obviously go through it in the sense of she done amazing work. She literally went in on the ground and exposed that they were lying about him, because he exposed the truth, as you said, and all they could do was just minimize what his points were, and they were unable to do so. So big credit to Mel. I think her name's Mel something, crazy village lady or something. She exposed their lies on the ground. The second thing is, in terms of the October 7th thing, 100% we need to, because like while I was writing this book, I've learned so much more information. Like, as an example, on your show, we talked about how the lies about October the 7th, the beheaded babies, spread in Israeli media. Do you remember we talked about I-24 News? We talked about
it was bad, dude.
Yeah,
and you know who it is? I want everybody to remember this name. This piece of shit named Yossi Landau is the guy that pushed the beheaded babies narrative from Zaka. That guy was fucking broke when that story broke. When October 7th happened, he was literally broke. And next thing you know, he got like $13 million in donations. So, and for those of you that are wondering, the Zaka organization, basically what their job is, obviously the Jewish faith, they have very strict burial procedures according to their religion. And whenever someone is killed, these people kind of come, preserve the body in a certain way, etc., according with Jewish law. And what ended up happening was, since these guys were the first ones on the scene dealing with the corpses, they were able to make these fucking wild ass stories up, saying, I saw beheaded babies, oh, it was just my imagination, blah, blah, blah. But by the time he corrected himself, Benjamin Netanyahu already had been on the phone with Joe Biden, right? It was already on CNN. It was already being used to justify the invasion of Gaza. And, it's always harder to dispel a lie that's spread far with the truth than, it's always harder. So Yossi Landau, I would argue, is probably one of the unsung villains of this story, and literally should be going to fucking prison, because that lie that he put out with the 40 beheaded babies was the ammunition that the Israeli government relied upon to begin their relentless fucking bombing campaign, this piece of shit Yossi Landau. And he did it for monetary purposes too. He didn't do it for any other way. On top of that, and Sulaiman, we talked about this, they position the bodies in certain ways to insinuate things, these sick fucks.
Yeah, that's what Zaka did, you're right. And the source even before him was, and you're right, they did that, and they made a huge amount of money. David Ben Zion, he propagated the lies about, he was actually the source of being, the 40 beheaded babies. Now, in our show, we covered all of this in terms of what happened in Israel, but like what I found was, the information was in Israel. How did it get to the United States of America? Who was the first people to release that? So I looked into it. I was like, what was the first publication that released? It took me ages, but I managed to find it. It was actually Business Insider. And this was because I did it for the book, Business Insider. And there's two reporters for Business Insider. One's a Jewish American Zionist, and the other one is a British American Zionist. Both of them have strong affinity to Israel. Both of them are Zionists. Both of them do a lot of this, like, claims about anti-Semitism. And they're the ones who got this story and basically propagated it into Western media. So that's, again, like some of the things we can discuss as an addition of how it actually was taken from Israeli media to American media as an example. So that's like one example of our new information.
Yeah, no, it's
Hey,
go ahead. Sulaiman, how much longer are you
yeah,
going to be
so
on the space, by the way? Are you
Not
guys going to
sure,
be
probably
hanging out?
probably not too long. Maybe like another half an hour, 1 hour.
Okay, all right. I'm here. Go ahead.
Myron, I just put that
hey,
story in the Purple Pill about Yossi Landau. I didn't know about it, and there's an article that really just sort of elucidates everything you said about how it was a lie and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, dude, he made money hand over fist, bro, and his company was like completely broke when it happened. So he had a 100% incentive to lie. He went on multiple TV shows and cried on camera, made it a whole fucking spectacle, dude. And then when he was finally confronted, like, dude, we don't have any evidence of this, he said he used his imagination.
Falcon
hey,
punch.
Sully and Myron, I tagged both of you guys with the General Flynn statement that he made about October 7th recently, where he talks about the 7-hour stand down. And from a tactical military perspective, this made no sense whatsoever. I know we know it, but I think when you guys do that anniversary show, it'd be great to play that clip. So it's in the comments. Like, we absolutely know at this point. I think most of us here on stage are awake to the fact that this was a false flag. Like, I can't see it in any other way. They had the warning from Egypt. They had
Yep.
this stand down for 7 hours. You had several kilometers going past the border and back without any resistance whatsoever. Now we also have, former Israeli defense minister admitting that the Hannibal directive was used. There's footage, helicopter footage of targeting people running away from that event, right? And so, like, it's, how is this not on every major news channel being talked about, by the whole world? Because we've just, on the basis of this, it's like a whole other 9/11. Like, 300,000 people have been killed, and an entire nation's infrastructure completely displaced. We're looking at 2 million people now going through starvation. Like, this is beyond insane what we're witnessing. And as the Christian on stage here, I'd like to speak to the Christians in the crowd. If you're a follower of Christ and you say that all this stuff is,
All right, guys, let me go ahead and read some of these chats because I'm letting them pile up here, and I'm sorry about that. We've been live now for 2 hours. For those of you that are just joining, welcome to the show, guys. I started the show early because Glenn Greenwald was here. You guys know I refer to Glenn's work a lot. I respect him a lot as a journalist. I think he's really good at what he does. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to be in here talking with him. Let me go ahead and fucking jump on stream so you guys can enjoy some of the conversation. I hope some of you guys did enjoy it. Real quick, I'm going to read some of these chats. Okay. Hey, Myron, I'm 24 years old, making $9 to $15K a month, have a 1-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old son. I'm from Germany. We'll be moving to Dubai in December, currently getting all affairs for that in order. Been watching Gonzalo Lira since 2015, and since you around since 2021, you're in many ways carrying on the torch from one of his core supporters. I appreciate that, man. I loved Gonzalo Lira, bro. He was a very wise guy. You know, rest in peace to Gonzalo Lira. What's your advice for me regarding A, my daughter, my biggest worry, B, my son, a harder toddler, but will probably be an easier WSS. Bro, I would say, man, look, I don't have kids, but what I'll say is this. I think for your daughter, bro, you're just gonna have to be super close to her. That's what my dad did. He was super close with my sister, kept her from doing dumb shit, protected her from herself. Shout out to you, Unforgiven, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. So I think with the daughter, bro, just pay more attention to her. You know, because I do think that a father and a daughter's relationship is probably one of the most special things on earth. I truly do mean that. Probably one of the purest things on earth. The biological father, of course. Soulless Fool says, why should we give a fuck about Israel? That should be the first question. America fucking first, America first. Bro, the American politics don't work that way, my friend. Myron, my girlfriend just became a teacher, and I basically told her to unlearn everything Myron has said. Okay, Alejandro. Drewski, new intro song coming from Lucas. Cool. Your boy Netero. Hey, Myron, did you hear about the former Palestinian football star that was killed by the IDF waiting for aid yesterday on 8/6? His name was Sulaiman El Obeid. Wow. Oh, man. Armand says, yo, Myron, not sure if you know this, but Nick just launched a subscription site that archives all his past shows, debate streams with an AI search. I'm thinking you could do the same with the OSS if you're up for that. If so, I'd love to help. I have a CS degree and I'm looking for side projects to do. Maybe we could do that. Kool-Aid Assassin says, you know the great noticing is happening tenfold when Israel's main cuck, Matt Tardio, is starting to realize too, may have lied. Oh, shit. Really? Dude, give me the link. Kool-Aid Assassin, give me that link with Tardio. After interviewing Anthony Aguilar yesterday and having seen substantial evidence of the stuff happening in Gaza, for which he was forced to acknowledge, there's something very disturbing going on. Great interview to watch, Phil, with lots of insights. Yeah, we're going to talk about Anthony Aguilar tonight, guys. Don't worry. Here, Myron, I was wondering why you might start reacting to Love Island. My girl and I started watching it, and I think it would be a great red pill for your audience. Yes, I am going to start doing Love Island. Don't worry. A lot of you guys have been requesting me to do it and analyze it with a red pill lens. That's going to be OSS only, though. So maybe I'll dedicate a day to do that for you guys. Shaq. Yo, Myron, when can you please play those 3 videos I sent you for everyone? I'm sure you have to review them before playing them and have a lot going on. I also plan to try and send more videos when I can. Some will be hard for people to believe, but I will stand on 100%. Yeah, I think you sent me The Greatest Story Never Told. We will watch that. That's on tap, bro. We're definitely going to watch that. That's going to be OSS only, though. Some of these documentaries, bro, yo, we got to watch that shit behind a paywall, chat. You guys saw how they tried to fuck me up 2 weeks ago. Literally, bro, they tried to fuck me up 2 weeks ago. Everyone and their mom fucking tried to cancel me. All right, TJ says, Myron, for the anniversary stream on October 7th, you should try to get quite a couple of names on the show. Would be fire. Yeah, I could. I'll ask. Big League Drew says, seriously, where's Myron's parents, or is he an anchor baby? Why has no one asked this? Were my parents... my parents had status when they had me, bro. They weren't here illegally. FEMA reverse the... Okay, holy shit. All right, Jushiwa says, hey, Myron, I was wondering when you might start reaching React to Love Island. My girl and I start... Okay, nope, hold on. I caught that already. Marmar 1999 says, women for Myron Gaines. Thank you, Marmar. I appreciate you. We got a lot of women in the OSS, bro. Let's go. Myron for the... Oh, sorry, I got that. Did I miss any chats? I think I'm caught up now. All right, let's get back in here, guys, and then we're going to get into some of the stuff. We got a lot to cover tonight, baby. A lot. Let's see what they're talking about, and then I'll leave and come back maybe. Let's see. Hold on.
0.05. So even if Israel wants to say they're the most moral army in the world, guess what? Hamas on October 7th, both of these numbers by the IDF, Hamas did a better job at avoiding civilian casualties than the IDF did, right? So I don't get this argument. I don't get why people believe it I think they're just believing because you have people like John Spencer that come up here and got honeypotted into dating an Israeli woman right after his divorce and says whatever the fuck they want him to say, just to defend the genocide. But if you look at the numbers, they're not the most moral army in the world. They did worse than Hamas. So if they do worse than Hamas and Hamas are terrorists, they can only be terrorists, right? And that's the issue. Is fact after fact after fact after fact, they either are forged or they're lies or disproven or they're made up. And then what's happening that I found today, and I posted about this, you guys were talking about censorship earlier. There's a very subtle form of censorship that's happening right now through every single AI. And every single AI is doing this, and it's fairly new, right? So when I ask AI, according to the top genocide experts around the world, is this a genocide? Right? And it says likely a genocide, but the verdict is still split. But then when you ask for the numbers, it's 70% say it is, and 30% either say no or likely but need more evidence, right? And that's split. So only 15% are saying no. And when you give it the numbers that it gives you, AI will give you the numbers. It'll still tell you, yes, those numbers are true, but it's still split. I'm like, how's it split? And then I started playing around with it even more. It is programmed to have a balanced stance only on the Israeli issue. Only. So as it's trying to subtly convince you, hey, this thing isn't like a genocide, experts still say it's split. No, it's not. 70% say yes, 15% say no, 15% say maybe. And even when you look at the Israeli genocide experts, it's 68% says yes, 33% says no, right? This is not a split decision. So AI only on the Israeli issue, no other issue, and I tested it with other issues, only on the Israeli issue. It tries to balance the argument, and I think that's probably came from the ADL to tell them, hey, you need to just be more balanced. But that's actually skewing information. It's avoiding actual facts by doing that. And that's a problem because a lot of people make decisions based on the majority of what expert advice is. And then that goes from fashion to what restaurants to go eat at and what to think about a war. And that's one form of censorship that I think a lot of AI fell prey to. And it seems really small. Hey, just have a balanced argument. Makes a lot of sense. But in reality, it's skewing the numbers because of it and skewing opinion.
If you look in Grok, if you look in the Purple Pill, I asked Grok, does what the killing in Gaza qualify as a genocide? Answer only yes or no, and it just says yes.
Yeah, it's weird. If I even if you go to my post, I show a print screen of it telling me no, and then another one of it.
All right, guys, we're gonna start the show here in a second. I'm gonna take a quick piss and we're gonna get cooking. All right, give me 1 sec, guys. I'm gonna take a quick piss and we're gonna start the show up.
Filter that it's supposed to be balanced, and it could even be based on the posts that you make. So it'll tell you one thing, it'll tell someone else another thing.
Yeah. By the way, I agree with you, and that's something important that one needs to consider. So it shows like AI, essentially they're controlling what it says and trying to manufacture how it goes about things. That's why I mean, I guess we'll talk about it in different spaces, but my position on it, that I'm not a big believer in AGI. I think it's just a bit, these will always stay as what they are, which is LLMs. But Simon, just to bring you in on the conversation, or you, Joe, in terms of this bounty that's been put on Nicolas Maduro, obviously Venezuela trades significantly with the BRICS countries. Where does this? Where do you think this? What do you think the ramifications of this are?
Let Simon go first. I'm about to go up in the elevator, and then I'll respond.
Simon, you there?
I think that's older news than you think it is. I researched it. It looks like that's from like a week ago.
Hey, Sully, I'm gonna leave for a bit, but if you guys are still on in a while, I'll come back.
Definitely appreciate you coming on, Myron. Thank you so
No worries,
much.
man. And thanks for letting me come on with Glenn and speak a bit. I appreciate that.
No, anytime, bro. You for sure.
Right,
so
all right. Okay. So let's see here, chat. Okay. Let's get into the first story, my ninjas. All right, let's start with this. So Trump is meeting with Putin. I alluded to this earlier. So as always, I call out Trump when he does something foolish, but I also give credit where it's due when he gets it right. This upcoming meeting is poised to be monumental. One of the primary reasons I voted for Trump was his commitment to avoiding new wars. While Trump's Middle East policy remains deeply flawed and overly beholden to Israel, he's at least getting it half right by finally arranging a face-to-face meeting with Putin to end the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, no U.S. president has met with Putin since 2021, leaving us to wonder what diplomatic measures could have been applied back then to prevent the invasion of February 2022. Putin has misled Trump on several occasions via phone, so hopefully this in-person dialogue will lead to more solid and trustworthy diplomacy. The willingness of both leaders to travel halfway around the world symbolizes a sincere effort to resolve the conflict, one that no phone call could ever match. And this is from Jackson Hinkle. He reported this, earlier. And just so you guys know, dude, I literally live and breathe streaming right now, dude. I fucking, after I get off air, guys, the first thing I do is I, scour the news. I get on Twitter, I scour the news. I'm like, all right, what am I going to cover tomorrow? That's why, a lot of you guys will, see me make an event right after. That's because I'm, sitting in here trying to, figure out what we're going to talk about. But we got a bunch of stuff we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about, Anthony Aguilar. We're going to talk about our boy Nick Fuentes. We're going to talk about and Tucker. We're going to talk about what else here? Obviously, we had the discussion with Glenn Greenwald. I think that was great. I know some of you guys might not like Glenn Greenwald, but I think his contribution to the movement is awesome. Oh, let me fix my mic real quick. Hold on, chat. Okay, actually, you know what? This is going to be the test. So, chat, how does my mic sound right now? Give me a 1 if my mic sounds good right now. These settings right here, just so you guys know, are my Twitter settings. These are my Twitter settings. Shout out to you, Mike Byrne, for the 5 gifted. Appreciate you, sir. Give me 1s if this audio is good. Test 1 2 3. This is Myron Gaines. Welcome to the debrief. Okay. So you guys like this. Good, but it's low volume. Okay. Now, memorize how this mic sounds. I'm going to adjust it real quick. These are my Twitter settings, by the way, just so you guys know. When I'm on Twitter, this is the audio output. Now, I'm going to switch it for you guys. All right. How does this sound now? Does this sound better? Test 1 2 3. This is Myron Gaines. This is how I normally have it. So, does the first sound better, or does the second one sound better? If the first one sounded better, give me a 1. If the second one sounds better, what I'm doing now, give me a 2. If this sounds better, give me a 2. If the one prior to this sounds better, give me a 1. 2 if it's better, 1 if the first one was better. Second is better, right? Yeah. These are my normal settings, guys, that I have here. So I got to always adjust. When I go into the Twitter space, I got to adjust that shit because the thing looks retarded. But, yeah. All right. So, yeah, and I just made it sound a little bit better just now. I just made a broadcast. All right, cool. So 2 is better. Okay, looks like overwhelming 2s. Fair enough. Okay. So let's go ahead.
.513 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Bright and early on this Thursday morning, just into our Live Now from Fox studios, we are following some breaking news from the Associated Press. You see it on your screen. AP reports a meeting between Russian President Vladimir Putin and U.S. President Donald Trump has been agreed to. This according to a Kremlin official on this Thursday. They also report it could possibly take place next week at a venue that has been decided, quote, in principle. We do have a quote from Russian President Vladimir Putin's foreign affairs advisor. He told reporters, quote, at the suggestion of the American side, it has been agreed in principle to hold a bilateral meeting at the highest level in the coming days. And speaking of this, I do want to transition to give you a live look out in Moscow, Russia on this Thursday morning. This shot courtesy of EarthCam. We're also learning, according to Putin's foreign affairs advisor, that next week is the target date for a summit, while noting that such events take time to organize and no date has yet been confirmed. Again, the possible venue will be announced a little later, end quote. We're also learning he played down the possibility of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky joining the summit meeting to discuss ending Russia's 3-year-old invasion of its neighbor, which the White House said President Donald Trump is ready to consider. Speaking of whether or not the Ukrainian president will be in attendance, we do have the latest remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on your screen. Take a look. He put out a few hours ago on X, formerly known as Twitter, quote, today is a day of numerous calls and contacts aimed at making real progress on the path to peace and ensuring Ukraine's independence under any circumstances. He goes on to say, quote, several conversations are planned for today. A call with the German chancellor is already on the schedule. We'll also be in contact with colleagues from France and Italy. There will also be communication at the level of national security advisors. I've instructed that this special format take place today. Yesterday, after our joint conversation with President Trump and European leaders, I also spoke separately with NATO Secretary General Rutte and the President of Finland. We are working together. It is important to go over the key details. The priorities are absolutely clear. Zelensky goes on to say, quote, first, an end to the killing. And it is Russia that must agree to a ceasefire. Second, a format for leaders so that such a meeting can lead to a truly lasting peace. So as you can see, this is a developing situation. As we are getting the latest remarks from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, I do want to transition your screen to give you a live look out in Kyiv, Ukraine on this Thursday here at 5.
So we'll see what happens, chat. We will see what happens. Okay, check this out. Jacob sent me this. Look at this. Bruh. Israeli settlers hold party near Gaza border chanting flatten, flatten, flatten. Bros are celebrating the death of kids, bro. All right, we're going to cover Sam Frankish shit too. As you guys know, well, I could cover that first. We've been covering a lot of politics. Let's go on. We can go into some red pill shit real quick. Let me make sure I didn't miss any chats. Bear with me, ninjas, real fast. I want to make sure I don't miss any chats from you guys. All right. Guys, the channel's growing at a great rate, man. We are cooking, chat. We are absolutely cooking. Nobody grinds harder than us. Nobody makes better content than us. We go hard in the paint. We're diversified. We do it all, baby. We do it all. Also, guys, no show tomorrow. I'm going to be going to Washington, D.C. Okay. Going to Washington, D.C. Going to go ahead and get with Tim Pool and the squad. And it's going to be a good time, man. It's going to be a very good time. So, all right. Let me see here. We'll read some chats and we'll get into the next story here. All right. Oh, okay. Chats. Okay. FEMA reversed the attempts to link grant eligibility to anti-Semitism. No, they didn't, bro. They tried to switch the words up, but it still counts. Myron, for the anniversary, nope, got that one. Speedy says, hey, Myron, what does this mean that Israel killed 200 crocodiles in the Nile River? If so, why would they do that? I don't know. W Lad says, subscribe. Welcome to the OSS, guys. Guys, we're still running the sale. If you guys want to join the OSS, only $1 to join, my friends, okay? Only $1 to join. Support the mission. Who knows how much longer I'll be on YouTube, right? Gabby I is way better than Grok 4. Grok 3 was goated, okay? The Shizness says, let's be honest, Trump fucking scammed us. He's not America first. Yeah, he's Israel first. Cliche says, hey, Mar, just want to say that you opened my eyes to a lot of fuckery on them boys. I was one of the people that believed all the lies on the media. Thank you for doing what most are scared to do. Hey, bro. That's why I got demonetized, bro. Martin, I got a new Friday topic for you. If all Zionists no longer existed, the world would not only be a better place, but more advanced. Here's the thing, bro. I'm not opposed to the Jewish people having a homeland, guys. Like, let me be clear about this. I'm not opposed to them having a homeland. It's just that they're having a homeland while taking someone else's. Can't do that, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you know, they have been persecuted for a very long time, and I do think that they have the right to exist, and I think that they have the right to be able to be safe in their own nation, but you can't create a nation while taking someone else's. You can't do that, bro. You can't do that. And that's basically what it is. All right, still waiting for that Nick Fuentes collab? Soon, don't worry. Sorry I have to blow your cover, Gold, but Myron, we have a Mossad honeypot in the chat. Someone is about to get Mordecai'd. Oh, God. Trump is 100%. Oh, God, you guys. All right, niggas. Yeah, bro. I advocate for all people to be able to have a home, be secure in their, you know, environment. But the problem with Israel is it's a colonial, ethno-apartheid state that is displacing an indigenous group of people. That's what it is. That's why people have a problem with Israel. I don't think people have a problem with Jewish people being able to be safe and have a homeland, right? The problem is that they took someone else's homeland. All right, let's get into this. Oh, actually, no. Let's go with this. We'll come back to this later. This is Netanyahu saying that they're going to take the Gaza Strip. All right. Okay. So this is crazy. As you guys know, this is Sneeko with Neon. This is like a year or two ago. He straps this girl up to a fucking lie detector. Sam.
Whoa! I'm actually get this off me now.
Have you been in the last 3 weeks?
So he asked her, have you been smashing it the past 3 weeks?
No. Whoa! I'm actually get this off me now. I'm done. No, I'm actually no. I haven't had sex with anyone. I'm literally celibate. I hate this thing. Get it off me now. I'm so dead ass, bro.
Cap? Bruh, on the cheek?
All right. Yeah, this fucking thought, Ruby Rose. Okay, so Neon, as you guys know, right? Streamer, young guy, turn a new leaf. He's being a lot more positive and shit like that, right? And basically, he broke up with his girl, Sam Frank, who I'm starting to think might be from Israel. Anyway.
Don't look at me. Yo, thank you for the subs. Appreciate it.
And the reason why I'm talking about this is because I am vindicated yet again, guys.
Fatality.
I told y'all niggas 2 years ago that they were going to be done. Yeah, and I told you.
Real quick, bro. Don't look at me. Yo, thank you for the subs. Appreciate it. Don't look at me weird. I haven't brushed my teeth today, bro. On my mother's life, I have not brushed my teeth today, bro. I don't give a. What is wrong with this chat, bro? I don't care, bro. Call me disgusting. Call me weird. I don't give a.
I'm turning the volume up for you guys.
Cheeser, yeah. Nasty. Don't care. But what's good with y'all, man? My bad I couldn't stream yesterday, bro. I've been hella sick, traveling from city to city to city to city, putting in pain, putting in work for you, man. It caught up to me, bro. You know, I got hella sick, bro. You know, I had a fever late at night, felt like shit. Took medicine. My throat's still fucked. Sound like I aged 10 years.
Fast
At
forward.
a young age, chat, you should not be so comfortable, bro. You shouldn't. At 20 years old, you shouldn't have everything you want, bro. You shouldn't be comfortable, bro. You shouldn't be chilling. You shouldn't feel comfortable in your head, bro. Because in my mind, I still feel like I got so much left in me, chat. I want to be the best, bro. I want to be number one, bro. I want to be number one. I want to be the best in the world, bro. And I can't do it feeling so comfortable, bro. You know, first off, I just want to say
I give him credit for understanding that. Now, I don't know how much of this is lip service for the camera and the microphone, but this is true.
Hate to Sam or whatever. Like,
guys, this is not my audio. This is his audio. His mic is low. Okay? Yeah, how does it feel? Annoying, isn't it? I literally got this shit cranked up all the way. It's not my audio, it's his.
That, first off, that shit's weird as fuck, because
I cranked it up for you guys anyway.
Love her so much, and I always will. No matter what, I'll always love Sam. Because Like, she really changed my life. These past 2 years, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I've experienced so much. I was a kid that didn't go outside, didn't do anything. Like, I was a loser, and she showed me life. She showed me things that I've never seen before. She taught me so many things. So first off, anyone hating on her, anyone saying anything, you don't do that, bro. All right. Second off, this isn't a thing where like I hate her, she hates me. Like, there's none of that, bro. At all, bro. At all. For real, like, actually, it's all love. Like, at the end of the day, it really is, bro. And you know, we both need to separate and find ourselves. I'm only 20 years old, bro. I feel like a robot, chat. I feel like a robot, bro. I go, I travel, I stream, I sleep. I go, I travel, I stream, I sleep. I think of stream ideas, I worry about streams, I sleep. I'm a robot, bro. I'm a robot, bro, and I can't keep living like a robot, bro. I can't, bro. I need to find myself. I need to figure out who I am as a person. And I'm still so young, bro. I'm about to turn 21. Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I was with Sam, I was so locked in and tapped in, and I know, like, that's exactly the person I wanted. She's exactly who I wanted. But so young, like, 25 years old, whatever, when I'm done with this 30 years old, whatever, I'm still 20, bro. Like, it's just time, bro. Time did not work out. And, you know, I just want... Oh, my God, bro. Y'all are so weird. Y'all are so weird, bro. But at the end of the day, I talked to her. She's going to keep doing her thing. She's going to stay locked in. She's going to do what she has to do. And...
Translation, probably go back to OnlyFans. When he met this girl, she was an OnlyFans chick. Now she streams on Kick. And she said she gave up OnlyFans and she's turning a new leaf. But I never believe when girls do this shit.
You know, I'm going to support from the sidelines. You know, it sucked. Like, I know I didn't even talk to her.
We saw Brittany Renner, right? Oh, I'm religious now. I'm Muslim. What'd she do? Become a 304.
About this, but like, just seeing, like, in this house, it just feels so empty. Like, all her shit gone. It's just my in the room. Like, it sucks, bro. It really does, bro. Because...
Yo, chat, is our chat moving faster than his? Chat, is our chat moving faster than his?
Like, you know, like I said, like, she made me so comfortable. But sometimes...
He had like 40K when he did the stream, by the way, FYI. We got 3,000 you niggas in here. How's our shit moving the same speed, bro?
Sometimes it's not what you need, bro. You don't want to be comfortable. And, like, it sucks because a girl can give you everything that you want, but it's still not what you need. And it sucks, bro. It really does, bro. It really does, bro. If it was up to me, bro, if I wasn't streaming, if I wasn't doing any of this shit, bro, I'll be doing it. Like, it would be an entirely different story. But I have so much left to do in me, bro. So much. So much. But, yeah. And like I said, bro, anyone saying...
Yeah, chat. Like, our chat is moving. His moving a little bit faster. But keep in mind that he got... Like, when he did this stream, he had like 40K watching on Twitch. He had like 40K watching on Twitch when he did the stream, bro. So, how the fuck is our shit moving the same? Damn near. And we got, what? 5,000 y'all in here?
Script or whatever you'll see within the next few weeks.
Not even.
Like, nothing's a script, bro. And, you know, it is what it is, bro. At the end of the day, man, it's like, it sucks because it's going to hit me. Like,
yeah, you know, and people have said that Neon bots a lot. A lot of people told me he bots. Look, bro, let me tell you guys something. When I tell you guys that me and Fresh are like the last real niggas left, I mean that shit, bro. We're like one of like maybe 5 streamers that never bought at our shit, bro. Never. Never bought our shit, not one time, bro. Never bought it for viewers, none of that shit, man. And it's crazy to me because I'll be like looking, I'll be like, bro, how does this guy have this many viewers? Like, something's off here. Right? But the problem is, like, these young boys, bro, they all bot, man. AMP, FaZe, all these niggas bot, bro. Shit's ridiculous, man. Really fucking ridiculous how much botting there is. Like, Kick and Twitch have a serious botting problem. And I know some of you guys are like, oh, Rumble bots too. Rumble doesn't bot, bro. Rumble's fucking publicly traded, chat. Rumble is publicly traded, chat. Okay? Since Rumble is publicly traded, that means they got a lot of oversight, which means they can't fake their viewership. But these other platforms can. Kick, Twitch, even YouTube. They're not a publicly traded company. Google is, not YouTube. But Rumble is. So the views on Rumble are real. It's just that when you're on the front page, it's everyone that's on that web page. That's why it goes up crazy like that. So if you guys see our numbers shoot up like that, what'll happen? That probably means we're on the front page. And it counts as a view if you're on the front page, right? Like, I'll show you out real quick what I mean by this. Right? You go Rumble, home, boom. Look, oh, Glenn Greenwald's live. Look. So here he is right here. So if you, now that, since I'm on this page, I count as a viewer here, whether I click this or not.
Each alternative to YouTube. Tonight, the case of Mahmoud Khalil made national headlines, even international headlines, because he was the very first student who was snatched either off the street or out of his apartment by ICE agents under the Trump administration's brand new policy of expelling Israel critics who they deem supportive of Hamas, which is basically anyone who criticizes.
Because there's a red pill lesson here. There's a reason why I covered this neon thing. There's a red pill lesson here that you guys got to learn.
Israel, whether they're PhD students on green cards or anything else. On June 20th, a federal judge ordered Khalil, who is a green card holder, released from ICE detention facilities pending the deportation of the public in general. That release has enabled Khalil to make the rounds giving interviews to various outlets, and he gave one last week, late last week.
I'm shocked that he's doing interviews, Chad. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Columnist and podcast host Ezra Klein. One excerpt of Khalil's interview went viral, largely due to Israel supporters, of course, who claimed he was apologizing for, if not actively supporting, Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel. We'll examine his comments to see if he really did say that, but also to examine the important questions raised by all of this about who has the right to use violence and when, who is a terrorist or who is a freedom fighter, and whether anything Khalil said actually remotely poses a danger to the United States. Then the free speech group FIRE.org is what the ACLU once was, a group of lawyers and activists passionately devoted to defending free speech against any conservative students on college campuses. But then they became just as passionate about censorship attacks aimed at Israel critics or pro-Palestinian voices. FIRE announced this week that it was suing Marco Rubio and the U.S. State Department under the First Amendment, arguing that the government has the right to deport foreign nationals, but not to do so as punishment for their political expression. One of the lawyers spearheading that effort at FIRE is Connor Fitzpatrick, and he will be here with us tonight to discuss.
I don't know why it's freezing. All right, let me, is he streaming in 4K? Maybe that's why? No, it doesn't seem 20p. Refresh this shit. Maybe I got too many tabs open or some shit.
Visibility of the show. Finally, as independent media, as journalists, we do rely on the support of our viewers and our members. The way to do that is by joining our locals community. There's a red join button right below the video player on the Rumble page. It will take you directly to that community.
All right, speaking of which, by the way, guys, join the OSS niggas. Sale is going now for $1. Merch is coming soon. We're just, merch is ready. I'm just waiting for it to come in a box so I can show you guys. All right, guys, we're going to be stepping it up with the OSS, but only for the guys that are the real active supporters. So this is how it's going to go. We're going to start giving away merch bundles once a month. All kinds of merch can be given away to you guys for supporting. Also, we're going to be doing call-in parts of the show where members of the OSS Army can go in and call into the show and give their takes on certain different types of topics, whatever we're talking about on that particular day. Also, we're going to start doing shows, guys, where we're going to do parts that are only OSS members so that we can actually say what we want to say, put the memes up on screen that we want to put up, and not have to worry about censorship. Unfortunately, even on regular platforms, we can still get clipped and put out of context and still be labeled for cancellation. All the uncensored stuff that we want to do, it's going to be on the OSS members portion only. Now, I know what you guys are wondering. Oh my God, Myron, no, I can't afford it. No problem. It's going to be only $1 to get in, guys, for the first month, and it goes to regular dues price. So get in there, join us, allow us to be able to continue the fight against censorship, because even on free speech platforms, they clip our shit and try to cancel us anyway. Guys, get in there right now, man. OSS Army 110, okay? Best way to support the show, get in for $1. I'm extending it for you guys. I was going to end it this week, but the merch didn't fucking come in that we're supposed to get. So get in there, guys. Support the mission. Link is pinned at the top. Get in there. Support your ninja. And let's get back to this thing real quick.
It's already hitting me, but it's going to keep hitting me days and days. And I literally just sit down in bed and do nothing. So it's going to suck, bro. And, you know, I'm not going to be fake depressed or whatever. Obviously, I'm going to be sad. But at the end of the day, bro, I got a job to do, bro. Like, I got a job to do. I gotta be the best. I gotta do the things I gotta do to become the greatest, bro. Which is streaming every day, locking in, and focusing on myself, bro.
Shout out to you, Robin Kobe with the
real,
gifted.
Bro. You fumbled? Probably did, bro. Probably did.
No, definitely didn't fumble. Chick that's on OnlyFans, no, not a fumble.
But it is what it is, bro. In the end, bro, realistically, in my head, if God wants it to work out whenever, then it'll work out. But
oh God,
right now,
young men
I
are
just
cooked.
like I don't even want to talk to people like about any of this. Like, by the way, like I don't want to talk to anyone, bro. This is just between me, myself, and I. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
So wait,
I can't even talk to my mom.
why the hell did he go public with this shit then, bro? Yo, they'll be back together next week, bro. This is probably a lie.
About it, bro. She's calling me like, because obviously she knows what's happening, and like I can't even talk to her. Like I don't like. I want to fight this myself. Like I want to deal with this myself. Like I've never I've never dealt with a hardship in life, bro. Like I've literally never dealt with anything, bro. No hardships, no problems, nothing like this, bro. It's the worst thing I've ever dealt with, bro. Literally the worst thing, bro. And I'm gonna have to do.
Oh yeah, I think his family comes from money. Yeah, that Jeep money, man.
I want to deal with it myself, bro. So, that's that, bro. And I just want to say I love you guys. I appreciate you guys, and I know, you know, some of y'all are spamming all this weird shit, whatever it is. At the end of the day, bro, I just know everything will work out, and God got me, bro. God got me, and I really want to get religious. I want to start praying. I want to stop feeling like a robot. I want to live life. I want to like I feel like sometimes I feel emotionless. Like it's just not how I want to feel, bro. And man, I don't know, bro. I'm just so grateful for y'all, bro. Everyone in the chat watching, bro. Everyone put a W for you guys, bro. Put a W in the chat for y'all, bro, because I know no matter what, y'all will stick with me through everything. Y'all will be with me for everything. And just like y'all are there for me, I want y'all to be there for her too, bro. Like, don't throw her to the side and talk and do all this stuff and say fuck her just because I'm not with her. Like, at the end of the day, she was a big part of my life, and she'll always, like, I'll never forget.
Bro, simping, man. Come on, man.
Forget anything that we've been through. Like, anything, bro. Because
she embarrassed and cucked you multiple times, bro. What are you talking about?
Chat, these last 2 years of my life were crazy, bro. Like, crazy, bro. I couldn't trade this shit for anything, bro. For anything, bro.
Nia's been hanging out with too many black people, bro. God damn. Holy. This guy can't speak English properly anymore. It's just a whole bunch of bro, and all this other shit. Like, his vocabulary is limited. What the fuck's going on here, man? Oh, man.
Crazy. And, you know,
how are 40,000 people watching this?
I try to be mature. I'm still an idiot. I'm still a little shit. But I think a fresh start for me is really good and what I need. And I just hope that, you know, hopefully it all plays out, and hopefully this was a good decision and everything ends up working in the end. But that's that, chat. That's that. Just wanted to talk to you guys for a sec. And yeah, bro. I love y'all, bro. I love y'all for real. What are you doing today? Absolutely nothing, bro. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm ending the stream and going to sleep, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck, bro. And that's just me being honest with y'all, bro. Thank you guys all for the subs. Arc better with the 10 gifted. Thank you, bro. I'm just being honest, bro. I'm ending the stream and I'm going to sleep, bro. I need to go pick up my dog. I'm going to sleep. And then...
All right, I predicted this show was going to happen. So let me find my clip here. 2 years ago, chat.
Trying to sell you purity while simultaneously siphoning off your audience for...
Here we go.
She's a manipulative, conniving sex worker trying to sell you purity while simultaneously siphoning off your audience for her own personal gain.
That's funny.
I would say that she's the equivalent to Cell, stage 1, where they take the tail and they suck you dry. And what's going to end up happening is this, my friend. Once she goes ahead and sucks you dry and is no longer able to benefit from being associated with you, she's going to go ahead and find another guy that's bigger than you and move on to him. Nope. And that's what's going to happen, because what happened is that she's on OnlyFans, she's on social media, and in order for her business to grow, she needs to ensure that she's attached to someone who has more status than herself. So once she reaches your level or exceeds it, she is definitely going to leave and go to someone else. And, you know, she knows that, right? The thing is that she understands that she has more sexual experience than you. She has more experience than you in general. That's why she's able to manipulate.
I think it was a virgin back then.
Let you do this stupid shit that she does, puppy eyes, crying, etc. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, I care about you. But she doesn't care enough to delete her OnlyFans, even though you told her that you don't like it. So you're going to deal with this way. You're going to make her a side chick. We're going to go get another girl. And you're going to have multiple women, and then you're going to get a percentage of her earnings. If she cares about you that much, she's going to give you a percentage of her earnings. I would say 50%, if not bare minimum. And she's a side chick for life. I would never take her seriously or give her...
Man, yeah, let's go.
for a title, and get a main girl that's not on the internet. And that's how it's going to go. Because since she decided to make that decision of I'm going to be on OnlyFans, I'm going to sexualize myself, fantastic. You no longer get the benefit of being taken seriously as a main girl. You are a side chick for life. And as far as if she did quit her OnlyFans, it doesn't matter because the internet is forever. So she fucked herself for life.
Guys, smash that like button, bro. We got 2,800 of you guys in here on YouTube alone. We got another 1,300, so we got like what? 5,000 you guys in here roughly? Guys, smash that fucking like button. Smash that like button.
That's not true.
There's screen grabs, video recorders.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
This was 2 years ago, guys. October of 2023.
Fuck.
When he gets his kick deal, and when it's max, as Aiden says, I swear I'm gonna sign something that says I don't want a dime. I don't want to make any money off of him. Like, you guys don't have to see that part. But
and here's the thing with these OnlyFans girls. Well, all right, fuck it. So this is what you guys got to understand about these OnlyFans girls, okay? OnlyFans chicks are talentless, okay? They don't really have talent. They're not interesting. They don't have any cool personalities. Most of the time, they're young bimbos. So they understand that they run a subscription service that has a very high churning rate, okay? So when you're a chick and you're running OnlyFans and you're like, doing all the stop behavior or whatever, you're going to need chatters, you're going to need to put pictures up, you're going to need to post content, etc. And the problem with being an OnlyFans chick is guys are visual. So if another girl comes along that's hotter or is more interesting or whatever, guys are kind of like dogs with like a new toy. Whoa, they want this new thing. So what ends up happening is OnlyFans girls find themselves in a weird position where they constantly have to get new subscriptions because they're losing so many subscriptions every month, right? So since what they offer, every other chick offers, they try to distinguish themselves. Now, most of them can't do this themselves. So what they have to do is enter in beta male streamer. So a lot of these girls do, guys, is they'll partner with a male streamer that has an audience, like a Neon or whatever, preferably a young male audience predominantly where their hormones are raging, and they'll just siphon fans from them to her, right? And since most female streamers suck and they're not interesting and they're not cool and don't got nothing cool to say, they need to latch on to male influencers that actually do have an audience. Because unlike women, to be an influencer as a guy, you must bring value to some degree, all right? Whether it's you set yourself on fire and act like an idiot, or you're able to articulate yourself and convey a bunch of knowledge in a specialty. Men must be talented to be influencers. This is why the top podcasters, YouTubers, content creators in general, they're almost always fucking men, okay? So OnlyFans girls, since the skill bar is so low and any bitch can do it, for them to differentiate themselves, they need to get a constant pool of simps that they can go ahead and market to. This is where a lot of these male streamers come in, okay? Now, in her situation, she had Neon, who was a virgin, blue pill, doesn't know anything. And what he was able to do, right, was bring her a bunch of fans to blow up her OnlyFans. Okay? And girls that do OnlyFans need to rely upon clout siphoning and another thing that they engage in. This is more Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue. What I call rage bait content. Okay? So if you don't have a male streamer that you can leech off of, right? You're not running like some fake relationship or some other bullshit like that. You're going to need to do crazy shit that gets you in the news. So Bonnie Blue having sex with like 1,000 dudes in a day, right? Or Lily Phillips having sex with 100 dudes in a day. This is stuff that's going to shock the masses, and people are going to be curious and sign up for their OnlyFans, right? This is why Bonnie Blue became more and more egregious with her perversion. I want to start hooking up with barely 18 boys, all this other bullshit that she was doing, right? So they have to use shock value or deceptive marketing practices or siphon off of a male creator. This is how OnlyFans girls make money.
because their churn rate is so goddamn high. And what churn rate, guys, basically is if you have a subscription service, right, and people are paying you monthly, OnlyFans girls are rarely ever to keep people month to month to month because of the nature of the content they make, which is redundant and every other bitch can do it. Versus as a male creator, right? Like, I'll give you guys an example. We got the OSS, right? You guys can't go find another OSS. You guys are not going to go find another Myron Gaines. So we retain a lot of our people because we add value, merch discounts, Discord, Telegram, exclusive content, etc., cutting streams, all this stuff. So we have a subscription service, but we add value so people stay. And you can't really go anywhere else to find this type of content. Very difficult, right? Who else is going to give you guys the truth on them boys, women, race realism, politics? I do it all, baby. True crime. You ain't going to find it nowhere else. So we're able to maintain our people because the creator is talented. But when it's women, right, they suck most of the time. They just do, I'll be honest. So female streamers always have to latch on dudes, bro. It is what it is. I can't even think. I'm trying to think here. If I can even think of like a female streamer that's like self-made. Like didn't come up off a dude. Chat, can you guys think of anybody that like came up all by herself? No niggas? I'm trying to think, bro. You guys know? I'm looking at chat, by the way. Oh, let me look at the YouTube chat. Sorry, YouTube niggas. I've been ignoring y'all for a little bit. My bad. You guys can go ahead and say everything you guys want to say. Sadia Khan, is she even relevant anymore, bro? I haven't seen her anywhere. I saw her like a bit like last year. I don't even see her no more, bro. Amaranth? Pokemon Valkyrie? All right. Oh, I don't count Candace Owens. I don't count Candace Owens because Candace Owens isn't like one of these slop streamers. I don't put Candace Owens or Pearl or none of these girls in the same because they don't use their sexuality. I'm talking about chicks that use their sexuality and shit. Brett Cooper got put on with Daily Wire. All right.
But
it doesn't matter because the exposure is going to make back for it.
I won't make it, like, I don't think you hear me when I speak, but it's okay.
No, indirectly, you will. By being associated with him, you will, which is why, like I said before, you're like stage 1 cell. You're going to suck him dry.
Damn.
Stage 1 cell. Let's go, baby.
Welcome. Punch.
I forgot I told her this shit, bro. We were cooking this chick.
That's so, like, I hope you made him happy. Like, you're just
because here's the thing. Look, man, this is how women move. Women extract resources from men. A woman's biggest power is being able to know that she has more knowledge than her guy. Neon doesn't know his worth, which you're exploiting right now.
No, I try to help him see that.
No, if you knew his worth, you would never...
I actually don't know my worth. I think I'm a fucking loser.
I try to help him see that he actually matters.
No, I'm actually helping him see that, and you don't like that because if he knows his worth, he would never take you seriously.
That is true, actually.
Perfect.
She's so uncomfortable, chat. I'm shocked I'll give her credit. I'm shocked she actually sat down and did this discussion, bro. Give it 1,000 with y'all. I'm shocked that she even sat down and had this conversation. Be a side chick. Only. DM to dick. That's it. Nothing serious.
Free watches.
Free watches.
America.
I mean, be honest, you should give that watch back. I won't even take it.
Yeah.
Don't talk to
and you
him
know,
like that.
it's funny, too, because anytime she bought him a Rolex this day. Oh, yeah. I remember now. She bought him a Rolex that day, and I was like, bruh, come on, nigga. Ever seen women give men expensive gifts? It was always OnlyFans sex worker girls. That's another thing I'll tell you guys, too, when it comes to these girls. So, another thing about these women, right? Like, they know that their profession isn't respectable. So what ends up happening, right? And this happens, look, we're really getting into it now, but fuck it. So, let me just say, women are not used to giving men gifts, okay? Women aren't used to giving men gifts. They're not used to spending money on men. They're not used to courting men. The only time I've seen women openly and overtly and emphatically give men gifts is if they're whores.
Fatality.
Let me explain. When you're a woman and you're a 304, right? Whether you're a stripper,
You do OnlyFans, you're a porn star, whatever it may be. Though you might be physically attractive, right? And you have, let's say you have a high sexual market value or a high SMV, you have low relationship market value, RMV. Okay, this is a concept that me and my boy Donovan actually use. I think me and him are like the only ones that do this. Okay, and it's been a while, so let's go ahead and go back in time. So there's two fucking metrics for women, all right? Well, I'm about to give y'all a mad game. Bro, we need 2,000 likes, bro. I'm not a, yo. You guys we gotta get 2,000 likes, because we got 3,000 y'all in here. You guys want me to give y'all this sauce, bro? I need you guys to like the goddamn video. We're at 1,400. I'm gonna hold the show hostage. I barely slept. I'm tired as fuck. I'm holding the show hostage, niggas. $2,000, guys. Smash that fucking like button, bro. Smash that like button, ninjas. We're at 1,500. Let's go. 500 more to go. We got 3,000 plus you guys in here. We've been going for 3 hours. 1,000 likes an hour is fucking easy. Let's go, guys. Come on. I hate that I have to do this, but you YouTube niggas never fucking like the video. If I'm going to be on fucking dumbass YouTube, the least we could do is smash the like button. If not, I could just end the YouTube stream and go to Kick on Rumble anyway. Thank you, Clecho, for going to ShitTube and giving me a like. I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. All you guys that are opening up another tab and liking it on YouTube, I really appreciate that. As you guys know, I'm demonetized, so realistically speaking, YouTube is just for marketing at this point. And streaming on YouTube is retarded. I've told you guys this a million times. That streaming on YouTube actually doesn't benefit me whatsoever. To be honest with y'all, it makes me lose money and it slows down the show because we don't get the engagement up anyway. So almost like defeats the purpose. And I'm seriously contemplating stopping streaming on YouTube altogether and only streaming on Rumble and Kick. I'm seriously considering it. Thank you so much to Robin Kobe24. Thank you so much. But yeah, I am seriously contemplating just not streaming on YouTube. Just putting clips and shorts and going from there. Because most of my new subscribers and views come from shorts and clips. They don't actually come from streams. Being 100% honest and transparent with you guys. Like 80% of the growth. I've shown you guys my YouTube analytics. You guys know I don't cap. I show you guys everything. Literally, it's what are we at? We're at 1,800. All right, cool. Look, just like that, bro. Look, you guys, damn, man, you guys are doing good. All right, we're already at 1,881, bro. 1,881. Let's go. Another 100 and we're good. Another 100 and we're good. Cover Zone says, please cut YouTube. We don't care about it and it hurts the quality of the show. I know, bro. It does. Go ahead and drop YouTube. Not worth it. I'll give them credit. They're actually moving along faster than usual. Less than 100 to go, guys. We're almost there. All right, less than 50 to go. We're almost there. We're almost there, ninjas. You guys got this. Do we hit the 2,000? Oh, 6 more to go. We're at 1994. All right, we hit the 2,000. All right, nice job, guys. Okay, so when it comes to women, right? Where were we? We were talking about women and gifts, right? So anytime a woman buys guys gifts or whatever, especially fancy gifts, expensive gifts, that's a big red flag, and I'll explain what I mean by this. You guys got to understand that women, right, are not natural providers. And women are not natural provisioners, okay? Women are not designed to support, provision, or provide sustenance for a man besides food. So it's against their nature to be a provisioner. This is why if you're with a girl and she makes more money than you and she pays the bills, it's just a matter of time until you're done, right? So now that you guys understand this concept, shout out to Fuentes210 for the gift of sub, appreciate you. Now that you guys understand this concept, now we can get into the SMV. So obviously there's something called sexual market value, right? With your attraction level. But with women, there's two different levels. There's SMV, sexual market value, and then you have something called RMV, relationship market value, okay? So let's say you got a girl like a St. Frank, right? She is, let's give her like a 6, like a little bit above average, right? She's a 6, right? Above mid, a little bit above mid, right? That's her SMV. But you're also going to have something called an RMV. And this is the number that women never fucking understand. So their relationship market value is not going to be based on their looks. It's going to be based on their worthiness of being wifed up. You understand? Because as a guy, no matter how hot a girl is, her past, especially if she's a 3 or 4, can really fuck you up. Men lose status by being cheated on. Men lose status by wifing up 304s. So women that are promiscuous have low relationship market value. So it is possible for a girl to have high sexual market value while simultaneously having low relationship market value, okay? Very important for you guys to understand. Relationship market value versus sexual market value, two different things. Now that we've established this, since most sex worker females have above average sexual market value, right? They have no problem getting men, but they have a problem with retaining men. Strippers, OnlyFans girls, porn stars, etc. They have a very difficult time keeping men around. They have no problem getting men, but they have a very tough time retaining men. And this means when a girl has high SMV, but she can't keep a guy, this means she has low relationship market value. And sex worker women almost always have low relationship market value. So what they do, a strategy, which is also a big red flag for you guys that you guys need to keep in your mind. If a girl buys you luxury items or very nice things, right? The only girls I've seen trick on men like this are hoes. I'm just going to call it what it is, all right? They're hoes. All right? And the reason why girls trick off on men like this, like you can see where her buying me on a Rolex or whatever. You guys know we had the throat goat on our shit, Selena Powell, spending millions of dollars on their guys, buying them nice watches, buying them designer, all this shit. That is a way for women to make up for their low relationship market value. Okay? When a woman has low relationship market value due to her profession, she's kind of in a catch-22. And the catch-22 is they make a bunch of money from doing the sex work, but the sex work destroys their ability to get a guy to take them seriously. So now they're in a weird place. So what ends up happening is she has to operate almost like a fucking man. To make up for the fact that she has low relationship market value due to her sexual past and her promiscuity, she has to take on provisioning duties. And one of the ways she takes up provisioning duties is by buying you gifts, paying bills, taking care of things financially in general, buying you a car, right? So this is how women that are sex workers typically get guys to wife them. Remember, they don't have a problem getting guys to smash them and date them, but a lot of them have a hard time getting guys to take them seriously. So one of the ways that they circumvent that is by tricking on these motherfuckers. Now, Fresh could talk to you guys about this in way more detail,
because he be around these bitches all the time. But he's told me they cry when they're alone. They complain how they can't find a guy. When they do find a guy, they go crazy. They spend crazy money on him. They give him gifts, all this shit. Because when you're a girl, right, and you're making $100,000 a month, being a fucking thought, that money comes at a cost. You sold your soul, so now you got to buy your fucking man. You got to keep him with you through acts of servitude financially. He's embarrassed to be around you. His friends make fun of him when you're not around. He gets clowned on the internet. So basically, you're paying him reparations as a female. That's what you're doing. When a woman has low relationship market value, she typically has to offset it by stepping into a provisioner status. Now, why is this bad? Well, it's bad because it naturally puts her in her masculine. When a woman is paying your bills and she's taking care of you, they get really fucking clingy. And not only do they get clingy, they get really mad if they think you're cheating on them. Right? Because they think, again, this is the female mind, it doesn't make sense, but I'm going to explain it to you guys anyway. They think, I make money, I pay for you, you need to be loyal to me. And then it's like they forget that they're sluts. Because remember, guys, women have a horrible habit of taking on masculine traits, thinking that it makes them look better or increases their sexual market value. It actually doesn't. And I'll be honest with you guys again. Most of the guys that date these OnlyFans girls or date these porn stars or these strippers that make a lot of money, most of the time, it's lower sexual market value men. Right? Maybe he's good looking, but he's a bum. And what he'll do is he'll use that chick, smash other girls on the side, tolerate and endure the roast that he gets in his friends group. You know that group chat is frying him all day. You date this bitch, you stupid. So they look at it like, look, if I'm going to go ahead and have my image tarnished and people roasting me all over the fucking city for being with this girl, I need to get my pound of flesh. But, like a typical idiot that sex workers are, they're completely unaware of the fact that as a sex worker, you don't get to dictate terms. And not only do you not get to dictate terms, you got to pay the bill and shut the fuck up. And if you do catch them cheating, it is what it is. But since women pay and they make money and they got status, they think they can boss you around. They think they bought you as their boyfriend, but they didn't. So it's very important for you guys to understand this dynamic, that a woman that has high sexual market value is not the same as a woman that has high relationship market value. Now, I know what you guys are going to ask next. Yo, Myron, what should we prioritize? You need to prioritize the relationship market value. I don't give a fuck if the girl's a 9. If she's a 9, but she has low relationship market value, that's going to be a headache waiting to detonate all over you. Pause. It's better to be with a girl that's average or slightly above average that isn't a whore than being with a girl that's way above average but is a whore. Trust me. Well, Myron, I want to be with the hot chick that's going to buy me fucking shit. Okay, nigga. Try that out. Try that out, see what happens. This is what's going to happen, matter of fact. Let's go into the dream scenario. Let me tell you what's going to happen, motherfucker. You want to go ahead and wipe up this stripper, right? You want to go, you think it's going to be exciting. You know, you need a place to stay and shit. This is what's going to happen, nigga. You're going to move into her apartment, right? You're going to start packing your stuff, setting your stuff up, etc. The first week is going to be great. You're going to be smashing all the time. Maybe she brings a friend here or there. You get to watch TV all day as you sometimes look at the classifieds to find a job. She makes enough for like everybody, so it don't matter.
You chilling. You get comfortable. She goes to work, comes back, house is dirty. Dishes are in the sink and shit. Tyrone! You're supposed to do the dishes. Right? Then, she asked you the next day, can you take out the trash? Oh, it's snowing, I don't want to go. Nigga.
Fatality.
And what's going to slowly start to happen is you are going to die from 1,000 paper cuts. Okay, this is the concept of death by 1,000 paper cuts. And what this basically is over a period of time, a woman slowly elevates her aggression and frustration with you because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. And most of you men can't see this coming, by the way. Most of you niggas, by the time you guys figure it out that she's nagging you, it's too fucking late. She's been building this shit up for a year. Your dumbass don't even know. She's been powering up, nigga. All right?
It's over 9,000!
And by the time you fucking wake up, she's already on KO-Ken 10. About to fucking punch your dumbass.
Welcome! Punch!
And then you're going to slowly start to get disrespect. She's going to talk back to you. She's paying the bill. She's wearing the pants. You guys are going to get in fights. Then she's going to go buy you a gift. Plead with you not to leave her. You guys have some great sex. Then she's going to keep the bullshit going. It's a toxic relationship. But this is what you can fucking expect when you deal with girls that are sex workers, that have money. Oh, yeah, they'll take care of you. Oh, yeah, they'll let you stay at their place. Oh, yeah, they'll let you be a bum for a bit. But it's going to come at a fucking cost, my friend. A big cost. Your dignity, your pride. She going to be telling you, get the fuck out of my house, you broke ass nigga. Like, she going to be doing all that shit. She kick you out one day and then tell you to come back 48 hours later. It's a miserable existence. It ain't worth it. I see a couple of you guys in the chat saying big facts. Yeah, bro. Ask anybody that fucking deals with sex worker chicks, bro. They'll love bomb you, buy you all these fucking gifts. You think this is lit. Oh, my God. Man, dating a porn star ain't that bad. Oh, man, dating a stripper ain't that bad. This bitch always got cash. She give me money. She don't ask nothing. She loves me. Oh, man. Huh. That money comes at a cost, my friend. She sold her soul to the devil, and you by proxy sold your soul to the devil too. And when that devil comes to collect from her, guess who she gonna turn to collect from for her? And this doesn't even account for all the fucking emotional trauma that she's gonna be going through in her life, because doing sex work is literally terrifying to women. It's not natural. Fucks them up mentally. Right? This is me assuming she's somewhat sane. Most girls that do sex work are not sane. Something be wrong with these bitches, and it's gonna be taken out on you. You're over here thinking, oh man, she got me a fucking Gucci wallet. All right, man. That Gucci wallet gonna come at a cost. So what's the moral of the story? The moral of the story is simply this. Be extremely, extremely concerned with any woman that buys you expensive gifts. And then number two, do not wife up girls that are sex workers. Because what I just explained to you guys is going to be your fate if you get with a sex worker. Now, I know some of you guys say, oh, Myron, well, I'll just do it for a little bit. You know, she give me some money, blah, blah, and I get out. It ain't that smooth, my friend. It ain't that smooth. All right? It ain't that smooth. You know, they say that hell hath no fear like a woman scorned. You think it's bad if you break a girl's heart? Bro. Wait till you owe a bitch money. Oh, Lord. You think it's bad to cheat on a bitch? Wait till you owe a woman money, bro. Wait till you owe a bitch money. She gotta fucking pull up to your fucking job. Walk in, embarrass your dumbass. Tariq. Where's my 2 stacks? Nigga. You in the back, spinning a pizza with the fucking Domino's. You're in the back spinning that fucking pizza at the Domino's restaurant, trying to make a fucking living. Trying to get some money so you can actually go play some dominoes and make some goddamn money? She in the fucking dominoes looking for your dumbass, you in the back with the fucking chef's hat on. Your fucking coworker come. Hey, bro, your girl's here. Oh, man. Nigga tells you, bro, this is the fourth time this week, man. I got to tell the manager. Nah, bro, please, please. You go out there to fucking talk with her. You got fucking pizza sauce all over your fucking white apron and shit. Hands all doughy. Hey, bum nigga. Where's my two stacks? I told you next week. That ain't gonna work. I don't got it. You ain't got it. Yeah, I don't have it. What ensues is going to probably be one of the worst verbal beatdowns you are ever going to get in your fucking life. She's going to absolutely take everything that you told her, that you were embarrassed about, that you were subconscious about, that you were insecure about, and she's going to yell that shit on a fucking megaphone damn near in the pizza shop. Niggas in there eating like, your fucking coworker, that nigga said he was going to tell the boss. He on the phone with him, bro. This bitch is back here. I guess she yelling at him, bro. Niggas pull out their phone. Hey, World Star. Star. You fucking sitting there with your hands on your hips like this, just waiting for it to end. Niggas aren't sure if it's pizza sauce on your shit or you're bleeding because she going so crazy on you. Look, I don't got it. I don't got it. She fucking shoves your dumb ass. What do you mean you don't got it? I don't got it. She taps her pockets and shit. Hey, yo, chill. You gotta leave. You know? Your hand's still fucking pale white from all the dough you've been spinning all day. And you gotta go. Even your dumbass coworker in the back, that nigga's starting to get tough now. Yeah, leave, crazy bitch. It's the fourth time you've been here. Oh, you tough now? You know, you got a little bit of confidence in your fucking spine now. Yeah, I'm tough. Get the fuck out of here. I'm done with you and your shit. Okay, nigga. She leaves, right? You all hype, yeah. You know, you clean your hands off the dough. You look back at your fucking coworker. That nigga's even impressed. Hangs on the phone with your boss. It's okay, it's been settled, boss. Next thing you know, hey, yo, nigga. You look at the fucking door. 7 orangutan ass niggas show up. Bitch brothers from North Carolina. Oh, shit. I guess she really wants that 2,000, nigga. Now you sitting there. Knees weak, arms are heavy. Mom spaghetti. Oh, shit. That nigga that said World Star before, now he's really hyped. Pulls out the phone again. World Star. And you proceed to get the worst ass whooping of your fucking life by 7 fucking niggas that all got different fucking dads, by the way, that are somehow related to this fucking bitch you're dating, nigga. Cooked. Niggas pull out the fucking CCTV footage. All they see is this shit. That's all they... Flurry of arms. That's all the niggas see, bro. Even your buddy in the back down snapping for you. That nigga gone. He turned to Goku. You sitting there get your ass whooped. Right all over the apron, but you don't know if it's fucking marinara sauce or blood now. And as you're getting your ass whooped, this fucking bitch, yeah, get it, Daquan. Tap that nigga's pockets. You fucking my stepsister? And then you got to realize, right, at this moment in your life, as you're getting stomped out by 7 fucking monkeys, you got to ask yourself the real question here. Was it worth it? Was it worth getting the gifts? Was it worth it being with the stat? It went from fucking Rolex to Paynex, nigga, because you get your shit cracked now. Pause. And what makes it worse, one of the niggas has the confidence, because remember, they're whooping their ass with ski masks on, right? One of the niggas says, I want you to know who doing this to you, nigga. Takes the shit off. You think the beatdown's done? You still getting your ass whooped with that fucking apron on? With the fucking pizza dough on your hands? You can't even fucking hit this nigga back? Bro. And then them niggas run out the pizza shop, bro. You just sitting there on the Domino's floor like, oh. And then you think to yourself like, damn, was the pussy really worth it? I think I know the answer to that one. Nope. All you can think about is the group chats. The months you were dating this bitch. Niggas in the chat frying you. Hey, nigga, what are you doing? You stupid. Nah, bro, she cool, she cool. Your Jamaican buddy. Bomba. They're just cooking you all day in the fucking group chat, man. You sitting there.
How dare you?
All the memories go through your brain. All those memories of all the times you could have walked away from this bitch, but you didn't. And now you're getting fucking attacked by 7 primates. So that is why you don't fucking wipe up whores, guys. Some of y'all niggas might have been in a situation like that before. Maybe it wasn't Domino's, but you guys get the drift. Anyway. Oh, man. All that to get some pussy, nigga. You thought you had the dough. Next thing you know, you're spinning the dough. And then niggas are beating the shit out of you and it's like dough flying everywhere. It's crazy, bro. So anyway.
I wonder why.
They have to invest in their man because they know that what they do is unacceptable.
He deserves that watch. Did you not hear me? He has been working for a month straight. Like, I can't even stress this enough. His streamers, his viewers know. He's been doing 4 to 7 hour streams. Like, that takes a lot of work and it mentally drains you. So the fact that you don't think that I gave him that.
Well, that's the one thing that she said that's right. So yeah, niggas, like the video. By the way, I came up with that story on the fly. I literally came up with that story as I was talking about it, bro. I had to rehearse that shit. It literally just came to my head, bro.
Because he deserves it in general, just fuck you. I don't care.
Interesting timing, though. You gave it to him right after I had a pep talk with him and told him not to take you seriously.
Cooked. All right, I'm having too much fun. All right, what's the, let's see here. All right, let's get into Ghislaine Maxwell real quick, then we'll get into the takeover of Gaza. As you guys know, Ghislaine Maxwell, they moved her to another prison, chat. They moved her to a lower security prison in Texas.
CNN has learned.
And just so you guys know, the last prison she was at was already low security. She was at a prison in Tallahassee. I've been there before. Or was it Pensacola? Whatever. It's a low security prison. It's like damn near a college campus, bro. They walk around like it's a dorm room or some shit.
That Jeffrey Epstein's convicted accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, has been moved to a new prison. Maxwell has been serving a 20-year prison sentence in Florida. She's now headed to a minimum security prison in Texas.
CNN's Caitlin Polantz joins us now. So, Caitlin, talk to us about this new prison that she's going to and why she's being moved.
Why is going to be the question here definitely today. But we do know from the Bureau of Prisons, they have confirmed through a spokesperson that Ghislaine Maxwell was moved from a federal prison camp in Tallahassee, Florida, to a low security.
Bro, they don't walk around with handcuffs. They got their little BOP uniforms. They just walk around and chill, bro. Like the camp, niggas really are camping, bro. It's like a dorm and everything. It's like being in college with a bunch of other felons.
Prison in Bryan, Texas. So that's northeast of Austin. The difference there, it doesn't sound that much different, minimum security, low security, but it actually is pretty different. A camp where she was before, people move about freely, there are nonviolent offenders, or I'm sorry, where she was before, there are very likely to be violent offenders, gang members, the risk is higher. And where she is now, that would be white collar offenders, people who would not be considered to have as much risk as they would have had at places like where she was in Florida. Two people at the prison that she is now in Bryan, Texas. Two women, you may have heard of them before, Elizabeth Holmes from the company Theranos, and then Jen Shaw from the TV show The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City. Those are the types of women, nonviolent, white-collar offenders, where Ghislaine Maxwell is now. But you asked why. The Justice Department, the Bureau of Prisons, is not telling us the reason for this move. But I did speak to a prison consultant.
I think, number one, they want to get her out of that other jail. Number two, I think they're going to posture for a pardon, chat. Apparently, they had a 9-hour conversation, and she didn't say anything bad about Trump. And just so you guys know, Trump's deputy attorney general, Todd Blanche, who is his criminal defense attorney, was the one that he appointed as deputy attorney general. And I ain't gonna lie, bro, it doesn't look too good. I mean, he's not gonna have his name tarnished, but I mean, like, this just looks so bad.
Consultant just a few minutes ago, who was saying that from her perspective, this is quite good. It would be something that she would want.
From Maxwell's perspective.
From Maxwell's perspective. It's more comfortable at the camp, or at where she is in Texas, the camp. But from the Justice Department's perspective, she was speaking to the Deputy Attorney General just a couple weeks ago. That signal.
That's Todd Blanche. It's this guy right here, chat. This ninja right here. This is him. Deputy Attorney General. He's the number 2 guy at the Department of Justice. This is Pam Bondi's right-hand guy, basically.
She may be a cooperator, and that puts her at a higher risk when there are people around her who may be potentially more violent as the inmates. So it may be one of the security decisions, but there also could be the possibility of some leniency happening here.
Wow. Really interesting. Kayla.
Yo, what's up with CNN getting these fucking whales, bro? What the hell, nigga?
Falcon punch!
At least Fox News got the memo. Like, Fox News hires bimbo blondes, right? Like, if you're going to put a woman on our screen to give us the news, like, at least make her attractive. What the fuck? Might as well just have this bald nigga talk instead of these two fucking creatures. God damn.
Thank you so much for that. Let's bring in Dave Ehrenberg. He's a former state attorney for Palm Beach County, Florida. He's also known Attorney General Pam Bondi.
Yep. You see that? Yep. Every single time, man. It never fucking fails, bro. They got that yellow thing. You already know what time it is, baby.
Every single time. Every single crime.
For many years and worked as her drug czar in the Florida Attorney General's office. All right, Dave, so according to our Caitlin Polantz's reporting, this is a nicer prison, fewer violent offenders, more white-collar criminals. What are the possible reasons for why Maxwell would have been moved here?
Brianna, good to be with you. Well, it comes closely after Todd Blanche, the number 2 person at the Department of Justice, met with her in private, spent hours with her getting her
roughly 8 or 9 hours
testimony information about the whole Epstein scandal. And now we see her moved to a minimum security facility. Apparently, this is the same facility where Elizabeth Holmes is in Texas. It's a much better facility. She was taken out of Tallahassee at a...
Oh, by the way, guys, I put new emotes, by the way. I hope you guys enjoyed the new emotes. I put new emotes on Rumble and on Kick. But you have to be a subscribed member to get the emotes. So get in there, guys. New emotes are hilarious. I already see some of you guys using them. I got Frank doing an O/ as one of the emotes. Shout out to Josie for making it for me.
Low security facility and put into one which has a lower staff to inmate ratio. These are like dorms rather than cells. There's no perimeter fencing, so it's much better. Now, is it because of what she said to Todd Blanche, or is it because during the many hours that her attorney and Ghislaine Maxwell spent with the head of the Department of Justice, number 2 person there, that they convinced him to get her moved? Because the decision on moving a prisoner is up to the Bureau of Prisons. And who does the Bureau of Prisons report to? The Department of Justice.
Yeah.
Okay, so, could it also be, if she's seen as someone who is cooperating, is she at risk there? And what kind of happens behind the scenes to negotiate something like this?
Well, this is a benefit, clearly. And it's something that the attorney for Ghislaine Maxwell would have mentioned to Todd Blanche. Said, hey, we've been spending 9 hours together. You can see she's testifying in good faith, honestly and openly. Can you at least send her to a better facility? I can see that conversation happening. And by the way, that happens, that inmates are transferred among facilities. It's nothing illegal or necessarily unethical, but the timing, of course, does raise eyebrows because it happens right after. And President Trump is saying that he's not dangling a pardon. He doesn't even want to have that conversation. But this is part of the discussions, perhaps, that Ghislaine Maxwell looks like she did give the administration what they wanted, and as a result, she was moved to a better facility.
Like kind of what the appearance is there. I also wanted to ask you, Dave, because you're such a good person to ask this of. There's so much focus on the Epstein files, and the original Epstein files were in
And we're going to show Trump freaking out with the Epstein files here in a second as well.
Palm Beach, where you were state attorney after the criminal case against Epstein was closed. But as you know, Epstein had, pulled his cameras, his hard drives before police searched his house. Authorities, I believe, never subpoenaed that. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Each time Brooke says Hamas, take a shot of alcohol, you'll be dead.
Lawyers and even journalists who have covered this case who have questioned whether some of the state files, like the original files, may have actually been missing a lot of things and a lot of documents. Do you think that's the case?
It's hard to say, Brianna. There was an effort to get the grand jury transcripts at the state level, and the legislature had to change the law to release the grand jury transcripts. So now we see that. But that wasn't anything huge because we already knew most of the stuff there. So now the focus is on the Epstein files, which the Department of Justice has collected, and they have it in their possession in Washington, D.C. To your question, did the stuff from the state files get up to the files in D.C.? Probably. I am not aware of anything that has been missing. The thing that I am most interested in is that when the feds went into Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan mansion, they had to use an axe to break into his safe. And when they broke into his safe, they found thumb drives. What's on those thumb drives? We don't know. So that's all part of the files. So that's another reason why people want to see this.
Just so you guys know, his name is Dave Arenberg.
It's more than just the grand jury transcripts at the federal level. That's only a portion of what people are looking for. They're looking for the files.
Yeah, and I wonder if you think this grand jury stuff is a bit of a distraction, considering looking at, the grand jury stuff in Florida. It was even thought by investigators that wasn't, fulsomely pursued by prosecutors as it should have been. Maybe not as informative as some people would want it to be. Do you think that that's a distraction, this grand jury stuff?
Well, I do think that even if they get the grand jury materials at the federal level, it will only be a small portion of what the public is demanding. I think the Attorney General was right to say there is no client list because there is no client list, and to say that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself because he did kill himself. But as far as what's in the files, it's going to be a lot more than what's in the grand jury transcripts, especially now that we're hearing that only 1 or 2 witnesses testified before that grand jury, and it was law enforcement. So if you want to know what third parties were involved in the sex trafficking ring, you're not going to get it from the grand jury transcripts. And that's why there's still that clamoring to get those files, which may never be released.
Yeah, the classified side never will be. I'm telling y'all, man. There's high side shit in there they're just not going to show. All right, let me read some chats that we're going to get over, then look at Trump freaking out about this shit real fast. Let's see here. Okay. Myron, OSS loves you, my ninja. Christ is King. Thank you so much. Crypto Zoo, Myron, is it okay to surprise my boyfriend with the latest sneakers a few times a year? Yeah, that's fine. I'm assuming you're not a thought. Cash says, fuck it. Hate the YouTube guys. The end is near. Okay. Foreign Farmer says, I would buy 5 more memberships for the F if you cut that shit. Okay. You want me to cut the stream? Popskaya says, the problem with YouTube is how much you have to censor yourself, and that is what truly hurts the quality of the show. Yeah, you guys enjoyed that last one, right? When I didn't have to censor myself? All right, that's fine. Look, we're going to cover the Nick portion. I'll cover a portion of it, obviously on YouTube, but yeah, we're going to go full on and break it down on OSS. You're just the host says, hey, Myron, would you be interested in watching and reacting to the Tinder Swindler movie? Nigga also went and hiding. Yo, we already covered it, bro. Search Tinder Swindler with Tommy Sotomayor. We already broke it down, bro. It was awesome. Yo, W. Myron, always keeping it a buck. I've learned a lot the past year. OSS for life. Thank you, almost Tim. Bo Meyer says, fuck these stingy ass YouTubers. Don't worry about it, bro. We'll do OSS only soon. I actually felt bad for Sam and Frank because she was with a rich loser. Neon is going to look back and as her leaving as a W. One chest says, screw YouTube. Okay. Bluffkin says, remember the Fed Reacts episode you did about the OF that killed her boyfriend for trying to leave? I think so. She's in jail, bro. Low Key Wealth, thank you for subscribing. Povskaya, spitting facts on my own wife. Changed when I had 2 strokes and couldn't work for a while. After multiple kids and 10 years of marriage and me working her, raising kids, she started with the money bullshit. Single now, LOL. Oh, man, I'm sorry that happened to you, bro. Kumo, so what do you call a chick that acts like this isn't a breadwinner or sex worker? Well, most women are not going to be generous like that. Unless you guys are like, been in a long relationship and you give her a lot of gifts. But when she's like throwing gifts at you like that, love bombing you, it's because she had 3 or 4. Wyatt says, Myron, you need to make comedy skits, LMAO. Maybe, bro. I've always thought about doing stand-up comedy, guys. I think I could do it. I think I'd be funnier than Abba, at least. I think I'd be funnier than that bitch-ass nigga. Megan Thee Stallion gifted Klay Thompson a $300,000 watch. Is this another example? Do you consider Megan Thee Stallion a sex worker? Perfect example, my friend. Yeah, she gifted him a $300,000 watch because she's a hoe. Yes, absolutely. That's a perfect example. Spaceman, $2. Appreciate that. Matt Godey says she's gonna get a pardon after saying Trump ain't involved. Yep. I predict she's gonna get the pardon after his presidency, though. That's why they're moving her to a comfortable jail. You heard it here first. You heard it here first, niggas. This is gonna happen. They did the 9-hour interview. They're gonna release the 9-hour interview. It's gonna exonerate Trump. Then, more than likely, he's gonna get some backlash. After the fucking dust dissipates, he's either gonna quietly pardon her while he's still in office, or more than likely, depending on how the backlash goes, he's gonna pardon her on his way out. Most presidents, guys, do their pardons on their way out because it's such an unpopular stance. Joe Biden, for example, what did he do? Pardon his son on his way out. Pardon Dr. Fauci on his way out. Pardon everybody he knew was going to be indicted on his way out. His family, etc. So I predict that Donald Trump will probably do the same. Put her in a nice prison, let her coast the next 3 years. Once he's out of office or on his way out, he'll sign that last piece of paper. She's pardoned. You can walk away with it, walk out. Ghost says, we need OSS only emotes. You guys get memes, bro. You guys get better shit than emotes. Kumo, do you think communication or sentence reduction more than likely a pardon? Yeah, basically she's going to get released, bro. Whether it's a pardon or a commutation, she's going to get released from jail, is the point. Myron, to really just explain a plot to a BET original movie right in front of our faces. This is amazing. Yeah, I don't know where I came up with that pizza shit, bro. I'll be honest. Apparently, Ghislaine Maxwell co-founded Chilad, whose software powers the FBI investigative data warehouse for searching vast post 9/11 data sets. Coincidence? I don't know. Hey folks, if you get an annual membership, it's like paying $750 a month. But if you get the discount now, it's basically paying $415 for each month for the whole year, rather than paying $1 for 1 month and $10. The rest is still $111 for the year. Cut out a few expenses. I bet you can do it. Appreciate that, Shaq. Hey, Myron, the reason I also sent the Khazarian Mafia video is because it mentions what happened with Top H as well as the Russians back in the 1900s. All three videos are connected in the same way, even the Hellstorm video. That makes any sense. Okay, I see what you mean. It's Trev. Myron, you see Pam Bondi put $50 million bounty on Nicolas Maduro? Oh, really? 50 million? Damn, I didn't know she put 50M. Wow. Really? That's kind of a big deal.
Trump
Hold on.
losing his cool over Epstein.
Hold on. One hour ago.
Today, the Department of Justice and State Department are announcing a historic $50 million reward for information leading to the arrest of Nicolas Maduro. Maduro uses foreign terrorist organizations like TDA, Sinaloa, and Cartel of the Suns to bring deadly drugs and violence into our country. To date, the DEA has seized 30 tons of cocaine linked to Maduro and his associates, with nearly 7 tons linked to Maduro himself, which represents a primary source of income for the deadly cartels based in Venezuela and Mexico. Cocaine is often laced with fentanyl, resulting in the loss and destruction of countless American lives. The DOJ has seized over $700 million of Maduro-linked assets, including
And for those of you that don't know, this is the Prime Minister of Venezuela. It's Nicolas Maduro, I think, right? Yeah, here we go. Here he is. 53rd president of Venezuela. Damn, bro, I think he has a bigger reward than Osama. What was Osama's FBI record? Yeah, the U.S. offered a $25 million reward for information leading to the capture or death of Osama bin Laden. This is part of the State Department's reward justice program. However, officials stated that no one would receive the reward because bin Laden's location was discovered through electronic surveillance and intelligence, not through human informants. Yeah, so okay, hold on. Up to 25 million. So this dude is 50, bro. This guy's worth more than bin Laden? God damn. I don't think I've ever seen anyone get this amount. Bruh. 50 million? This dude is getting double the price on fucking Osama, dude.
private jets, 9 vehicles, and more. Yet Maduro's reign of terror continues. He is one of the largest narco traffickers in the world and a threat to our national security. Therefore, we've doubled his reward to $50 million. Under President Trump's leadership, Maduro will not escape justice, and he will be held accountable for his despicable crimes. If you have any information
Fadi Bear gives $50. Small tip. Thanks for the knowledge. Got you, bro. Appreciate you.
to bring this criminal to justice, call 1-202-307-4228 or go online.
Okay, so this is a DEA case. Yeah, guys, just so you know, I mean, we could do a case on Maduro. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that for you guys. Guys, they have a criminal complaint on Nicolas Maduro. Hold on. I think I read it before. Nicolas Maduro and 14 current and former Venezuelan officials charged with narco terrorism, corruption, drug trafficking. This was back in 2020. So HSI was involved. I think this case was led by the DEA probably. So it was 15 million, now it's 50. God damn. Okay, so Jose Perez. Okay, so these are all the charges on from the different districts. Oh shit, HSI did one. Shauna Willard. Oh, do I know her? That name sounds familiar. More rap conducted. Okay, Title 18. Yeah, I know Shauna. Wow, small world, bro. All right. Interesting, man. That's crazy. All right, let's go back to the chats. Thank you for letting me know about that, bro. I might do a breakdown on Maduro. Okay. Bugsy says, you should really react to the new South Park episode. They really shit on Charlie Kirk and the Jays. Okay. Lavere Adams, yo, Myron, do you think them boys had a hand in the text written in the Bible? I ask this because the Bible speaks highly of Israel, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, the Schofield Bible. Damn, FBI placed a $50 million bond on. Yeah, so this is breaking news. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Hold on. Hold on 1 second, ninjas.
Developing now, major seizure. The plane belonging to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was
And this was almost a year ago.
taken by the U.S. and brought here to South Florida for
Hey guys, do me a favor. We got 2,300 likes, man. Let's get up to 2,500 now. 200 to go. All right, 200 likes, guys.
violating U.S. sanctions. Local 10's Leanne Morajon is live in Fort Lauderdale with the details. Leanne.
And to put this in perspective, this plane could be compared to Air Force One. It's now in a hangar here at FXE.
A plane owned and used by Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is now in the hands of the U.S. government after being seized in the Dominican Republic and flown to Fort Lauderdale Executive
HSI took this
Airport.
So today we formally seized.
Oh, shit. That's Tony. That's my old SAC, guys. He's my old special agent in charge. This is the guy that brought me in and said, yo, man, you going too crazy on YouTube, bro. That's crazy. What a small world. He's a nice guy, man. I don't got a problem with him. You know. But yeah. That day. Shout out to Mercius. 5 gifted. Appreciate you. I think he's higher up now. I think he's like an advisor for Trump. But yeah, this is a special agent in charge for Miami. He cut his hair, I could see. But yeah, I know Tony personally. He's a nice guy, man. I really don't got nothing bad to say about him. You know what I mean? Like to him, it was like, bro, you're on YouTube. You know what I mean? You got you got a clearance, shit like that. I get it.
A Venezuelan-owned aircraft, predominantly used by Nicolas Maduro for violations of U.S. sanctions and other criminal matters that we're looking at.
The U.S. Department of Justice alleges the plane was obtained illegally.
Well, you guys are in the chat shocked? Yeah, bro. That guy was my boss when I was an agent. Yep. He was a special agent in charge back then when I left in 2020. I think he's like an advisor for Trump now on DHS. But yeah.
Purchased last year from a Florida company for $13 million and exported through the Caribbean to Venezuela. The Dassault Falcon 900EX is said to be the equivalent of Air Force One. having been used to fly Maduro to and from a Venezuelan military base and internationally.
This was a tremendous partnership with HSI Santo Domingo, and our partners over at Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security, as well as lots of coordination with the Dominican Republic government that make this happen today.
For years, Homeland Security Investigations has worked to stop billions of dollars from reaching the Maduro regime. The seizure is considered an escalation in an already tense relationship between the U.S. and Venezuela.
What is the message here that's being sent to the Maduro regime in Venezuela?
Yeah, that HSI, its partners, have the global reach, the expertise, and the familiarity in order to reach out and effect action on anyone, including heads of state who think they're untouchable.
Crazy stuff. And then HSI Miami had a criminal complaint on one of his guys, as you guys can see here. What the fuck? This came out 58 minutes ago? FBI makes shocking announcement?
This is Democracy Watch. Mark, we have major breaking news here. It looks like the FBI has sided with John Cornyn in his effort to get the FBI to go and retrieve these Texas Democrats who are right now breaking quorum in Chicago, Illinois. So first and foremost, you and I have spoken about the legality of this move. Obviously, it's not legal to weaponize the DOJ to do the political bidding of these politicians. And so how do you deal with the disparity between the fact that A, it's not illegal, but B, it's happening anyway?
Right. So look, I said in no uncertain terms that the FBI is not going to be able to retrieve these people, and I stand by that. Okay, that remains my position, and you will now all have it on 2 videos. You can go watch the last one where I said it, and this one you can bookmark as well. It is one thing for Kash Patel to go along with this charade that John Cornyn set up because he is running for Senate against Ken Paxton. So he needed to come up with some cockamamie bullshit thing that makes it seem like he's, upping the ante. It's one thing for Kash Patel to say, fine, like, yes, I got your letter, and, we'll do. We're going to help track these people down. It is another thing, though, for the FBI to actually take affirmative steps to essentially kidnap these people or somehow arrest them for what I don't know, and drag them out of the state of Illinois back to Texas. The governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, has already said that, this won't happen on his watch, and I believe him. He's one of the big fighters for democracy right now. Mm-hmm. But there's also just the practical reality, which is that these FBI agents, joined the Bureau to investigate crimes. And there just isn't a basis and a way in which they're going to get Chicago FBI agents to go find these people and then somehow literally throw them in the back of a van. Now I realize you're going to say, yes, Mark, that's exactly what this government does. But throw them in the back of a van and drive them to Texas. I mean, I think that is, my bet is still against that happening. I think that what Kash Patel will probably announce in the coming days is we have found them. You asked us to go find them. We have found them. Now, of course, we all know where they are.
We're going to get Glenn Greenwald on the show very soon. So, chatting it up with him now. Very respected journalist. We'll have a discussion maybe next week or something like that. Also locking in some other big guests for the year for you guys. So, we got some heat coming this year, guys. We're taking over, bro. I'm telling you guys, we are taking over. They demonetize us, but they can't stop us.
Because right. We've also found them because they've come forward and said they're in Chicago. So
right.
Well, to that point, and I know that the lines have been blurred here because we have watched ICE agents across the country need no pretext of a crime to be able to throw people in the back of a van and just drive off with them. So we have kind of seen state-sanctioned kidnapping occur. But in a normal world, does there need to be some rationale, some legal rationale for the FBI to be able to touch anybody? Because the reality is that these Texas legislators have not committed a crime. They're making use of a tool to bring about some political end, right? Like quorum breaks are a tool that's been used since the 1800s. It's not a crime.
All right, yo, Kool-Aid Assassin, I got your DM, but dude, you got to give me a timestamp, bro. This shit is fucking 2+ hours long, bro. You got to give me a timestamp. Hilarious name, though, by the way. And you're a former Army infantry man. Thank you for your service. Steelwall, Myron, you have me paranoid right now to receive a gift from a woman. Now, every time I receive the gift, I'm like, what these 3 or 4s has done. look, man, if it's like wildly lavish, that's what I'm talking about. Myron, is Maduro's bounty more than Mencho's bounty now? Probably, bro. Yasser 71. Yo, Myron, I think what do you say? Okay, Yasser 71. Yo, Myron, I think Nick bashing Candace was wrong. Candace said after the pod, she asked if she wanted to hang out, if he wanted to hang out with her family, and that she asked him if he wanted anything edited, and he still bashed her and called her a bitch. That's just wrong. What's your take? Also, don't you think that the USA has a lot of fall in the cartel's power over Mexico? Since you worked in each side, guess you have an insight on this. Yeah, the cartel's definitely heavily involved, but that's why they designated them as a terrorist organization, because if they designate them as a terrorist organization, they can mobilize more units from the government. As far as Nick with Candace, look, I spoke with Nick. He has some pretty valid grievances. You know, I see why he was not happy. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. You know, I wish they got along, but, you know, it is what it is. But when I spoke with him offline, he did have some valid grievances, so I can't really be mad at him. Hopefully one day we can all come together, though. You know, wishful thinking, right? Devil, appreciate that.
Crime to be able to do that, and in fact, there are fines put in place which kind of legitimizes the use of quorum breaking as a tool, but it's not illegal. And so, does the FBI need some type of actual crime to be able to put their hands on anybody?
So, I mean, there are several layers of the reason why this would be completely, like, crazily out of bounds. The first, as you say, there's no crime. The second is, even if there were a crime, it would be a state crime. Like, the FBI is not like the roving enforcer of state laws. Yeah. Like, that isn't like, the FBI investigates federal crimes. That's what the FBI does. It's part of the federal Department of Justice. Yeah. It is not like if you are, you know, the Utah Attorney General and you are like, we have a shoplifter who is, you know, violated Utah's anti-shoplifting statute. They don't get to call the FBI and be like, hey, go start a manhunt, you know, around the country.
Bro, these liberal commentators are trash. All right, let's get into this Epstein thing real quick.
Cool over Epstein.
Yeah, so Trump got really mad for this.
Asked about CNN's reporting that Vice President J.D. Vance was planning to hold a strategy session tonight on Jeffrey Epstein damage control. Here's what the President of the United States said.
Look, the whole thing is a hoax. It's put out by the Democrats because we've had the most successful 6 months in the history of our country.
Oh, my God. He's still running with the hoax thing? Bruh.
And that's just a way of trying to divert attention to something that's total bullshit.
It's bullshit and it's a hoax. Those are the exact words that he just used there.
Dude, see, the problem here is that his administration pushed for it, man.
Of course, the Jeffrey Epstein situation is not bullshit or a hoax, right? There are thousands of girls who were sexually assaulted and abused while underage. That's not being.
All right, so we got retard Shiznik comes in here, says, never thought I'd see the day Myron sides with a bitch when she is indeed wrong for doing him dirty. Even dumbass Fresh agrees. Bad take. You ain't reading all the OSS messages, bro. Hey, Shiznik, if you watched when I broke down the interview, I clearly said this interview could have been way better. I don't know why she had an axe to grind and talking about all this personal stuff when they could have talked about the Iran war. There was way better things going on. I literally said that. So shut the fuck up, dude. Okay? You clearly didn't watch all the content. And you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. All right, dude? Holy shit, man. Literally, I said that. I said, I don't know why she's fucking attacking him and taking this aggressive posture with him. I literally said that when I reacted to the interview. I was like, this interview could have been way better. And then I didn't know at the time that like the Iran war was going on. That makes it even worse. It could have been a very fruitful conversation talking about foreign policy, what's going to come next, what's going to happen with the war. No, you don't watch every day, because if you watch every day, you want to say something so dumb, isn't it? If you do watch every day, you would know that I said that already. You don't watch every day. Or you might have missed that interview. That's fine if you don't watch every day, but like, don't sit here and fucking lie in my chat, bro.
BS or a hoax.
I literally said that was fucked up that she did that. I literally said that. It was fucked up that she put it behind a paywall, and it was fucked up that she made the interview completely adversarial for no reason. I literally said that. You're just trying to fucking antagonize and start problems, bro.
And that's not partisan, right? You can say that as a Democrat, you say that as a Republican, and certainly as the MAGA base, which has not let up on this issue tonight. And it comes as J.D. Vance appears to be taking on a central role when it comes to the Epstein investigation. Sources are telling CNN tonight that Vance's role is to essentially act as a middle person, a middleman between the warring factions inside the Trump administration, because there are warring factions over what to do with the Epstein files. On one side now, the Attorney General Pam Bondi. She now says there's nothing more.
Thank you, chat. You guys are my witnesses. Bruh. What the hell? And I said it multiple times, too.
Or to release.
This guy's coming in here just talking out his ass, bro.
On the other end, FBI Director Kash Patel, who had long wanted transparency on Epstein.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the large...
Oh, man. Yo, CNN has these clips on fucking go-to, bro. Dude, they literally have these clips ready to go, bro. Ready to go.
Just scale pederast in human history.
Simple, because of who's on that list.
Vance, though, was once in lockstep with Patel, wanting all the files, wanting any lists or whatever euphemism, but lists to know who was involved, pounding the table for answers. Vance wanted them. In September of 2021, Vance wrote, quote, "Remember when we learned that our wealthiest and most powerful people were connected to a guy who ran a literal child sex trafficking ring? And then that guy died mysteriously in jail? And now we just don't talk about it?" A few months later, Vance responded to a post claiming the DOJ and Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyers made a deal that her so-called little black book would never be made public. To that, Vance responded, I quote again, "What possible interest would the U.S. government have in keeping Epstein's clients secret?" Oh. And here he is last year, speaking to right-wing podcaster Theo Von.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
Man, they got these clips ready to go, bro. This just makes this is why it looks so bad, because everyone in the administration was talking about releasing the files, dude. So for them to like not do it looks very bad.
Well, it would be important. Now, though, Vance has very little to say publicly about Epstein. Occasionally has tossed some red meat at the MAGA base by blaming the media for Epstein reporting, specifically the Wall Street Journal when they had that birthday book. In fact, Vance's tune, other than being quiet, has changed so much when he has said something that Theo Von has called Vance out. Theo Von actually reposted a clip of that interview with Vance and added, quote, "Yeah, what changed?" And that is a question that many are asking, including Epstein's victims and their families, who obviously know that the Epstein allegations and underage child sex abuse is not hoax or bullshit. In fact, they are increasingly calling out Trump and the administration as they want transparency. Virginia Giuffre's family saying in a statement after Maxwell was suddenly moved to that cushy, lower security prison in a residential neighborhood right after she met with Trump's deputy attorney general, quote, "This move smacks of a cover-up. The victims deserve better." Well, the attorney for another victim, Annie Farmer, who says Epstein and Maxwell assaulted her in 1996, slammed the DOJ for lack of transparency, writing, "It smacks of a cover-up." And Alicia Arden, who claims Epstein assaulted her in 1997, telling NBC News, quote, "There's a cover-up of some kind going on." And of course, people talking about a cover-up because why not put out all the information when for years your team was out there saying this information should be there for everyone to see. Kristen Holmes is out front live outside the White House, beginning our coverage this night. Kristen, Trump clearly angry that these questions are not going away about the Epstein case, to kind of lose his.
Yeah, they're gonna keep going at this forever. And if you guys notice, like CNN are some of the biggest antagonizers of this Epstein story, bro. They will not let it go. Jake Tapper, all these motherfuckers, bro. They're ABC, CNBC. They're not gonna stop.
Is cool there, and to swear in that room, members of his cabinet, CEO of Apple, all standing there, show a real level of frustration.
Yeah, Aaron, that's right, and it's not surprising because what we're hearing is that what we're seeing from Trump publicly is also what's going on behind the scenes, that he doesn't understand why this won't just go away. One of the things that President Trump is good at is essentially avoiding certain stories, letting things die out and moving on, and this just isn't going away now. Of course, as you've mentioned, some of his strongest supporters are the ones who are perpetuating this story, who continue to bring it up and ask for more transparency. But I will tell you that while President Trump wants to not talk about the Epstein files, he gets frustrated with these questions, there are those around him, particularly within the White House, who understand that the White House needs to take control of this narrative. They have been largely on the defense for several weeks now since that Department of Justice memo, and that's why, or at least part of why, it was important for J.D. Vance, the vice president, to have a sit down with the top people who are part of that response. It's not just the public response, but it's also making sure that all the team players are on the same team. I will remind you, the last time we talked about a sit-down meeting between Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, the head of the FBI, Kash Patel, and the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the deputy director of the FBI stormed out of that meeting after he was.
They're not going hard enough with, like, fucking, you need to bring the DNI in too. Like, Tulsi Gabbard needs to be a part of these conversations. Like, there's classified stuff that you guys need to fucking bring out. I don't know why no one ever talks about Tulsi Gabbard. Like, she's just as important, if not more important, than Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi is the Attorney General, which means she's not going to have any access to any of the high side shit outside of the FBI, because the FBI is the only intelligence agency really that's in her purview under the DOJ, like a real member of the IC. So it's Tulsi Gabbard that's going to have all the stuff that we actually want to know. The spy shit, compromise shit, blackmail shit, that's all going to be in the classified stuff. I don't know why people haven't connected this yet. I'm like the only motherfucker that I've seen that's talking about this Epstein stuff that has been saying, we need to talk to Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is going to have what the fuck you guys are looking for. You guys want the blackmail shit, the intel stuff. It's all going to be classified stuff from the fucking IC. Who runs the IC? It's going to be Tulsi Gabbard. CIA, DIA, NSA, all these different fucking intelligence agencies. Tulsi Gabbard oversees all of them. Holy fuck, people are stupid.
Was alleged to have leaked.
Still have the media and all these other retards coming out and saying, oh yeah, bro, like, Pam Bondi needs to, like, do more. Bro, Pam Bondi's a fucking, well, Pam Blondie. She's a fucking bimbo, bro. You don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
Information about Pam Bondi, and it was not even clear if Dan Bongino would come back to work after that. There are clearly warring factions here, and if they are going to take control of the narrative, they are going to take control of the optics, they have to be on the offensive and they have to be working together as a team. So this idea of them talking about strategy, it's not just how they're going to respond, it's making sure that everyone is on the exact same page as they do issue their response. And one of the things, of course, we've been reporting is this idea that they are debating and leaning towards releasing at least part of that transcript of the interview with the Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Ghislaine Maxwell. That, of course, is a big decision to make. They're going to want to make sure that all the key players who are going to be held responsible, that includes Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, are aware and on the same page as that information potentially comes out.
All right, Kristen, thank you so much. And Kristen, of course, with all that new reporting from the White House tonight, I want to go to James Marsh because he's a lawyer who has represented about a dozen Epstein accusers, including Maria Farmer, who we have spoken to here on this program. Also with me, Mimi Roca.
Guys, let's get to 2,800 likes. 300 more likes, guys. I don't want to hold the show hostage, but let's get 100% engagement on this thing. Let's get 100% engagement on this bitch. Smash that like button, guys. We're not even at 2,500 yet. Let's crank it up. I'm going to take a quick piss. I want to be at least by 2,600 when I come back. It's like only 100. So smash that like button, guys. Take a quick whiz. All right. All right. All right. We're at 26. All right. Let's get 2,700 ninjas.
A prosecutor. She was a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York and Westchester County District Attorney, and Barry Levine, of course, back with us, former editor of the National Enquirer, extensive reporting on Maxwell and Epstein, author of The Spider Inside the Criminal Web of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. So, Barry, you know, Trump, as you can see there, very agitated, right? He's in a room. He's got some of his economic team around him. CEO of Apple is standing in there. And he is asked about Epstein and loses his cool, calls it a hoax, calls it BS. And the thing about it is, Barry, is that he could just do the most basic thing that would make all of this immediately go away, which would be to release all the files and let people actually read what is in them.
Well, Aaron, they're absolutely, listen, they're in a pickle right now. And, you know, his
Yep, it's very bad.
Comments continue to be a betrayal to the victims. I mean, he has never been an advocate for victims. He himself has had numerous allegations of sexual misconduct lodged against him. He's denied each and every one over multiple years. But we're in a situation here where they have to do something. They also have the lawmakers on both sides who have requested the Epstein files to review before they begin questioning these individuals that they put out under subpoena, former President Clinton and so many others. So they have to make a decision in terms of are they going to allow Pam Bondi and her Justice Department to turn over those files. The files should be turned over to the lawmakers, and then we as
Bro, these guys are still putting all the onus on fucking Pam Bondi. All right, let's go here. Okay. When is the pod with Nick Zerka and Sneeko happening? Hopefully one day. I'll have all three of them. So hopefully one day. Ram15 says, oh, would you have or done a breakdown of 4-3 students that went missing in Mexico? Didn't hear about it. Armenian Ninja, I believe Trump is baiting the media and the Dems into going after the Epstein files. Reverse psychology, he's done it numerous times. I don't know about that one, bro. With Ghost says, I'm not surprised. Attack Nick has ever been apologized. I don't know if are she cool with Crowder now? I don't know. Yak says, cancel my YouTube premium for OSS. All I watch now. Question: have you heard of the geopolitical commentator Shahid Bolson from Middle Nation? He has an interesting insight on the war in Gaza. Are you familiar? Nope, not familiar with him. So boosted Myron, did you go over the interview that Bibi did with Fox News where he lied about everything and how now saying Gaza is razed to the ground because Hamas booby trapped the buildings? No, I didn't hear about that, but we could watch a little bit of it. I don't know, maybe because they keep putting these retard chicks that kind of look hot, so nobody presses it. Demetrius says, yo, Myron, what does a bounty reward mean? Does it mean the first person to locate Maduro so the USA can, nah, it's the person that gives information that leads directly to his arrest. That's what they mean. Shizness says I'm rage baiting. Richard says, hey, Myron, so you've been saying how infighting thank you to Jar304 for the 5 gifted. So Richard says, hey, Myron, so you've been saying how infighting with each other, Nick, Candace, and Tucker, is hurtful towards the movement. After watching Candace's interview with Nick, it wasn't great, and Tucker's piece of Nick and later Nick's defense, my support for both of them is wavering. What would you advise us, the viewers, to do? Should we still support these people? Well, it's up to you, bro. I can't tell you what to do. You know, at the end of the day, you know, everyone has a different worldview. I can't tell you who to watch, who not to watch. Right? That's honestly a personal decision. So the only person that can really make that decision is you, bro. I can't tell you who you should and should not watch. You know, that'd be out of my, you know, I'm not going to tell you guys what to watch and what not to watch. But if your support of them is wavering, I understand, bro. I understand. I mean, they really bash them unnecessarily, bro. You know, They definitely bash Nick unnecessarily. He's been blackballed forever. People have tried to destroy him. So I understand his position. I understand. So Chris says, ran to Walmart for some good food, for some food and got a show. A flock of weave warriors chimping out when I was leaving. It's not a stereotype at this point. Doomed. Anywho, W Mustache Man. Man. Mike Carmack says, Nick had sex with Destiny. Bro, are you fucking retarded? Dude, when people, like, that's like the low IQ, like, insult. Like, I've heard people say that, oh, Nick is gay. Bro, just let us know that you don't have any real fucking, like, dude, that's such a low IQ comment. You know what I mean? When they don't got anything on you, they say you're gay. That's what girls say to me. You're gay. You're gay. Nick's gay. All right, congratulations. You've proven that you fucking have a 60 IQ. You know? That's like how women insult each other. You know? It's like they can't attack his ideas or my ideas, so they call us gay. So fucking stupid. Anyway. All right. Let's see here.
One of the operations directors in the higher.
So here's Anthony Aguilar with Tucker. And we are going to cover Nick's talk on Tucker. I have it here for you guys. You guys have been asking me for this for a week. So I will cover it. I'll probably do it last. So you guys will get what you asked for. I'll probably do half of it on all the platforms and another half on OSS only. With the Ghost says, as far as I'm aware, Candace and Crowder are still not cool with each other. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the relationship is there. Let me yeah, the reason why my Twitter's at 720p, bro, is because I use Rumble Studio on there. And for some odd reason, it just moves it down to 720. So I don't know why. Just watch on Rumble, bro, or YouTube. Rumble and YouTube is 4K, dude. Or Kick. Kick is 1080p. Kick is super clear too. Kick is 1080p, Rumble's 4K, YouTube's 4K. Twitter 720p, but that's because I you know, that's because I'm using Rumble Studio. Comfort Zone says only do it on OSS. Comfort Zone does not like YouTube, man.
Audience at home, 2 hours ago, here in Jerusalem, I sat down with an exclusive interview with the Israeli Prime Minister. We talked for about 25 minutes on camera right before a significant meeting is about to happen. As you know, the fate of the hostages is still out there. As you know, there are allegations against this government for genocide and starvation. There are questions about his relationship with Donald Trump, even Vladimir Putin. Israel's long-term plans for Gaza and how they achieve a lasting peace is still an open question tonight. We mentioned we're almost 2 years into this war. This country's tired, but they're still fighting. Here now, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, on all those topics and more.
Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for your time today.
Well, glad to see you again.
Thank you. After this interview, you will go immediately into a meeting with your security cabinet. Will Israel take control of all of Gaza?
We intend to.
And there you guys have it. There you guys have it. Finally, they admitted what the plan was the whole time. They finally admitted it, bro.
In order to assure our security, remove Hamas there, enable the population to be free of Gaza, and to pass it to civilian governance. That is not Hamas and not anyone advocating the destruction of Israel. That's what we want to do. We want to liberate ourselves and liberate the people of Gaza from the awful terror of Hamas. And you were in the Gaza Strip today. You met Palestinians who are fighting Hamas because finally they see that they have a future. They can rid themselves of this awful tyranny that not only holds our hostages, but holds 2 million Palestinians in Gaza hostage. That's got to end.
Are you saying today that you will take control of the entire 26-mile Gaza Strip, as it was 20 years ago to this month in 2005?
Well, we don't want to keep it. We want to have a security perimeter. We don't want to govern it. We don't want to be there as a governing body. We want to hand it over to Arab forces that will govern it properly without threatening us and giving Gazans a good life. That's not possible with Hamas. The only way that you're going to have a different future is to get rid of this neo-Nazi army. The Hamas are monsters. Look at what they're doing to our people. Look at what they're doing to the way they massacred, raped, beheaded our people, our men and women, burned our...
Man, they're still going with the fucking... They're still going with the lies, man. That's wild.
Babies. And they are really cruel to their own people because when we try to take them away from the combat zones, they shoot them. They want people to be civilian casualties. They want a starvation policy that they themselves are trying to put into being. And we're doing everything to reverse that. They have to go. I think President Trump has said it. You know, you have to see two things in Gaza. You have to see Hamas eliminated, and you have to have the hostages released. And he's absolutely right.
There are 20 hostages that the Israelis believe are still alive. And in recent events, the closer the IDF got to them, many of them were killed. Are you prepared for that?
We're doing everything in our power to salvage the hostages. We've, in the beginning, the second day of the war, I think, a senior command official in Israel said, you're going to have to get used to the idea that we're not going to see any of them alive. And I said, no, I don't agree with that. I think with a combination of the right military tactics and international pressure, we can get all of them, and certainly most of them.
What he won't tell you is he could have got him back on the 10th, but he don't want you to know that. Quick word from our sponsors, guys. All right, guys, we're going to be stepping it up with the OSS, but only for the guys that are the real active supporters. So this is how it's going to go. We're going to start giving away merch bundles once a month. All kinds of merch can be given away to you guys for supporting. Also, we're going to be doing call-in parts of the show where members of the OSS Army can go in and call into the show and give their takes on certain different types of topics, whatever we're talking about on that particular day. Also, we're going to start doing shows, guys, where we're going to do parts that are only OSS members so that we can actually say what we want to say, put the memes up on screen that we want to put up, and not have to worry about censorship. Unfortunately, even on regular platforms, we can still get clipped and put out of context and still be labeled for cancellation. All the uncensored stuff that we want to do, it's going to be on the OSS members portion only. Now, I know what you guys are wondering. Oh my God, Myron, no, I can't afford it. No problem. It's going to be only $1 to get in, guys, for the first month, and it goes to regular dues price. So get in there, join us, allow us to be able to continue the fight against censorship, because even on free speech platforms, they clip our shit and try to cancel us anyway. Tried it last week, man. Those Zios don't end, man. All right. Okay, some chats here. Myron, I was trying to break up with my girl, so I showed her your content thinking it would push her away. All it did was drive her closer. She agrees with everything I said. What the fuck do I do? She hella likes me, but I'm only 23 and not trying to be serious relationship. Met you at Brickell, you took a pic with me, gave me some fire advice. What you said for real saved my life. Let me know. Thank you for all you do. I mean, bro, I'll tell you this, man. You probably get in your lifetime 3 good girls, bro. You know, so you know what you got to do. I mean, if she's good, keep her around. Just tell her you're not ready to commit. And if she hangs out, then you know it's for real. But if you really don't want to be with her, bro, maybe she's not hot enough or she's annoying or whatever, get rid of her, bro. I can't make that decision for you. Just like the guy earlier that said, hey, who should I watch? I can't tell you who to watch, guys. I can't tell you who to watch. End of innocence. Hey, Myron, the big news yesterday was that the Howard Stern show getting canceled. Is it funny how he pushed all this degenerate content for years, then once he started getting invited to Diddy parties, he became all woke, even pushing the vaccine? Just funny how one of them boys pushed degenerate content to make our country worse for so many years. Top H should have had book. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that Howard Stern. I mean, I tweeted about this. The Howard Stern show getting canceled by Sirius, I would argue, is just another nail in the coffin for traditional media, guys. That's really what it comes down to. Traditional media is cooked, chat. It's absolutely cooked, man. Absolutely cooked. Myron, when are you partnering with ExpressVPN and dropping a link? I don't work with ExpressVPN. All right. Yeah, I need to cut my hair. I'm fucking shaggy as fuck right now, man. We've been live for, damn, it's only 9 o'clock. We've been on for, yeah, we started the stream early. We've been on for like 4 hours, almost 5 hours now.
Out. So far, we got out of 255, we got 205 released. 148 of them are alive. Nobody believed that. And I believe we can get the others, but we have to combine the right tactics, military tactics. Without military pressure, nothing works.
Yesterday, I spoke with LaRon Berman. He has 2 brothers.
Yes.
His family believes they are still alive. He said the following: my advice to you, speaking to the Prime Minister, by all means necessary, we need to bring them back for stability in the region, for the future of Israel. It's a tough decision, but we will handle everything, meaning Israel. What do you say to the families of the hostages?
That's exactly what we're trying to do. People say you can't both release the hostages and eliminate Hamas, and I disagree. I think so far we've shown that we can, and I intend to complete the job. But we have 3 missions. One, to eliminate the Hamas as a governing and military power in Gaza. Otherwise, there's no future for anyone. And we'll have many more kidnappings and many more hostages. Second, achieve the liberation of all our hostages. And third, make sure that Gaza doesn't pose a threat to Israel again. And we're well on our way to achieve all 3. Now, there are difficulties because there's so much vilification and misrepresentation in the press. There's
yeah, you're starving people and shit, but they're just vilifying you for no reason, right?
An attempt to put blame on Israel for the interdiction of humanitarian supplies that Hamas is interdicting, and Israel is the international community is delivering the blame to Israel. They're doing everything to rob these food trucks. They're taking the food for themselves and then jacking up the price for the remaining supplies to their own population. That's monstrous.
We have seen some of that, and you're right about that. And you're also right that we went into Gaza while we've been here this week. And we were in the southern town of Rafah, near the Sinai Desert in Egypt. And that town has been flattened. And you have been accused of genocide. How do you respond to that?
Well, if as Ambassador Huckabee said, if we're practicing genocide, we're surely doing a very bad job of it, because we could have, basically eliminated the entire population of Gaza, but we went the other direction. We did something that no army in history ever did. We're supplying humanitarian food to the enemy's population because we distinguish between combatants and non-combatants. We put in 2 million tons of food. I mean, if we wanted to commit genocide, we wouldn't give 2 million tons of food to
Yeah, but that food's not getting in there, bro.
The population. And also,
this fucking guy,
so
man.
the reason you see the flattened buildings is because Hamas booby traps every...
Oh, so now the buildings are blown up. They're booby trapped by Hamas, so they blew it up? Bro, this nigga, man. Yo.
Every single building. So when we come in, we first have the population moved, even though Hamas tries to keep them in the combat zones. But after they move, and we start to move into the neighborhoods that are now populated only by terrorists, they ignite these booby traps. So what we do is we put in an APC, an armored personnel carrier, with a lot of explosives, detonate it. It sets off all the booby traps, and the buildings begin to collapse as a result of that. They're empty buildings. They're not.
Bruh, this nigga, man. Oh, yo, Gaza's flattened because Hamas got booby traps. Come on, man. Guys, smash the like button. We're at 2,700. Let's hit 28. This is a new one, chat. This is definitely a new one. Reality, yo, we was flaming those bitches before after hours last night. I was definitely provoking the black chicks with all of my racist memes leaving Castle Club. Chat up before after hours. It's funny. Might be a new segment. Okay. Ivan says, yo, Myron, do we get more perks if we get the year deal? Bro, you save a bunch of money if you get the year deal. Nicholas Maduro, 50 mil. Did you hear? Yeah, we talked about it. Vegas Philly says, I told her I don't want to be with her 3 months ago. Now she's still around. She knows I hook up with girls all the time and doesn't care. She's the kind of girl you describe. People besides the looks, do you ever compromise looks or whatever? Yeah. I said this earlier. You're better off being with a loyal chick that's not a thought, that's average looking, than being with a bad bitch that's a thought. Every single time. I'll take the average girl that's not a thought any day over a hot chick that's a thought.
Populated buildings. Secondly, they've built this underground terror tunnel network with billions of dollars that they had. They didn't build Gaza up. They built a Gaza terror city.
And who gave them that money?
Fatality.
You did.
Underground. So we now detonate the tunnels. The tunnels explode, and they take down the buildings that are above the tunnels. And the reason you see this devastation is not because Israel is wiping out these structures.
Yeah, this is Charlie Kirk and Meg Kelly. I might not have time for this one, guys. This might have to, I might not have time for that. Thank you to Parlay Buster for the 2 gifted. Appreciate you, my friend, or for 2 months.
Filled with civilians.
Welcome.
It's because they've been booby-trapped by Hamas, and that's the kind of warfare that we have to win.
I'm hearing you say that you deny this charge of genocide.
Totally.
That's what you're saying.
Oh, let's see what he's going to say about this one.
Totally.
But last week, and you referred to it a few moments ago, President Trump mentioned the word starvation. And he pretty much said it is what it is from his observation, looking at video and pictures. Were you surprised by that?
No, look, I think President Trump has been terrific. He's supported us in so many ways. And he understands that we have to get rid of Hamas. He understands that Hamas is also using their own interdiction tactics to prevent humanitarian aid going. So there's been...
I'll tell you guys this. As you guys can see here, Netanyahu is a skilled politician. And the reason why you know he's a skilled politician is because he doesn't answer the questions directly. He's able to dance and fucking moonwalk all around that bitch.
And shortages, no question about that. There's been also suffering. And what I intend to do with President Trump, we talked about that and agreed upon that, is to overcome this with a humanitarian surge. So we're opening up safe routes through which aid trucks can go through. We're going to try to quadruple the distribution points that are manned by Americans. And they're doing a hell of a job distributing food to Gazans without Hamas taking over the food. And that's really what we're doing. And airdrops that we intend to do, we're already doing. And we invite other countries to join us. So it's Israel that's doing now, and has been doing for some time, an effort to give humanitarian aid to the population without letting the Hamas terrorists take it, steal it for themselves, and sell it at exorbitant prices.
Has President Trump given the green light for your plan to take over the remaining 25% of Gaza and occupy all of it?
Well, you know, he understands that it's Israel who's going to do the fighting. It's not American soldiers.
Did he give you a yes?
Well, he just says, no, Israel will do what it has to do, and we haven't got into that kind of discussion. But we have gotten into a discussion on 2 things. One, the humanitarian surge that we're going to do, which will precede our final military action, because I want the population to be in safe zones, to have food, water, sewage, electricity, medical help. I want to free 2 million Gazans from Hamas terrorism. The second thing that we agree on is that the day after has to have certain principles. I'm not talking about a detailed plan yet because I think that'll be developed. But the 5 principles, the key principles are these. 1, Hamas has to lay down its arms. 2, Gaza has to be demilitarized. 3, all the hostages have to be released. And 4, Israel will be responsible for overall security. So if there's an attempt to have a resurgent Hamas or resurgent terrorism, we're the ones who are going to take care of it. And 5, let Gaza be governed by a civilian authority that is not Israel, because I don't want to occupy Gaza forever. I don't want to govern Gaza. I want to have a different governance there that basically is willing to live in peace with Israel and give Gazans a different future. That's entirely different from these unbelievable lies that are leveled against us, frankly against me too, by the international press that doesn't.
Rico says, been with my girl a year plus. She has all the power. But last 2 months, I've set boundaries and shown I'm not afraid to lose her. Now she's respectful, stays in, cooks, cleans, cuts off whole friends, and helps with my startup biz. Keep her or dub her? It's up to you, bro. But, if she was disrespecting you like that before, she was probably on some fuck shit, bro. She was probably on some fuck shit before. Just keeping it all the way a million with you. Also, guys, I'm only reading $10 chats and up. Okay? So only $10 and up chats. If you're an OSS, obviously send in $1 and I'll read it. But I'm prioritizing OSS chats only. That's one of the biggest perks of being an OSS. You can get involved in the show. Send in $1 and get your chat read. But if you're going to use like MyronGainsX.com or Rumble Rants, it's got to be 10 and up, guys. It's only $10 to join for OSS or $1. Right now, we got a promo, man. So, is booby traps Hebrew for Israeli airstrikes? Pretty much, bro. Yeah. Yeah. Kumo says, baby traps is hilarious, and Eric Prince literally said he could flood the tunnels. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm tired of this nigga lying, bro. But what really matters, guys, is we know now that that they are going to absolutely take the Gaza Strip. Okay, let's go here real quick. We're going to cover Anthony Aguilar real quick, and then we're going to go on to Nick and Tucker. We'll do that last. I'm going to fast forward.
You'll be dead of alcohol poisoning in 2 minutes, right? But the reality is...
Yeah. So here's Anthony Aguilar, and this dude is like an Israeli spokesman. This dude right here on the right.
The IDF in terms of your response to what you just heard.
Yes, hello, Piers. Just to begin, I hope I will be given the same latitude to speak as the previous guest. There were no interruptions and no cross-reference and no really tough questions, and I hope you will lend me the same level of attention here. What I would like to say is that I really hope Mr. or Lieutenant Colonel in Reserves Aguilar will enjoy his 15 minutes of caressing global media attention. I think what he's doing is tremendously dishonest. I think there are multiple cases of evidence, sworn statements by his colleagues from the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation that claim that he is not only not truthful, but in fact lying, fabricating, making up events, that he spent more of his time in hotels in Tel Aviv than where he was supposed to be.
And this is one of a few dudes that came in and tried to say this guy Anthony Aguilar is lying.
On the ground in the 4 distribution centers, not 3. He's out of the territory, so he doesn't know the situation on the ground, but there are 4 centers up and running. And I think that it is tremendously dishonest to be fired from a place, begging to stay on, begging to have a new contract, then being told that you are not wanted because you are substandard, you are not professional, you have had issues with your colleagues, and you are not wanted on the ground, you do not bring any benefit, you're fired, and then subsequently to go on this little media campaign that you have gone now in order to try to smear Israel. I think that is very dishonest. I think you are full of it. I question your personal and professional integrity. I question why, if this was the case, did you not only say how proud you are to work for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation as you were working, but why did you try to be reinstated and renegotiate a new contract? Why, if you claim that you saw things that weren't all right on the ground, did you not document or report anything in real time during the little time that you spent there, not in Tel Aviv hotels? And why are we only hearing it from you after you've been fired and discharged from that organization with a clear message from Johnny Moore and your colleagues that you are not wanted because you are substandard, not professional, a troublemaker, and simply up to no good. So there are so many questions that really undermine.
Okay. So as you guys could see, he just went on a fucking full-on attack on this guy, right? Because he's been getting some big interviews talking about how the Israeli soldiers are like shooting at fucking Palestinians. So obviously, this guy's gonna come for his neck, right?
Okay, but let him respond directly to what you've just said. So, Anthony, what would your response be to what Jonathan Conrick has just said?
I would like to start by saying that I respect Mr. Conricus. I saw him on the news during the opening days of the war, enjoying his 15 minutes of fame. My wife was a public affairs officer in the Army, and we watched him on the news, and I have respect for his profession and for his opinion. And he is entitled to his opinion. What I will say is that, first, regardless of the status of my employment or how good of an employee I was, that does not justify or take away the fact that war crimes have been committed. Not only verified by me as a witness, but also others that have seen it, to include IDF soldiers that are now coming forward stating that they were ordered to shoot at civilians. The sites themselves, where they are built in active combat zones, that's not an opinion. Anybody can look at a map and see where they're built. Regardless of the opinion, that's
obviously
a war crime.
They're in combat zones, yeah. That's not a war crime. It's not a war crime. If that is where the people are, then that is where the food is supposed to go. And to your point of, success or not, up until today, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation has distributed almost 110 million meals in about 2 months period. Far more per person, per location, per distribution site than anybody before that. Hamas, UNRWA, anybody
that is
else.
not true.
And whether you agree to it and whether, Piers, you want to acknowledge that it works, that's a different thing. But 110 million meals, packages of food, that is no small number. And that's including baby formula and all kinds of
That is
food.
not including baby
They haven't
formula.
tried to distribute medicine. No, it does include, I just spoke with Johnny, it does include that. It does not include medicine. It does not include clothes and many other things because that wasn't the core mission of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Exactly, that's not their mission. They're getting water pumped in from Israeli pipes to the areas that have been established as humanitarian zones. So I think that what you're saying
All right, but Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
Highly questionable.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, Jonathan, let me ask you. We know that 1,200 or more people have now been killed as they are in these lines of what looks like desperately hungry people, desperately scrabbling for the small amounts of food that are available. Who is killing those people?
So, Piers, we don't know. You can say and repeat the numbers and you can claim that that is true. We don't know. And we can go back to our two-year conversation that you and I have been having about international media. And
see how these Israeli propagandists are insufferable?
I'll preempt what you're going to say. Yes.
Let's assume that he got fired and he's mad. Is he lying, though? Let's assume all that shit they said is true. Is he lying?
Yes, I would want to have international media here.
Is the IDF not shooting at fucking innocent people?
I would want to have the IDF provide more access so that reality on the ground could be better visible. Having said that, I'll say that the only source of information that you're relying on is Hamas numbers, and they have an inherent interest to try to
60,000 is the number they're giving, bro. So, and we know it's way more than 60K.
Delegitimize what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is doing because the GHF is a threat to Gaza, to Hamas and their control over the.
When this is all said and done, it's gonna probably be somewhere between 200,000 to 500,000 people dead. When this is all said and done.
Population and the GHF.
So are you saying these people haven't been
UN
killed?
Hamas cartel.
Okay, but Jonathan, either they haven't. Well, hang on. Look, there are three scenarios, right? Either 1,200 people have been killed. Secondly, who has killed them?
No.
Right. The belief is the IDF has been responsible for most of those deaths. So either your position is they haven't been killed, or your position is they have been killed, but they've been killed largely by Hamas. Or you accept that it's the IDF that's been killing them, which, given the vagueness of all their responses to all these incidents, I would say is highly more likely. Now, what is your position?
My position is as follows. One, I do not trust the figures distributed by a terror organization that murders, rapes, lies.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have caught on, but anytime you listen to Israeli media, they always say they're terrorists, they're murderers, they're rapists, etc. And they say that to create the shock factor, like, oh yeah, we can't trust these guys, we can't like take their numbers seriously, because that's step one to dehumanizing, calling them terrorists.
And does psychological warfare by showing.
But then once again, I would argue the IDF are bigger terrorists than Hamas. They both are.
Images and videos of Israeli hostages, and frankly, I don't think you should either. I think that they are professional.
Oh, you should have listened to them either, Piers.
Liars, and that they should not be
Whose
trusted.
numbers do we believe?
They say 1,200.
Whose numbers do we believe, though, Jonathan?
Definitely
I mean, where
not,
do we get?
definitely
it
not
seems to me that
Hamas's
Israel seems to know exactly. Yeah, but Israel seems to know exactly how many combatants, as you would call it, terrorists, I would call them, Hamas. You know exactly how many Hamas you're killing, but nobody on the Israel side can ever tell me how many civilians you're killing. Okay, fine. I don't disagree. I think Hamas should be destroyed. Fine.
Yeah, they can sit there all day and tell you how many Hamas fighters they killed. It's somewhere between 15 and 20,000 is like the current estimates. But they won't tell you how many innocent people they killed. They know how many innocent people they killed. They just don't want to tell y'all.
But what I want to know is, where do we get?
There's nowhere to sit there and say, oh yeah, we killed 20,000 Hamas, but we killed like 20,000 innocent people too. There's no way that sounds good.
See, here's my issue.
Let me
As you know, historically,
because
Jonathan, hang on. Let me finish my point. I will. But let me
you
finish
like
my point.
the second part of the answer. You like the second part of it.
No, I don't. No.
You will like it.
But fine. But before October the 7th, the casualty numbers that were put forward by the Gaza Health Ministry were generally later, and I believe you would confirm this, generally accepted by Israel after its own investigations to be broadly accurate. So it's only since October the 7th that Israel has now relentlessly said you cannot believe any of these casualty numbers from the same health ministry. To which I say, well, obviously, we know a huge number of people have been killed. No one disputes that. Where do we get the accurate information? The numbers that I quoted about people dying in these lines, that's from the UN Human Rights Agency, for example. It's not from the Gaza Health Ministry figures. So are they all lying? And if they are, and we can't let journalists in to establish independently, where do we get this information?
I see and I agree with your point, Piers. And I think that what Israel is at fault doing is not communicating well enough and not managing the media realm of warfare in a sufficient way. And I think that is regrettable, because I think that on the ground, albeit it's taken Israel far too long, but on the ground, Hamas is being defeated. With the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, there's now a different option for Palestinians to get food, and that's a threat to Hamas. And any day in the coming days, I think it's more likely that Israel will go in and actually take on Hamas and start to finish the job of what it started almost 2 years ago. In my mind, too late, should have done it a long time ago. But what Israel should have done better is to have more access to media and from the first day start counting dead terrorists and start making a significant effort. And it's very challenging in war when you're fighting in urban terrain and there's the chaos of fighting, but Israel should have made a better effort to count non-combatants that were killed as a result of the fighting. Sadly, Israel didn't. And by the way, I said this in internal meetings in the IDF a long time ago. Sadly, Israel didn't. And as such, our enemy, Hamas, has made tremendous use of it, and they have leveraged it to great political, diplomatic, and media success. And that is regrettable. But that is partially because Israel shot itself in the foot, and I would have hoped we would have done it differently, but we didn't. It's extremely difficult to count non-combatants killed in war. And I think that I know you've had conversations with American officers and British officers, I think they will tell you the same thing. It takes a lot of time to understand who is killed in battle, and it's not one source, and definitely not a source like Hamas. But going back just to finish on the humanitarian situation in the south, if Israel provides food in a location that it has operational control over, that is not a war crime. That is exactly what you're supposed to be doing, to get civilians out of harm's way, locate them in an area where you can provide water and food and medicine and everything basic that they need, and then to provide them with those basic necessities. Now, for Mr. Aguilar to say that that is a war crime, that's absolute nonsense. I mean, how else are you supposed to provide them food? The Egyptians won't open the gate, they won't let them in, and therefore that.
This is another like very prominent Israeli talking point. They say, oh, the Egyptians don't want to let them in, the Jordanians don't want to let them in. Bro, why should they? They have their own home and you motherfuckers stole it. Like, bruh, your neighbor can love you and give you pie every single day, pause, but they still don't want you to move in. This is such a retarded talking point that these Egyptians like fucking, that these Israelis always use. The Egyptians don't want you guys.
That's the place where it's supposed to be. So even to label that as a war crime shows you how absurd and how unfounded and how unprofessional Mr. Aguilar's opinion is of the situation.
Okay, Anthony Aguilar, a final word to you.
Yes, the protocols of the Geneva Convention clearly stipulate that even...
All right, he's going to cook him now. Let's go, baby. Time to cook. You guys ready?
During a war in an area that is classified as a war zone, as Gaza is, to establish distribution points, and you said water, medicine, and food. I'd like to reemphasize that they are not providing water or medicine, and only dried food that requires water to cook. To establish distribution sites that service a civilian population, unarmed civilians, to displace them from where they live, to go to that site to be able to receive services for life in an active combat zone is a war crime. I would welcome you to read the protocols of the Geneva Convention, sir. What I would like to say about the 107 million meals, this is such a misnomer. 107 million meals in 73 days from May 26th to the 6th of August, of which I personally was involved in the operations and the distribution of 32.2 million of those meals. That's only 18 days of food.
Well done.
The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is short 55 days of food over the last 73 days.
Welcome, punch! Oh, you cooking that nigga now, bro.
And that's only 3 sites. One was under construction, and number 4 was closed for the first 2 weeks because I was there. The GHF average is 18 trucks a day into Gaza. The UN was averaging 500 a day.
So guys, think about that. GHF bringing in 18
a day into Gaza. The GHF average is 18 trucks a day into...
That's fucking nothing, by the way, for a 2 million population.
Gaza. The UN was averaging 500 a day.
500 versus 18. Bruh.
At 400 sites. So even if the rhetoric of 95% of the UN aid is taken by Hamas,
which we know is a lie, it's actually the other way around. Roughly only 1% of the aid is stolen by Hamas. Completely lying the Israeli government. But anyway, he says, assuming 95% is stolen,
which has been discredited by not only Israeli organizations, but by the United Nations and the United States, that is not true. But let's just say that were true. 5% of getting in what the UN had is still 28% more than what the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is achieving. And they're not providing any water.
Okay, look, we've got to leave it there.
Air fried. Air fried.
What I would say...
You could go ahead and lie all you want. Oh, bro, niggas fired you. They don't fuck with you. Ah. Okay, and you guys still aren't giving them enough food. You guys are still fucking starving kids. You guys are still fucking scumbags. He hit him with the ad-homs and he hit him back with the facts. Get the fuck up out of here, bro. Get the fuck up out of here, man.
Welcome, punch!
Cook that nigga. You don't got nothing to say. He just not true.
Just in conclusion, and I don't want a response to this, Jonathan. It's just
Hamas keeps stealing the food. Hamas. And then niggas wonder why. Then niggas wonder why this is like a hit song in the summertime. Anyway. All right. He cooked them. I think that's good enough because that's better because I think he goes more into more detail during his interview here. But hey man, you got to deal with the guy head on and shit on that nigga. So all right. So we're gonna get into the stuff going on with Nick and Tucker. All right. Obviously, you know, Nick, a lot of you guys have been asking me to react to this on stream, so I will. You guys have been asking for it for a minute. We'll cover some of it on YouTube and the main platforms, and then we'll eventually, obviously, segue over. I mean, I should probably segue over right now, be honest with you guys. So I got to censor myself. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm going to turn off the YouTube stream. We've been going for 5 hours on YouTube. Guys, come on over to Kick or Rumble. Either or. I'm not going to cut to OSS yet, just so I can be totally uncensored. Come on over. I'm going to end the YouTube stream. You guys can join either on Kick or on Rumble. Either or. Okay? Whichever one you guys want. Speaking of which, Z's passed away. His anniversary, death anniversary was a couple of days ago. 1 or 2 days ago. So rest in peace to Z's. So come on over to Rumble or Kick, guys. You guys got both options. Rumble or Kick or OSS. You guys got 3 options. Rumble, Kick, OSS. Whichever one you guys want. That way I don't got to fucking worry about censoring myself and shit. The Rumble link? I'll give you guys the Rumble link right now. I'll give you guys both. There's the Rumble link. And then I'll give you guys the Kick link. Kick is kick.com/MyronGainsX. But here's both options for you, guys. You guys want Kick, you go to Kick. If you guys want YouTube, want Rumble, you guys go Rumble. Or OSS. OSS is honestly the best place to watch it. Because I'm about to take this chat down and we're going to use the OSS chat only, baby. All right? OSS is for the real niggas, but you could come on Rumble or Kick, whichever one you guys want. Come on over. I'm ending the YouTube stream now, guys. I gave y'all 5 hours on YouTube for free and going to continue the free. Don't worry. Just going to end YouTube so I don't have to censor myself. And the content will be better. Trust me. All right, guys. YouTube niggas, I love y'all. Come on over to Kick or come on over to Rumble. If you decide not to, I'll see you guys next week. I'm going to obviously be with Tim Pool this Saturday in Washington, D.C. All right? Come on over, guys. OSS, Kick, or Rumble. Any of the 3 that you guys want. Ending the YouTube stream now. Love you guys. All right.